to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. If you are in today, thank you very much for getting up with us. There are some of you who have the day off. I know that because one of them lives with me and sleeps with me. Her name is Amy Pendergast. She has a day off today.
What's she doing?
She ain't listening to us right now. I can tell you that.
You know what? There's a holiday that I know a lot of Polish Americans celebrate. It's the day after Easter.
Okay.
And I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
It's a funny name.
I don't know if Deer Park has a high Polish constituency there. That's the ISD that she is a part of. But at any rate, I know a lot of you are back in the saddle today. We appreciate you getting up with us. Not a great night last night on many fronts for the Houston sports scene, including the first playoff basketball game in 5 years. And the Golden State Warriors coming to town. And Seth, well, first of all, how are you doing this morning, my friend? Did you have a nice weekend?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good on this Dingus Day.
Yeah.
Oh, That's genuinely what it's called, Dingus Day.
Dingus Day.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Way to go, Poland.
They got a lot of water fights and stuff, which is always fun. And up in Poland, I'm sure this time
Hold
of year.
Hold up. Water fights? Is that what you said? Okay, so
men spray or douse women with water as a playful gesture, symbolizing the end of Lent and the start of spring. I think it's got a little bit more. I think it goes a little deeper in that. It's like we're cleansing these women and making them pure.
Well, it's not going to stop me from taking one of those big huge water guns called the ones that look like rifles
water
almost.
Cannons there and just go Dingus Day.
Dude, I am Dingus Daying my way through Kroger after the show today. I'm just gonna whoosh.
Happy Dingus Day. You filthy heathens.
I'm gonna have goggles on and a big water gun, and I'm just the women. I'm gonna spray them and I'm gonna scream Happy Dingus Day, all. Yes.
It's you're a cleansing rain the same way Robert De Niro was in Taxi Driver. So exactly thing. Like that. Which is what I felt like I was watching Taxi Driver last night, watching the Rockets. I'm like,
good segue.
Hey, you know what? Maybe this Taxi Driver is just trying to do something. Oh no, he just sucks.
Nope.
The Rockets. Hey. How many times did Kevin Durant pop into your little brain last night?
3 or 4. I'm not going to lie. I mean, as they were trying to score buckets in the half court, and they're just dribbling blindly into traffic and turning the ball over and chunking up turnaround contested threes and things like that. Several times he and let's start there. That's one of several things that had me very angry this morning about this game last night.
They ruined Dingus Day. The Rockets ruined Dingus Day.
They did.
You shoot 30% from the floor, 20% from three.
Yeah.
The worst thing about that game, Sean, is that the one thing they can hang their hat on, the rebounds, they absolutely dominated the glass.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. But you can't shoot.
No. Well, you can't. It's not even that you can't shoot. And credit to Golden State on this. And those of you honestly, there's probably some of you waking up because the game went so late. 95-85, the final score. The Warriors beat the Rockets in Game 1 in a game that I'm still struggling on how to feel about because I'm so frustrated with just the complete junior high offense that gets run by this team, while giving credit to Golden State for being a big part of that. And yet, at the same time, they're down 4 with about 5-6 minutes to go in the game, and they could not be playing any worse offensively. Steph Curry could probably not, against the Rockets, not be playing any better offensively. And Jimmy Butler is pretty good too, and they're still in this thing at that point.
They reeled it in. I mean, they had a lead for the majority of the first quarter. They reeled it back 5 different times to make it a close game.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I keep telling myself. And you reminded me this morning when I looked at the show prep that, all right, I don't do what every single person always does, which is after game 1 of a playoff series, freak out and act like it could never be any different. But the Golden State did not play well either. Mm-mm. They're not these circus shots by Steph Curry, even though he makes more circus shots than anybody else. As Kevin Harlan called one of the shots, geometrically impossible.
I know exactly which one he's talking about too. It's that one in the corner.
Yeah.
It was.
It
was brutal.
And Golden State didn't look impressive either, and yet they've got 3 guys on their team that have over 100 games of playoff experience. The Rockets on the floor last night had 0 people with 100 games or more of playoff experience. And like when you're holding the game into the 70s going into the fourth quarter, that's ugly basketball. And you had a chance, to just by shooting better than 30%.
Yeah.
By Van Vliet, just please show up.
Yeah, show up.
Make your easy shots. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah, that was, I think, the most frustrating thing for me, Seth. And we'll break this game down a ton today on the show. And they're not back at it till Wednesday here for Game 2. That obviously now is a must-win. The most frustrating thing for me is that all the narratives that everybody who wasn't picking Rockets going into this game, all the reasons people like you, me, and a lot of people in Houston that have watched this team all year, including watching them 2 weeks ago, dominate this very Golden State team, that a lot of those narratives came exactly true. The Golden State Warriors had 2 guys that when they needed baskets, they could go get baskets for them, Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. And even this Podziemski character was going and getting buckets at times in this game too. The Rockets didn't have that. The Rockets looked completely discombobulated in the half court. I was told this was the reason we're paying Fred VanVleet $43 million a year, is for leadership and the ability to kind of floor general the Rockets into some hoops. They were even when they were scoring, Seth, it was all off of second chance points and like unsustainable things like Alperen Şengün step back threes, stuff like that. I kept looking over at Amy even after made baskets. I'm like, this isn't real basketball. They're missing shots. They're getting second and third chances at it, which is great. But you cannot grit and grind and second chance your way even to the Western Conference Finals. Forget about an NBA Finals. Like, you've got to, at some point, you've got to get open shots, and you've got to knock down open shots. And I think the biggest disappointment to me is the fact that Jalen Green's playoff debut was such a disaster. That he went 3 for 15, and it was because he looked like a rookie at times out there. Just dribbling into traffic, out of control. I would have left him on the bench in the fourth quarter of this game.
And we give him credit for some of the maturing and advancement that he's made this year, a lot of the maturing and advancement. But now you look at him, I'm going into this game, his last 3 games, he was 2 for 7 April 9th. He was 3 for 10 versus the Lakers. He was 0 for 7 versus Denver. Yeah. And then he just absolutely no-shows in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can, in hindsight, go back and say that, your strategy of resting these guys, Udoka, and being sure they're nice and fresh, it worked in winning the rebounding battle. Yeah. It did 0 to help them actually turn into any kind of a shooting team.
Yeah. So there's Jalen Green. I thought, well, then we get into the free throw shooting, which was just a disaster. Amen Thompson misses the first 2 free throws of the game and kind of set.
Did they break 50?
No,
Anthony
they did.
Richardson at the free throw line.
11 to 20. Yeah, the 11 to 20. They were 55% from the.
Who would you take in a clutch moment? Anthony Richardson to complete a 15-yard out, or any given Rocket to shoot a free throw?
To make a free throw? That it's a debate, I think, illustrates the exact point you're trying to make. Yeah, it's. It was a. I thought the key sequence, because we're sitting here complaining, and we should. They lost and they looked terrible offensively in doing so. They played pretty well defensively. Steph Curry was just making shots where I was watching the Space City feed, and there were so many shots Steph was making where Ryan Hollins afterwards was going, can't defend it any better than that, which is true. Like, he's got a guy in his face, and he's just doing Steph things. I thought the key sequence in the game, Seth, the sequence that kind of put the game away for the Warriors was it's 79-75 somehow. Somehow the Rockets are only down by 4. The refs miss a ball knocked out of bounds at about midcourt that clearly on replay bounced off of Draymond Green's hand. Rockets couldn't challenge it because Ime lost his challenge, the trip down the floor right before that. And what I thought was a good challenge, that play could have gone either way. It was an Amen Thompson block, got called a block, thought it was a charge. I thought it might get overturned. It didn't. You don't have any challenges. So the refs miss a call on Draymond. The Warriors inbound the ball, and Steph hits one of those shots we're talking about. Now it's 82-75. And the Rockets actually get stops 3 straight possessions.
Yeah.
And they do nothing on the other end. The one thing they did on the other end was get second chances on each trip down the floor. But there were Fred VanVleet three-pointers that were Fred VanVleet shot a pull-up three-pointer off of a turnover. Like, what is going on a night where he couldn't make anything? Jabari's turning the ball over. I don't blame him. He had a pretty decent game. But that was the sequence, because then ultimately the Rockets eventually did get it back to 4 after that, but then the Warriors came down, hit like 2 threes, and it was over. So that was the sequence there where I thought they really had a chance to do something. They had the Warriors kind of scrambling offensively a little bit. So are you, for Wednesday, more optimistic that the Rockets were actually in a game where they played like garbage? I mean, utter garbage offensively, or are you feeling like this is what this series is going to be like?
I feel like this is what this series is going to be like, and that's where I'm trying to remind myself. I was trying to figure out exactly when the game broke 70. The score was 69-62, Golden State, with 11 minutes and 7 seconds left. But Golden State is they're very, very much better with Jimmy Butler out there, but it's not like they're a great NBA team.
No.
And the Rockets were doing a lot of the things that they're supposed to be doing. They held the game to below the 70s, going well into the fourth quarter, and you've got to have some semblance of credible shooting. Now, the biggest thing that worries me is just that, man, when the Warriors in the past have just figured out a way to make life really difficult for Jalen Green, the Rockets simply don't have enough other guys that can actually fill in the spaces.
Yeah.
And all they have to do is just fill in the spaces, just play competent basketball offensively, and yes, you're very much in that game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll talk myself into optimism within the next 36 hours.
We'll talk later. I mean, we'll kind of maybe break down the performances from last night. It was, there was some good. I thought the stretch that Steven Adams was in there and he was just a monster on the glass was
he was the only guy that had a positive plus minus in the game. He was +4, or the only Rocket that had a positive plus.
That
minus.
Felt like it too. Like that was that. Even Alperen Şengün, who had a good game, I thought, and was excellent in the first half of that game. He still had a bunch of turnovers in the game. So that was.
Oh, the turnovers! What was the turnover battle, Sean?
It was 16-11. The Rockets, but the Golden State putting some distance between the two teams was fueled so much by turnovers that it felt like 25 turnovers last night. All right, so we'll talk plenty about that. We'll hear from Ime Udoka in the next segment. What did he think of the Rockets, especially offensively? Jalen Green, the half-court offense. We'll get into all that. We'll get into the Astros, too. Overall, a decent weekend, considering who the opponent was, but last night, just more of the same. Tough night last night on the old TVs for you Houston sports fans.
Nice to see Hughley.
Yeah. Not snaring line drives in the eighth inning. I didn't like that at all.
Man, it was awful. It was awful watching Hughley snare that line drive.
I love him.
The Christian Walker. The whole thing, Christian Walker, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about it.
In my bipolar relationship with him.
Yep,
Yeah.
We'll talk about that in the next segment for sure. Headlines coming up a little later on as well. It's draft week, too. So we've got that to get to.
The NFL?
Plenty of draft. The NFL has their player selection forum this week on Thursday called the NFL Draft. So we'll get to all that and a whole lot more on a Monday. Appreciate you jumping on with us here. Daly and Black, jump on with them if you're still battling your insurance company.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Get to the Astros in just a second here. If you want to weigh in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line on the Rockets last night, or anything, if you want to weigh in, you can. 713-572-4610. We'll continue to talk Rockets throughout the show today. Here was Ime Udoka last night. Jalen Green did not have a good night. Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, if you're looking to point the finger at individuals that lost the game for them, look no further than your backcourt. The backcourt was abysmal last night. They were a combined, if I remember, 7 for 34, if I'm not mistaken. If the box score has been emblazoned into my brain like I think it has, I believe Jalen Green was 3 for 15 and Fred VanVleet was 4 for 19. They were a combined 2 for 17 from 3. 2 for 13 of that was Fred VanVleet. Shot 13 3-point. Wouldn't stop shooting 3-point. Shot a pull-up three-pointer down. Yeah. Shot a pull-up three-pointer down 7 with less than 5 minutes to go in the game.
I don't want to make excuses for either of those guys, but if I had to, if you held a gun to my head and I had to make an excuse for one of them, I would say, well, at least the Warriors were focused on Jalen Green, at least.
Yes, they were.
Whereas Fred VanVleet was just missing shots.
He just sucked. Yeah.
Just flat out not making shots.
He hit his first 3, and I'm like, okay, Fred, here we go. Yeah.
They came out on fire.
Yeah.
They led that paltry Warriors team the entire first quarter.
Yeah, they did.
That's the only little bit of hope I had on the ESPN win probability chart.
What an ugly game. 47-34 at the half. They scored, I tweeted this out at halftime. The Rockets scored 13 points in the first 5 minutes and change of the game. They scored 21 points the entire rest of the first half after that.
The game in its entirety looked like an NCAA tournament game.
It is.
It was like, man, these kids, you know what? This is what happens when kids only get a year or two to play together, and then they're off to the NBA.
And they got, but unfortunately, the Warriors had Davidson, Steph Curry out there. You know, like that's they had the Steph Curry that got Davidson to the Elite Eight.
That's what I kept thinking. I was, as Steph Curry was making all those shots, like that's not going to play in the NBA. Listen.
Yeah.
You try that in the NBA, kid. It's not going to happen.
Not sustainable. Yeah. Here was Ime Udoka on the performance of Jalen Green last night.
I mean, they went after him some, but played in the crowd a little bit too much. And it's not like I said, it's not really the turnovers as much as he only had one. But those shots in the crowd where you got to find your outlets, and so this is a team that's loading up. When he has his isolations on whether it's up top or getting to the lane, they're packing the paint, and you got to find your outlets. That's going to be a big key throughout the series.
Yeah, that was year 2 Jalen out there, not year 4 Jalen out there. Like, he had gotten better during the regular season in seeing the floor, in distributing to his teammates and whatnot, and he panicked a lot last night when he was on the floor. To Ime's point, his drives into traffic may as well have been turnovers. They were,
right. You're just blindly just flailing your way, just running into traffic. It was like somebody playing Frogger for the first time.
Yes.
I've got a clear path. I'm going to go. I'm just going to hope these logs miss me as or whatever. I can't even remember. The traffic, right?
Yeah, traffic and logs.
Whatever hits you in Frogger, I can't remember.
Yep. That's what it was, man. It was
no, and likewise, whereas the Warriors, they've got 3 guys on their team that have had more than 100 games of Frogger. Yeah. Or playoffs. Whatever you want to call it. They've got 3 guys that have got over 100 games of playoff experience. The Rockets have 0, other than Jeff Green, who didn't play, obviously.
Right.
So, it was a veteran Frogger player versus a buck rookie.
He might play some, though. I do wonder if Ime Udoka's he doesn't strike me as somebody who's going to panic to make changes. I just wonder if he makes any changes, just looks at just because of the chess game and the whole thing. You know?
Right. Yeah, I guess that's the changes would have to come in. Okay, how are you going to put less pressure on Jalen Green, perhaps? Yeah. Otherwise, you just had guys flat out not playing good offensive basketball.
Right.
They were doing everything they're supposed to do in terms of getting rebounds, getting second chance opportunities. But, I mean, make a free throw every now and then.
Yeah, sure.
Is it Udoka's coaching that kept them to 50% at the line?
Right. Yeah, I don't think they, I didn't have a problem with what Ime was doing. I don't have a problem with his rotation. I do wonder, with the non-Fred minutes out there, you're kind of piecing it with Amen and Jalen and Alperin bringing the ball up. I do wonder if Aaron Holiday gets 10 minutes or so in the next game, something like that. So we'll see. The half-court offense was not good. Here was Ime Udoka on that.
Not our best, obviously. We only scored 85. it's not a great offensive night, and the numbers show that. But I think 6 for 29 from 3, 11 for 20 from free throw line, and 17 turnovers that gave up 25 points. So not our best offensive night by any means. Like I said, hold somebody at 95, you'd expect to win if you have a decent offensive night. And not only shots, but like I said, turnovers playing in the crowd. The misses in the crowd are the same as turnovers, basically. So had our chances. Got to 4-point game with 2:34, I think, and gave up a 3 there, but guarded well enough to win.
Ime's not the easiest guy to read in the world, Seth, but look, we've seen a million press conferences with him after games. We've seen him after wins be surlier than he was last night. I was very encouraged. I thought, and we'll hear more from Ime throughout the show. Yeah. He's a head coach. You could tell from that press conference after the game last night. This is a guy who's been part of coaching staffs and been a head coach in deep playoff runs. Like there's zero panic in him last night. Like he's right. There was not even a realization. Like he knew going in that all the experience numbers that you've laid out on the show early this morning here are all factors in this thing. Like I sense like -2 on the panic meter with Ime Udoka at all. It's one game,
and honestly, when you detach your emotions from it and you look at it, it was a slugfest versus a team that's been 29-7, I believe, since Jimmy Butler came on.
Yeah.
I mean, the Warriors have been top 5 offensively and defensively since Jimmy Butler got there, and it wasn't a pretty game by the Warriors either. The big challenge and test now is that, okay, it's a 7-game series, and right now you got to win 4 of the next 6.
Yeah.
You don't have the home court advantage anymore.
Yep.
And it's versus a very, very experienced. So it's not impossible by any stretch of the imagination in any of these upcoming games, but you got to do it 4 times out of 6 with 3 at home and 3 away in the next 7 games.
Yeah,
6 games.
yeah. No, you got to win Wednesday, and then you go on the road, and you're going to a place where you won, just a couple of weeks ago. So we'll continue to break it down, but there not a lot of great last night, especially offensively for the Houston Rockets. Overall, a good weekend for the Astros in that they won 2 out of 3 against what was coming into the game. I don't know if they still are, but coming into the series on Friday, the best team in baseball record-wise, the San Diego Padres. Cam Smith, he will get acknowledged later in the show. First 2-home-run game of his career. That was cool to see. And then Christian Walker had a big home run on Saturday. That was cool to see. Christian Walker was a little frustrating last night in the field. None of the plays last night. If you watched the game last night, I know the Rockets were going on a little. By the time the 7th inning rolled around, you had playoff basketball in your lives. Christian Walker defensively last night was interesting because there were 3 plays in the game that I saw where. Okay, an average first baseman, I don't blame him for not being able to scoop that double play that led to the play that led to the first run of the game. A couple diving plays, one of which glanced off his glove and caused a run because Dubon had overcommitted to try to field the ground ball, and then another one later in the game. All 3 of those plays were difficult plays, but all 3 of those plays were plays that you're paying Christian Walker $20 million to make at least 2 of them.
And he's been so frustrating because both at the plate and in the field, you've seen the upside and you've seen what he's capable of. He's made some great defensive plays at first base. He's made some great snags on throws to first. But there are so many opportunities where they're not errors, but they look like get that. It would just make that play, please.
Keep the ball in the infield. That kind of thing. The Astros
are not offensively. They're anemic. They're in almost half their games. They've scored 2 or fewer runs. And I don't want to be overly down on the Astros after taking 2 of 3 versus they're tied with the Dodgers right now for the most wins in baseball. But it was just especially hard to see Hughley close the game out on Cam Smith rocketed a ball down the first baseline, and Yuli Gurriel dove back for it and snagged it.
Yes,
and it just I had zero appetite for Yuli having a clutch play in that game.
It was funny. It was like, and Cam Smith's reaction too was classic because it was like Cam Smith was the only one who realized who didn't know who Yuli Gurriel was in that moment. And Cam Smith running down the line, he's got his hands on the helmet, couldn't believe it, and everybody else is like, nope, that's Yuli, man. That's what he does.
One of the best shortstops in Cuban baseball history right there, just playing first base.
Playing first base. So where are we on Framber right now? Seth? Where's the panic
He
meter
had a nice
there?
sack RBI there, and with the bases loaded. At least that's something.
No, Framber.
Framber. Jordan. I was thinking of Jordan. I'm sorry.
Framber. Yeah.
Framber. Last night was scary because he was trafficky every single inning he was out there. He did a better job with his sinker, and he was inducing ground balls. Right now, he's got the lowest ground ball rate that he would have in his career.
That passes the eye test.
He's 10% less. Players are batters are putting the ball in the air a lot. Yeah. But he worked through all that traffic last night. He only allows 2 runs, and I'd put my panic meter at a 4 out of 10.
Yeah.
I'll put it at a 4 out of 10. I'll revise it down from a 7 out of 10, which I had it at one point last night.
Yeah. 7 hits, 3 walks, just 2 strikeouts. So like it's some things you can look at just the box score and go, okay, well he wasn't overpowering last night, and he was not overpowering last night.
He had some at bats in the game last night where he had perfect location, but he was getting hosed, and that made it that much more stressful. I mean, you always get nervous when you can see the frustration on Framber's face, and you could see the frustration on his face and like the rapid pacing and everything. But he reeled it in, so I'm not. As long as he can continue to get his sinker looking more like his classic sinker, which I'm not panicking too much about him. I mean, at some point the bat's just got to come along.
Yeah, of course.
You got to more consistently be able to win games with more than 3 runs.
Yeah,
you know?
He gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. However he got there, you got to be able to win a game like that, for him. And then Taylor Scott comes in and gives up a home run to Tatis. Like, Taylor Scott.
The most annoying thing for me versus the Padres this weekend by far was really seeing how crazy impressive Fernando Tatis is.
Yeah,
the play he made, I think it was a Cam Smith. Oh no, it was a Jake Myers hit. It was a fly ball to right field, and Tatis caught it and threw to first off of his back.
Yeah.
And didn't get the tag, but it was impressive.
Yeah.
The other one, he had the throw home. He threw home, and the run scored.
It was Cam Smith. It was a sac fly by Jordan.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. It was a sac fly by Jordan.
Yeah.
And he got it out of his glove so fast.
Yeah.
And threw a perfect throw home.
Anti-Altuve.
And Cam Smith scored. It wasn't close, but my God, it was impressive.
Yeah, it was a good throw, man. It was a good throw. So that's a good baseball team, no doubt.
But it is.
You're
Look,
right.
You know what?
2 out of 3. You know what? In the wake of the Rockets last night, I'm going to be happy about the 2 out of 3 against the Padres.
Right, and had some good offense on Friday night.
Yeah.
And so the sum total of it is you won 2 of 3 versus a really good baseball team.
Yeah.
And we said on Friday morning, hey, look, the Astros have left you wanting in a lot of ways, but they've also faced some less than impressive baseball teams. And let's see if the Astros versus a really good team show up. And they didn't show the best version of themselves, but they took 2 out of 3.
Well, it's getting kind of buried because the Rockets' playoff run has begun here and the NFL draft is this week. The team that knocked them out of the postseason last year is in town starting today for 3 games with manager A.J. Hinch. Like, this is the team that knocked them out. Like, if there were no NFL draft and if the Rockets were what they've been the last few years, this would be the topic. Like, okay, revenge time again, but it's getting buried because there's so much, which is good because there's other stuff going on.
Well, and A.J. Hinch did a masterful job managing. And it's hard as a manager these days to actually be a key focus and factor in any series, but Hinch did a masterful job of that. That was the one thing last night. Having Maldonado as the catcher versus Altuve, I just felt like, oh man, no, that was 2 days ago, I think.
Yeah.
We're just boy, Maldonado's got the deets on all these guys.
He knows exactly what buttons to push, man.
Yeah, and their approach versus the Astros is very much aided by a really, really intelligent catcher in Martin Maldonado.
Do we know, did Maldi get a tribute video for coming back to the Astros?
I don't know. Yeah, tell us if you were at the game.
Yeah,
both Maldonado and Hughley. At which point did they do a tribute of anything?
Yeah, I'm wondering have either of them been back since since leaving the Astros.
I'll tell you what, the one thing, remember midway through last week, we were saying, like, hey, everything's kind of muddled in the AL right now, and everybody's within 2 games of each other.
Yeah.
Is
it separating?
Into the season, you know, they're 4 games back from the Yankees right now.
Okay,
so
well, that's the Yankees are the tippy top. Like, how many, you got the standings open there?
Yeah.
How many are they back in how many are they back in the division, and how far back in the wild card?
They're only 2.5 back of the Rangers.
Okay, yeah, that's doable. That's doable.
And the wild card, I'd say, I don't know how many games back, but you've got the Yankees with 14 wins, you've got the Tigers with 13 wins, and then you've got the Rangers with 13 wins. You've got multiple teams with 12 wins, but it's for very early in the season.
Yeah,
you're playing
back.
500 baseball. Okay.
Yeah, they got to straighten. They got to start hitting. I mean, it's pretty simple. There's no hot take here. They have too many guys hitting 215 and 185 and all this. They got to start hitting. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday here. A lot of stuff still to get to. We'll talk some NFL draft at the top of the hour. We'll circle back to the Rockets as well. Headlines, we'll get you all up to speed on what went on this weekend that matters to you. We'll do that coming up next. But did you get on Prize Picks this weekend? What a perfect weekend for Prize Picks.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
When you make an administrative error in the segment before and you find out from multiple texts that you did that, the breaks are so long. You're like, God, can we get back from break so I can correct myself? No, the Astros don't play Detroit the next 3 days. That's a week from now. They play Detroit Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Thank you. The multiple texters who said, Sean, they play Toronto.
I could have corrected you on that, Sean, but I thought it was one of those things where I'm like, Seth, you're so stupid. Why did you?
If you have conviction, correct me.
I said, I always defer to you when it comes to stuff like that. I'm like, oh God, I must have read the schedule wrong.
No. I just had, for whatever reason, I didn't have the schedule in front of me. For whatever reason, I think
you're looking forward. You're looking forward to that Tigers.
I am looking forward to it. You know what it was? Yeah. It was yesterday. I was looking to see if the Astros have any afternoon games coming up anytime soon because I'm thinking of going. And weirdly enough, they don't play the getaway day against Toronto this week is still a night game, Wednesday game. But the Detroit game, the getaway game for the Detroit game on Wednesday is a day game. And maybe that tattooed Detroit onto my brain. Yeah. Maybe that was why. Anyways, so sorry, anybody I scared who has tickets for tonight. They do play George Springer and the Toronto Blue Jays. So thank you for that. And by the way, thank you for the text who said they did do a tribute to Maldi on Friday, and they did a shout-out to Jason Hayward as well.
Yeah.
Classy, man. Way to go, Astros. We'll get to you guys in just a second. The Rockets lose last night to the Golden State Warriors 95-85 in Game 1 of their first-round Western Conference Series. So all 8 series, first-round game is in the books. This one, unfortunately, went according to plan for a lot of the folks who picked Golden State in this series. Where, hey, the Rockets they're a spunky bunch, they're a sparky bunch here that are going to come out and play some defense, and they did. They played pretty good defense last night. Steph Curry hit a bunch of shots that there really is no defense for. That was the difference in the game. That, missing a bunch of free throws and being able to do nothing in the half-court offense except grab their own misses and put them back. That was when they were scoring, it was usually on second shots or a lot of impromptu stuff. There was not a lot of really good organized offense out there for the Rockets. Ime Udoka asked after the game if maybe the moment was too big for his inexperienced squad.
I wouldn't say the moment. I would say their physicality at times, going after guys and just playoff basketball. It's not really about the moment. I think going into the lane, kind of trying to shoot over too many guys and not finding your outlets is a big thing and a big key for us all year. When we do it right, we get wide open looks. And when we don't, we struggle a little bit. And so I wouldn't say it was anything to do with the moment. But the physicality does go up. You have to understand that when you drive to the paint.
Yeah, that was you ain't playing Phoenix anymore. That was what I heard there. No.
And this is we've seen this for a decade or so with the Warriors, to where you just can't wash away or wipe away. Well, Curry made those circus shots, and if it weren't for those circus shots, there's going to be games where Curry makes those circus shots. And especially when you had shut him out the last time, you came close to shutting him out the last time you played him. He's going to do some of the vintage Steph Curry stuff. If you could just do us the favor of making more than 50% of your free throws, shooting better than 20% from three. Mm-hmm. Jalen Green is going to have games like that, and I'm not excusing it. It's just that's who he is. And this Rockets team has to have other guys pick up the slack. And they just were not doing that. Even as they were doing a lot of they dominated the glass. They won the rebound battle handily. But you've just got to do something with it at some point.
Yeah, they had too many guys last night. I mean, this is oversimplifying it maybe, but it's true. They had too many guys that were not just bad statistically offensively. They were bad in how they went about their business. Jalen Green, Fred VanVleet, and for most of the game, Amen Thompson were not just missing shots.
Yeah.
They were playing bad basketball out there. Mm-hmm. There was nothing working for them.
Right, yeah, and it wasn't just, you're exactly right. It wasn't just missing shots. It was the ball getting sticky. It was just not having any flow to anything.
Yes.
I trust it, and yet they also made Golden State play very inefficiently and not score much at all.
Yeah.
This game was still in the 60s early in the fourth quarter.
No, you have to taste it. It's going to be a street fight, man. This is going to be a street fight. it should be fun, man, if just one of these guys can get their game straightened out. Here was Jalen Green last night after the game on needing to be better.
Yeah, I got to be better. It's my first game. I'm not too worried about it. Only got a chance to shake back and improve from the game. So I got a taste of what it was, and I just answer back.
What was it about the way that they defended you and the adjustment that you got to make against them going forward in the season?
I got to take my time, make the right reads, get the spacing that I want. Just hunt the shots that I need to get. So, yeah.
All right, so that was Brandon Scott, by the way, doing a one-on-one with Jalen Green last night.
Yeah, and there's just kind of what so many great playoff performers will tell you in any sport is part of doing well in the playoffs is letting the game come to you and not trying to force things. You don't have to you don't want to consciously try to be a hero in playoff games. It just, everything looked a little bit sped up for Jalen Green.
Yeah.
He's got to let it come to him.
I think there was an argument last night to leave him on the bench at the beginning of the fourth quarter because that lineup they had in with Tari and Jabari and a lot of length was working for them. Yeah. I mean, Steven Adams played 20 minutes. Steven Adams is not at this stage going to be playing 32 minutes a night. This is who he is. It was really effective. The Warriors were having a lot of trouble with length last night, and they brought Jalen back in, and he was doing the same things he was doing in the first half. And at that point, I would have done one of those things that Ime has done this season. He did it against the Lakers like 2 weeks ago. Jalen wasn't in at the end of the game. I know he's their most talented player. Him and Amen Thompson are their two most talented guys physically. He didn't have it last night. He didn't have it last night. We'll talk more about the Rockets as we roll on. Ime Udoka, by the way, a finalist for Coach of the Year. He's one of 3 candidates for Coach of the Year. The award finalist list came out last night. Astros take 2 out of 3 from the Padres, including a loss last night, 3-2. I would say among the highlights from the weekend, Seth, and this will get acknowledged in the 7 o'clock hour, Cam Smith still striking out a decent amount, but he had 2 home runs on Friday. And the numbers aren't eye-popping on Cam Smith or anything like that. But I'm thinking he's reached the stage now where they don't need to give him a 2-game timeout anymore.
Right.
He's able to work. I'm confident that as the season rolls on, he's going to continue to mature and work through things necessarily.
And in right field, I mean, he made another brilliant catch yesterday.
Last night,
a logo shot where he had to stretch out at the very last moment.
Logo shot, yep.
And made a great play. But then he also had an error in right field that gave Tattoos a double that turned into a triple.
Yeah.
But the upside of him at the plate and in right field is very obvious, and he has a base runner too.
Yeah.
That's been a whole lot of fun. So yes, Arrow very much pointed up on Cam Smith.
Very much pointed up. So we'll talk more Astros a little later. They've got Toronto coming to town the next 3 days.
You know what I got to do later too is it's Kyle Tucker has gotten off to a very fast start, obviously, and yet I keep reminding myself, Cam Smith's debut in Major League Baseball so far has been much different than Kyle Tucker's debut in Major League Baseball.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll go back and look at the splits from Kyle Tucker's first
2018.
20 games or so.
2018, I think, was his first season up with the big leagues. Yeah, it wasn't good. His name was getting mixed into trade rumors. All right, so that
was when we were all wondering why he was so untouchable.
Why?
Why, Luno? Why is he untouchable?
Right. No, we want Chris Sale. Go get us Chris Sale. Send him Kyle Tucker. So they take 2 out of 3 from the Padres. The Astros do. The Texans re-sign Irv Smith Jr. to a 1-year deal. I don't think that's
happening.
I don't think that affects any draft plans or anything like that. But that was he did some good things down the stretch for them last year in the run game, I thought.
He did some nice things as a blocker, and in that Chiefs game as well.
Yeah.
There were some things they did actually in the playoffs and at the end of the season that I think they can build on in the run game. I think they figured out. Bobby Slowick finally, after 16 or 17 games, realized what the things that work.
Yeah.
And let's do some more of these things that work.
Yeah. Yep. And then Jackson Dart changes his mind. He will not attend the NFL draft. I wonder if that has to do with any intel that he's getting, or he just
sourced intel.
Sourced intel. Yeah. Sourced intel. Gladstone. Yes. All right. So there you go. Those are your headlines for a Monday morning. Draft is Thursday night. We've got you covered here on Sports Radio 610, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the NFL Draft. Speaking of which, up next, Jonathan Alexander had a good piece in the Chronicle this weekend. 3 scenarios for the Texans on draft night. He's got a best case, a most likely case, and a worst case for the Texans. So let's go through these and examine them and see how we would feel. And they involve trades. So would you do these if you were Nick Caserio? We'll have that for you coming up next.
KILT, KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour. We go. Good to be with you. A lot of people weighing in on the Rockets. We're going to get to the NFL draft here in 2 seconds. The replay of the game is on in the studio here, so I've kind of been keeping an eye on it. And, yeah, I agree with this texter. Did illegal defense just disappear? Felt like the Warriors zone had a lot of guys just hanging around in the lane and not covering anyone. That's true. You're allowed to play zone, but you can't just pack the paint. And it did feel like every time the Rockets drove into the paint, there were like 7 Warriors there. But I didn't feel that in the moment.
NBA officials would never allow something slide with the Warriors.
Right.
Me.
Right.
Yeah.
They would never.
If they can't actually see why a ball is going out of bounds, we can't also how are they supposed to keep a clock in their head with the guys in the paint?
Yeah.
No, don't ask too much of these guys when it comes to the Warriors. Yeah.
Any chance we could see Cam Whitmore come in and take Curry out at his knees next game? Okay, I like where your head's at, Texter. Cam's going to be a goon. The shots he was making were ridiculous. Indeed, they were. We'll talk more. We'll talk more Rockets here in just a little bit. The NFL draft is this week, Thursday night. It gets started at 7 o'clock. The Rockets, as of right now, picking 25th, and we'll see what happens. This we know there will be trades. Nick Caserio is going to trade at some. I don't know if he's going to trade the 25th pick. But the
biggest tell I think in Nick's press conference when he said our board is probably smaller than a lot of other teams' boards, suggesting there's only so many guys that the Texans really feel good about in general. So that's a classic. Okay, let's consolidate some of these picks. Mm-hmm. There's only so many guys left that we really like, and Nick just trades a bunch anyway.
Yeah,
so the 25th, I'm feeling more and more like there might be a trade out of the first round. I feel like it's more likely. I'm still putting it at less than 50%, but I'm moving more towards, okay, I'm not going to be surprised one bit if he trades out of the first round.
I can definitely see it. And again, I think one of the big things to pay attention to, and we'll get to Jonathan Alexander's best case, most likely case, worst case here and see, we'll run this through the Payne and Pendergast filter here. I think the big thing to watch is these quarterbacks. If the quarterbacks start slipping down the board, the Texans sitting at 25 there. If these quarterbacks somehow make it past the Steelers at 21, the Texans sitting at 25 are in a really good spot to put their pick up for sale for a team that's looking to trade back into the first round for a quarterback.
Especially because the Texans are right before the Rams, and the Rams are a team that you could totally see taking I don't want to say a flyer, but you could totally see them taking a guy that might be a little bit of a project, and is Matt Stafford for the next year or two until he decides to retire. Let's bring this kid in.
Absolutely.
So I think I could see a lot of teams wanting to get ahead of the Rams.
All right, before we get into Jonathan Alexander's best case, most likely case, worst case here, this is important here was Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network, former scout, mock draft always more accurate than most. And he said this about who he thinks the Texans will be drafting on Thursday.
The Houston Texans, it's going to be the law firm of Booker or Banks. They're drafting an offensive lineman between those two guys, whoever's there.
Okay, so then Booker and Banks are Tyler Booker, the guard out of Alabama, and then Kelvin Banks, the tackle who might be a guard. Played tackle in college. Seems like he's being forecasted either tackle or guard at the NFL level out of Texas.
Yeah, and I think that's what's appealing to Kelvin Banks is that the fact that I could totally see him going down and playing guard. I think he does a lot of really good stuff in the run game. That scratches an itch that we feel. So amongst a lot of these offensive tackles, if you look at, say, Josh Connerly Jr. or Kelvin Banks, which guy more likely boosts your run game in year one if he plays? I would say Kelvin Banks 100%. And he could play guard. And I could also see Kelvin Banks moving down to guard more so than Josh Connerly.
Yes, for sure.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I wouldn't get too hung up on those names specifically just because Daniel Jeremiah would tell you he has no idea whether Booker and Banks will be there at 25.
Yeah.
Based on mock drafts and everything, it looks like there's a much better chance that Tyler Booker will be there at 25. So that's where it gets interesting. Kelvin Banks has been getting drafted around 15 or so. Tyler Booker's been getting drafted after pick 25. So if if the Texans get to 25 and Tyler Booker is still there, what do they do?
Yeah, exactly. My takeaway from Daniel Jeremiah there isn't that's who the Texans are taking. It's that's who they want to take. They like both of those guys. So this is interesting. Jonathan Alexander, in his best case, most likely case, and worst case, all involve offensive linemen. What if, Seth, what would we be saying after day 2 is over if the Texans had Kelvin Banks fall to them at 25, they take him, and then Tyler Booker slips into day 2, and the Texans use one of the picks from the Tunsil trade, either the third rounder this year or the second rounder next year, to move up from 58 to whatever pick it would need to be, probably somewhere in the 40s, to draft Tyler Booker. And you come away with Kelvin Banks, Tyler Booker, and you haven't gutted your draft capital in doing so because you've got extra picks right now from the Tunsil trade.
I would be excited about it. And I don't get as excited about the draft as some people because I just feel like every single one of these guys is always a gamble and an unknown. But it's an aggressive addressing of what the Texans need to do, which is fix their offensive line. I think that in a lot of ways, the people that were left wanting or wondering after the Texans got rid of 3 of their starting offensive linemen from last year and then didn't really make a bunch of breathtakingly aggressive moves, that would feel like, okay, this is breathtakingly aggressive. Yes, I feel good about this.
This would be the series of rebuild moves where the ferocity matches the teardown. Like that. That was a ferocious teardown for a few days when you cut Shaq Mason, trading Laramie Tunsil, and then trading Kenyon Green. I didn't have a problem with any of those moves, just to be clear. But that, you don't see NFL teams do that. You just don't see NFL teams do what they did. Those were aggressive moves by NFL standards. These would be aggressive moves the other way.
They tore down the house after the hurricane because it was damaged, and you're thinking, look, we got this insurance money coming, but meanwhile, you're sitting there a few months later, and your family's looking at you and like, we're still in a FEMA trailer. What are we doing here? How long are we going to be in the FEMA trailer?
Exactly.
Okay?
Yep.
I have wants, I have needs, I have desires. Treat me like a lady, Nick. Yeah, build me a house.
Right.
It would feel like you actually started construction on your new home.
Yes, Friday night, all of a sudden, 3 big trucks with just a bunch of plywood on the back of it coming in, siding and everything else. Big cement mixers, the whole thing. So that's best case. I think Texan fans would get that's about as excited as I think you'd see an NFL fan base get about a draft where the first 2 picks are offensive linemen.
Yeah. I do think that I don't think it's that uncommon. I think NFL fans, they watch an entire season, and if their quarterback's getting battered, then those teams tend to be pretty thirsty for big fat guys.
Yeah.
And they're not all fat. They got lots of muscle mass there too. But give me some fatties.
How about this one? Most likely case. This is Jonathan Alexander from the Chronicle. Most likely case. Banks is gone by the 25th pick. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. Booker is there, so they take him. And then they do the trade up in the second round to get Josh Connerly. So a similar trade, just a different name. So you walk away from the draft with Booker and then Connerly in the second round.
Were they okay?
They trade up to get Josh Connerly.
They trade up in the second round.
In the second round, like the same thing we just did with Banks and Booker.
Yeah,
they do Booker and Connerly.
No. I'd be really happy about that too.
You like Connerly?
I like Josh Connerly's upside. Yeah, I think he's got. He does a lot of things athletically in terms of the way he moves that are hard to you can't train it. Do they have to get stronger? Nick talked about that too, about how all these guys have to get stronger. And Connerly looks like a guy that he has to put on. He's got to get a little bit NFL stronger. I can draw some comparisons to Laramie Tunsil in a good way where I don't know how much extra strength Josh Connerly is going to build because he looks and moves a little bit like a Laramie Tunsil where he doesn't have a huge frame. I think he has a real willingness to run block, and I think he wants to get after it. He just needs to keep working at his technique. But I think athletically it's just hard to find guys like him that move the way he does.
The worst case, but still not bad, Jonathan Alexander says, is that there's a run on offensive linemen. They're left with someone like Connerly falling to them at 25, or they go best player available there at 25. And I would say Look, I would take the worst case a step further and say Connerly could also be gone by 25. I mean, he's
right.
You know, if there's a run on offensive linemen, that's going to hasten people wanting to take possibly Josh Connerly, you know?
I'm way higher on Connerly than a lot of people, I think, but Connerly is one of those classic risers where the mock drafters are starting to realize and get intel from teams that some of these teams really like Josh Connerly. Mm-hmm. So I don't look at any of Jonathan's examples as being all that much better or worst case scenarios. I'm cool with all of those. I think as one of our listeners, Twistifer Robin on X, pointed out the other day, you got to remember it's a good name.
It's a great name.
You do have to remember too. We talk about like, hey, you got to help out CJ. Hey, you got to help out CJ. You know what helps out any quarterback is better offensive players in general.
Yeah.
And that you can help out the offensive line a lot at times by having a better passing option, a receiving option at tight end, at wide receiver, or a tight end who is a better pass blocker. So I'm not as married to, you got to get an offensive lineman. The best player available dynamic at 25, if you just really feel like it's a wide receiver at that point or a tight end, then by all means go for it.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. Text message.
But I really want an offensive lineman.
Yeah. Text message. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Those two scenarios, best case and most likely case, both feel like excessive use of draft capital on the offensive line.
How many picks was he giving up in any of those?
Just one of the Tunsil picks. Either I think he gave up the third rounder, the extra third rounder that they got this year. It might have been the extra 2 next year, but it's one of the premium picks from the Tunsil trade to move up.
Yeah, I'm growing less. I veer towards like I just want numbers, just give them to me. I think if you're giving up 1 or 2 of those more premium picks, not a number 1 overall pick, especially to specifically address some of the things that really hurt right now, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I am too.
I've loosened up a little bit.
I am too. I'm cool on the best player available thing. With the worst case, if it's defensive line, they have odds out actually now. Go ahead, Seth.
Well, there was a time in Texans history where we looked at third-round picks like, whatever. You know, they don't do anything. But then Nick's been really good with his third-round picks.
Excellent.
You go to Jonathan Grenard, Nico Collins. Davis Mills to a certain extent. Given the circumstances, it wasn't good. But
Grenard was Jack Easterby's pick, remember?
That's right. Oh, that's right. Excuse me. I was a year too early. That's right.
Yeah.
With the zoom.
By the way, people mischaracterized that. It wasn't Jack Easterby's pick. It was that's who they had to pick because Jack Easterby screwed
up a trade with the Lions.
People act like, that was who Easterby had identified and chose.
I'm being completely sarcastic. Yeah.
Tank Dell, Kalen Bullock. People have been very. That's worked out really well.
Day 2's been all right. Day 2 has been all right to the Texans in the Nick Caserio era, for sure.
It's not the Lewis Nix era of third-round picks.
Sam Montgomery.
Brennan Williams or Sam Montgomery.
Braxton Miller. Oh, yeah. There were some dude. Jalen Strong. I don't even have it in front of me. I can recite it freaking chapter and verse, man. The third round under Rick Smith. Woo. That was good stuff.
This is definitely more for a podcast, but I would like to go through and power rank the third-round picks from the Texans. Because there have been some really good ones, and there have been some really regrettable ones.
Yep. The odds makers say that they are like 70% taking an offensive lineman. Minus 240 is the odds on them taking an offensive lineman. They have odds out on each position. Wide receiver is 4-1. I think at 25, if 25. I feel like right now if Matthew Golden is not there, or the McMillan kid out of Arizona, then it's probably not going to be wide receiver at 25.
And I think the one thing that people are ignoring a little bit is the swarm quotient, which here in Houston we're much more sensitive to it, obviously.
Yes.
But when I see some of the people that think they're slam dunk picks, I start to look at some of the wide receivers and some of the other players where I don't know. There's a little too much smoke around these guys. Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle, is a big one. That when I watch him play, I think, okay, that guy's swarm. He's swarm as hell. But then you see other reports about how he might have a little too much of that classic old D-line temperament of being a little. What did John Harris say? He might get upset and walk out of practice.
Walk out of practice is the one thing I remember from that. Yeah.
It's tricky with defensive linemen because some of that just comes. If you're there's crazy, and then there's Charles Haley crazy.
Yes.
What's the difference? How good a football player are you? As a defensive lineman, if you're Charles Haley crazy, the question is, okay, are you as good as Charles Haley? Then we're not worried about it.
That's right. Yeah. No, if you're going to be a Hall of Famer, then go ahead and be crazy for sure. Yeah. Defensive line is next on the list. They've got O-line is minus 240. So you got to risk 240 to win 100. So that's a heavy favorite. Wide receiver 4-1. Defensive line is next at 5-1. If they took a defensive lineman, if I told you, Seth, the Texans are taking a defensive lineman at 25, you have to guess who the defensive lineman is. Who would you guess who it is right there?
Oh, boy, that's a good question. It's not going to be Mason Graham because he'll be gone.
Yeah.
A lot of people are wondering, like, between Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, and Walter Nolan, those are the two most likely candidates. And I would say, honestly, based on film, I personally like Derek Harmon more, but I think Walter Nolan does a lot of those things that D'Amico really likes. Like, he is a menace. I would say Walter Nolan is who I guess they would take. But I just don't know with some of the reports about there might be character concerns or not, when I watch Walter Nolan play, I think, okay, his character concerns might be kind of the right kind of character concerns. Is that maybe he's kind of temperamental. As a defensive lineman, sometimes that's a really good thing, but I just don't know.
Well,
so I would say I'm guessing it would be Walter Nolan. Personally, I like Derek Harmon, but it's kind of a wash. They're just different types of players.
Where's your guy Kenneth Grant fit into that mix?
Oh, Kenneth Grant, I just see him going lower and lower in mock drafts, so it makes me second guess just based on consistency.
Yeah.
I don't think they look at him as consistently productive. I really, really like his upside.
I know you like him, yeah. That's why I asked.
But I don't also, that's one where the guys who have watched 10 games of the All-22 copy and everything have seen more of the downside of him than I have. I've seen the downside. I don't have access to all these All-22
Not to that extent. Right. I'll tell you the one that if I were inclined to bet on this, and again, we're going through the odds of the Texans, what position they're going to draft in the first round. Tight end at 50-1 feels like, I don't know, like if Colson Loveland from Michigan slips to 25. I don't think tight end should be off the board for the Texans. And if Nick Caserio is true to his word on not drafting on need, I could see, especially with Nick Caley in the room there, a former tight ends coach. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying at 50-1, to put the Texans' chances of drafting a tight end similar to what it is them drafting a safety, which they don't need at all, I think is a little over the top. I'd sprinkle $10 on 50-1 for a tight, or Tyler Warren starts to slip into the high teens or low 20s, and that's a guy who's a difference maker.
Let me look and see where Colston Loveland is going, and part of that too is I think people look at the Texans depth chart and think, okay, well,
they got Schultz.
They re-signed Brevin Jordan. Yeah. Schultz is on a longer contract. Colston Loveland's going on average around 16 or 17, so it's very possible that he might slip down there. I think that would be a scenario where if there weren't any offensive linemen that the Texans really liked at that point or wide receivers, and Colston Loveland was still there, I think 100% they take him. I don't think Colston Loveland's going to fall that far.
Yeah.
But if he does, I don't think the Texans worry about their depth chart in the room.
No.
They figure out a way. Especially because Brevin Jordan's kind of he's like a beefy slot receiver in a lot of respects that you can do some funky things with.
Yep.
I don't think that's a guy that squeezes out the number of tight ends in the room if they feel like maybe he's their fifth best option at wide receiver slide end.
Yeah. And again, I'm not predicting they're taking Colston Loveland at 25. I'm saying I would bet on that at 50-1. At 50-1, I think there's value there. A couple texts, and then we'll get into Acknowledge Me. The Rockets looked like U of H last night. Not one offensive dominant player, turnovers, missed free throws, and a lack of defense. I disagree with that last part. I thought they played pretty good defense last night.
It was a low scoring game. That's why they looked like the University of Houston to a certain extent.
Yes,
the score was still 69-65, with 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. So defense wasn't the problem. They limited them. Steph Curry making those circus shots, you can say that, all right, he was well defended on those. If those don't fall, the problem is that Steph Curry is going to have games where he makes those circus shots.
Yeah.
And that also the energy that you put out and trying to force him into those circus shots ends up giving opportunities elsewhere. Yeah, they just got to flat out figure out a way to be better than 50% from the free throw line and 20% from three.
Yes.
That, Jalen Green's got to be better, but at the very least, the Warriors were focusing in on Jalen Green. The other guys that are just missing wide open shots and opportunities. You're exactly right. They look like a college team.
Yep.
They look like a college team of a bunch of guys who are like, hey, well, this is what happens when you only have a year or two in basketball before you go on to the NBA.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of guys looked like it was their first playoff game last night, for sure. And then there were some guys who it definitely wasn't their first playoff game, and they looked like it was their first playoff game last night. Looking at you, Van Vliet. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. We do this each and every Monday. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend. I will say a name. Our producer, Ben Gary, will give us a little Roman Reigns.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge Me. WrestleMania weekend in the books. Get to that and Acknowledge Me a little later. But let's start with Cam Smith. Acknowledging Cam Smith for his first 2-home run game on Friday. Starting to look like some things are falling into place for him. He is going to be the regular right fielder here. I feel like, Seth, I said this earlier, I feel strongly again. Cam Smith is going to have his ups and downs. I don't think it's going to be as drastic as it was the first week and a half of the season when they needed to dial him back and probably sit him down in front of a laptop and look at a bunch of his swings and, look at tendencies for pitchers and things like that. Like Cam Smith, he's starting to do some good things here.
There was some relatively simple fix that they were working on with him when they sat him down for 2 games, moving a little closer to the plate and some of his judgment. But yeah, the positives are so positive at this point, and he's shown the ability to hit for power multiple times on Friday night. And defensively, he's made some really good plays. He's had a couple of errors where he very much looks like a guy who's playing right field for the first time. Mm-hmm. But to flash this much as he has, this is about as well as I could have hoped for. Obviously, okay, ideally if he had come out and just been raking the entire time, so be it. This has been really, really good. The positives are so positive, and the potential is obviously there that I feel really good about him. Paris Chica's the guy that's got to get in the simulator, Sean. Paris Chica, the third base coach. Hey, boy, it's been a comedy of miscommunications and errors and misjudgments by Paris Chica as the third base coach at this point.
Yeah.
He's sending guys when they shouldn't be sent. Guys are ignoring him wholesale. He's got no respect right now. By the players at large feel like, I'll choose or not choose to follow your instructions, Paris Chica.
I saw a theory on the internet this weekend on Twitter that I couldn't tell if it was serious or not, that maybe they've got a sign that Paris Chica is giving guys to go home that looks like a stop sign to kind of deke the opposing, to deke the opposition there. And it looks like a stop sign, but it's really something else.
That would make sense, except for the multiple instances where, like, he was telling Yiner to go home, and Yiner thought, no, I'm going back to third.
Maybe he's got vertigo or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
I like the conspiracy theory, but I'm not sure I'm buying it.
No, I was not buying it, but it was out there for sure. So we acknowledge Cam Smith.
Acknowledge Cam Smith. If I cherry-picked, by the way, going back to Game 7, I very much cherry-picked this. But through the last 11 games, Cam Smith is hitting .289 with a .904 OPS.
That's not cherry-picking. That's all we got at this stage. We've only played 21 games as a team this season, so that's fine.
I went back, like games 5 and 6, he hadn't had hits, so I just saw, okay, let's start at Game 7 through 17. In those 11 games, he's been an above-average baseball player.
Hey, man, anytime you're trying to support your point, you pick the juncture in the season where they start to play in a manner that supports your point.
Well, but he's a young player too. Yeah. It's not like it's not. No, you know what? I'm not cherry picking there. That was after his 2-game layoff.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not cherry picking whatsoever. Yeah. He made the adjustments. Since he's made the adjustments, he's got a .907 OPS.
Thank you. Yeah. I remember he had played 6 games and then they sat him down. I'm like, what are we doing here?
I retract my cherry pick.
Yeah. Oh, who cares, man? You do what you do to support your argument. Because we all know how important being right is in this business. Steven Adams.
Acknowledge me.
20 minutes, 12 rebounds. Steven Adams, you are swarmy. We would take you on the Houston Texans in a heartbeat as a big defensive end coming off the edge with that big paw trying to knock down passes.
Get cut blocked so much.
He was the only one. You said this, he would get cut blocked. I hadn't looked that deep into the box score. You said Steven Adams is the only one that had a positive plus-minus for the Rockets?
Plus-minus. He was +4.
It felt that way last night. Like, man, Steven Adams was doing some really good things when he was on the floor. I mean, he's just a machine on the offensive glass. He's ripping balls away from guys, getting second shots for the team. You can only play him so much. I know that Ime was asked about that after the game. They're like, he's like, kind of 20 minutes is kind of the limit. But it was a good 20 minutes, man. 12 rebounds for Steven Adams. Got a few buckets for you out there. So kudos to Steven Adams. Someone said on the text page, everyone not named Şengün played like crap. Don't see us making shots like that or missing shots like that again. I don't think they'll have as bad a three-point shooting night again as they had. It's hard to be worse than they were last night. I disagree that Şengün's the only one that didn't play like crap. Steven Adams was good for them last night, I thought.
Yeah.
He was good. The big man was good. I'm going to acknowledge the crowd, too. Rockets crowd.
Acknowledge me!
I know it's an 8:30 game, so you had plenty of time to get there, but it was Easter. Crowd looked to be in their seats at tip-off and they were really loud. Like that, I don't know. If you were at the game, text in. That translated on the air to me. It sounded like that. I mean, and Craig Ackerman was saying it on the broadcast. He's like, it has not been like this since the Golden State series that, like back in the day, like the James Harden, Chris Paul, like a long time since it sounded like that at Toyota Center. Good job, crowd, last night. You look a little
Acknowledge
skeptical.
Yourselves. Pretend it's Easter on Tuesday, okay? Just pretend like it's Easter.
Yep. A lot of questions coming in on the Rockets. We'll get to those. We're doing acknowledgments right now. All right. Oklahoma City Thunder.
Acknowledge me.
I have to acknowledge when a team plays really, really well this weekend. They won by 51 points over Memphis in the first game of their first-round playoff series, the 1-8. That is the biggest margin in a series opener in NBA history. That is the biggest margin in an Oklahoma City playoff win. That is the biggest margin in a Memphis playoff loss. Ja Morant had one of the sillier promises after this game. Yesterday, here was Ja Morant after the 51-point loss to Oklahoma City.
Joe, what are you telling your guys after something after a game like this?
We'll never, play that bad again. They had a lot of easy looks, was pretty much getting to, wherever they wanted on the floor, and offensively taking care of the ball.
Okay, so the question was, what do you tell the guys in the locker room after that? We'll never play that bad again. God, I hope not.
Yeah, that's statistically, it's very unlikely.
It's hard,
fellas. That's it's hard to
try.
I mean, I could see us losing by 40, maybe 35, but it's very unlikely, improbable that we'll ever lose by 50 in a play. And hey, we can never lose in an opening playoff game like that again. At least this series, yeah.
It was kind of fun this weekend. I don't have it on the rundown, Ben, but Minnesota Timberwolves.
Acknowledge me.
I liked watching you guys run the Lakers off the floor. I got great joy out of that, watching LeBron and Luka get run off the floor by the Timbies.
Yeah, that was cool. And then, Redick was very careful to point out that there was nothing about coaching or scheme that was the issue.
He was.
The players on the.
He was.
He said, hey, we're not doing anything wrong out there or anything. It's just other than we got to play better. It's not the scheme. It's not the scheme.
Got to execute. Got to go execute.
Redick.
Yeah. Okay, Slowick. Yeah. JJ Slowick.
Have fun with your best bud podcast partner there.
Yeah.
LeBron. If
sipping your
you're holding to that narrative if this doesn't work out.
That's right.
I'm sure you'll never be the one left holding the bag.
Oh no, not at all. No, not at all. Not at all. We mentioned this story last week a couple of times, but it's acknowledge me. So it's important that we acknowledge Lee Corso.
Acknowledge me.
Official acknowledgement of his career in the Acknowledge Me segment. And we had this question last week, or we posed this question last week. What happens to the gimmick that's made Lee Corso so wildly adorable and popular, the headgear selection for the big game of the week? Reese Davis was asked about this. He was on, it looked like CNN or Fox News. He was on like a big news outlet. Corso retiring was big news. And he was asked about the headgear gimmick. Who's taking that thing over?
One, you can never replace Lee Corso. I mean, as you just noted there, like to hear how he interacted with the crowd. But are the headgear picks still going to happen? Is that still something y'all have to decide?
I think I'm going to have to tackle anybody that tries to do a headgear pick, either other than Lee Corso. That, to me, is his signature moment, and it should stay with him, in my judgment. And I I will fight very hard not to be overruled or vetoed on that, because many people tell me that it's just, something that they look forward to every week. And I think that is his and his alone.
Okay. So the only thing I would tell Reese Davis is that if that baby gets sponsored, somebody is doing a headgear gimmick.
Well, especially if maybe if you'd figure out a way to get Lee Corso, get a little taste of it,
Oh, yeah.
Just have a Lee Corso. That might be an interesting one, though, too. We have no idea. Lee Corso's 90 years old. I don't want to hopefully turn it into anything bad or anything, but maybe he's still with it enough to just do the
headgear?
A 2-minute recorded segment, and you bring it out with Lee Corso himself doing it.
Okay, that's an idea. I still like the idea.
Reese Davis is going to take on the Masked Singer next. I know, and this is copyright infringement as well.
Right. Reese Davis is channeling Florio.
Lee Corso started this whole thing. He's tackling actual mascots on the sideline. Yeah.
Do you watch The Masked Singer?
No, I don't like it. It's unsettling to me. I can't watch it for more than 20 seconds before I turn it away. It gives me a creepy feel.
Yeah, it's very strange. Amy watches it sometimes. It's a very strange show.
Is it weird, though, that it creeps me out a little bit?
No, not at all.
I feel like I might have some repressed memories somewhere or something.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. Okay.
One thing I've learned about repressed memories, it's don't bother digging, man. Just let it be.
Let it be.
That thing's repressed for a reason. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do something the Texans did on social media this weekend with a graphic. And it must be because the draft is coming up and they could be looking at one or more Alabama players. We know that the Texans love drafting guys from Alabama. So I'm going to acknowledge the Texans employees that are on this graphic saying Houston Texans, Alabama Crimson Tide. And it's posted on their social media. D'Amico Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
Christian Harris.
Acknowledge me.
Henry To'oTo'o.
Acknowledge me.
And Will Anderson Jr.
Acknowledge me.
If I'm John Mechie, I'm going, hey, guys, I went to Alabama. Why am I not on this random graphic that you're posting touting the connection between the Texans and Alabama? This is messed up.
That is messed up.
It's messed up.
Oh, no.
I mean, is there a thing?
Well, there's a lot of research that goes into these things.
I guess
Sean.
maybe and it doesn't say this on here anywhere, but I'm going to try to give the Texans the benefit of the doubt. Maybe if it's just defensive guys, right? Like if it's,
I guess.
I said, I'm trying to come up with why.
That anywhere.
No, it doesn't. It does not say that anywhere. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
That seems exact. God.
It just says Roll Tide and has this graphic with Texans and Alabama Crimson Tide and has those four guys. If I'm John Mechie, I'm like, hey man, at least I was on the field last year. Christian Harris played like 50 snaps the whole year. The hell's he doing on here instead of me?
That is, that's a good catch by you, Sean.
Thank you.
I kind of just skimmed right past it, feeling like, oh yeah, that's good engagement by them. And maybe if they're doing the next level social media strategy would be like, hey, people are going to notice that John Mechie's not on here, and because of that, it might go viral because of it.
Oh, maybe
it'll get more engagement with people being irate about John Mechie not being.
Sorry,
on
John.
there.
We didn't mean to alienate you. We just needed more engagement on Twitter. Sorry about
the
that.
deal, right,
yeah.
kid?
Yeah. So that's kind of messed up. But that said, Texan social media team does an amazing job. So maybe there's a reason for it. I don't know. John Cena.
Acknowledge me.
He is now the first ever 17-time WWE champion, Seth, after last night. The heel turn that I outlined on this show a couple of months ago in Acknowledge Me came to full fruition. And John Cena, with the help of Travis Scott, of all people, beat Cody Rhodes for the undisputed WWE championship last night.
If there's anything I know about quasi-sports events and elections, it's that now that he's the champion, he's not a heel and he's universally loved?
No.
God, people haven't accepted him just
they were
he's the
booing.
champion?
He won by cheating last night. He cheated.
Cheated?
He hit Cody with the belt right upside the head. Yeah.
Oh, the cruel irony.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
He hit him with the belt.
Yeah.
And that
the ref had been knocked out, so the ref didn't see it. So Cena, spoiler alert for anybody who didn't see it, Cena knocks him out with the belt, and the referee comes to and crawls into the ring and gives the 1, 2, 3. And
that's why I think it's good that pro wrestling has made a wise decision in not adopting instant replay, because it does feel like a lot of the storylines.
No, the worst is randomly once in a while. The worst is randomly, like when it comes to logic, randomly once in a while, a second ref will come out and say, no, that guy did this. I'm like, why this match?
They do.
Why this match are they doing it?
They never have a discussion with a commentary about what is reviewable and what is not, right?
No.
I can remember when I was a kid when I was into it, and you're innocent, you don't know about what's real and what's not.
Yeah.
I remember being so angry about the stuff they got away with when the
totally
official wasn't
see
looking.
You being mad about this.
All the injustice of it drove me insane. It drove me insane.
Oh, my God.
I would stew about it for days.
For days.
It's one thing if somebody betrays each other. Yeah, and the whole inconsistency around the officiating on tag teams. That would really drive me nuts. like they're so strict about having to slap yourself in so many instances until it really, really matters.
It's the best. It is the absolute best. Texans didn't include Cam Robinson either. That's true. Cam Robinson went to Alabama. That's true. Someone said Mechie was taking the picture. Now, that would be insulting, I would say.
You know what I noticed this Easter Sunday?
Yeah.
This is the tax you have to pay for having the longest arms in the room, is that I'm always the one holding the camera with selfies, which means that I always have the most warped and distorted looking face.
But if that weren't the case, if that weren't the case, we never would have met Cam Smith's mom.
That's right.
You know, if you weren't the long arm guy that was taking pictures. Text message, WWE, please, only for weirdos. Okay. There were several million weirdos that watched that. Yeah, everybody's weird for something, man.
Hey, buddy. You're texting into a sports show about it. Join the club of weirdos.
Exactly.
None of this matters.
Sorry, sir. I forgot the things that you do niche-wise are all mainstream and, like everybody's a nerd for something, man. It's what it is. I admit it.
I see that lingerie you're wearing underneath your slacks.
Exactly. You freak you.
I know what you're into.
Yep. All right, that was Acknowledge Me. All right, mock draft injection time. We've only got a few of these left. The draft is on Thursday. This one is from Pro Football Network, and we will get into this. They've got the Texans making a trade. I'm looking forward to this. Would you do it with Seth Payne? Would he make this trade for this player? It's coming up next.
Hey, you know what I'm not looking forward to?
Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the mock drafts are getting real, man. It was about this time 2 years ago where we, I think, first saw a few days before the draft, maybe the day before the draft, where we saw Daniel Jeremiah saying, hey, you know what? I think I got the Texans taking C.J. Stroud and trading up for Will Anderson. So we'll see. Jeremiah's will be a draft we'll do for sure later on this week if he's got a final version of it. But this one is this one had an interesting trade in it, which is why I wanted to do it. The draft expert's name is Ian Cummings, and he's with Pro Football Network. And it's I believe it's I don't know if it's a 7-round mock or not. We'll only hit the first round on this one because it's what's relevant. This particular mock draft has the Texans making a trade. This is a 7-round mock, by the way. So here we go. The Texans have traded up, Seth, in this particular draft from the 25th pick. They've traded with the Pittsburgh Steelers, who have the 21st pick.
The Steelers?
The Steelers.
The Steelers turned down an opportunity to. Is Shedeur Sanders already gone in this?
I think he goes much earlier here. Yeah. And we'll get to what the Steelers end up doing because the Steelers obviously moved back to 25. Very needy at quarterback right now. But the Texans trade the Texans get the 21st pick. They flip-flop with the Steelers, who are now at 25. And in the process, Seth, they give up their second-round pick, the 58th overall pick, and one of their third-round picks next year. So that's a lot to move up 4 spots, a second and a third, to draft Kelvin Banks, offensive lineman out of the University of Texas. Is Kelvin Banks worth moving up 4 spots for?
4 spots
and
with
giving
a hefty price tag.
Giving up a second this year and a third next year.
That's where, Jonathan Alexander in his mock had the Texans moving up to draft Kelvin Banks, but had a much more reasonable price tag.
He had them moving up to draft Tyler Booker, and that was in the second round. That was
No, his actual mock draft last week.
Oh, I thought you meant the article we did before.
No, his actual mock draft last week.
Sorry about that.
And it was a more reasonable price tag. This is a little bit rich to move up 4 spots. Yeah. No, I deny this trade. I'm the commissioner, and I say, no, this is too aggressive for Kelvin Banks.
Yeah,
damn it.
a second this year and a third next year.
One thing about
for a team, to your point earlier, that drafts pretty well in the second and third round.
The other thing is that, interestingly, in this draft, Tyler Booker and Gray Zabel, a couple of the guards that the Texans might have been linked to a bunch of times, they're already gone. So I could see where maybe the Texans are starting to feel a little desperate. Maybe they only like a few offensive linemen, so they're gonna move up and take them there. I feel like that's just a little too aggressive. I'm not opposed to them trading up to draft Kelvin Banks. I'm not sure at this price tag. Did you say Matthew Golden is still available?
He's still available. I didn't said that yet. I was about to. He goes to the Packers at 23 in this draft. Now, would you make that trade up? You want an offensive lineman. I want Matthew Golden. I guess the question is, would I make the trade up of a second and a third? And I wouldn't do that to move up 4 spots to take Matthew Golden.
Right.
You're in the 20s now. Like, none of these guys. Look, nobody's a sure thing even in the top 5. But you're in the 20s now. Like, you're giving up potentially for a team that I think does a decent job evaluating on day 2. You're giving up 2 future day 2 draft picks to, I guess, get a little more certainty with what you're doing there?
I guess the way this mock draft laid out, what happened was that a lot of the premier offensive linemen are gone already.
Yeah.
And that's where the old, like, hey, no, we're not drafting for need or whatever gets put to the test. Because if you're desperate for one of these, and maybe Kelvin Banks is the last guy you feel really good about available at that point, I feel like it would be approaching a desperation move that I'm not in the mood for.
Yeah, I'm not either, man. I'm not either. I'm not a fan of that move at all. Now, you mentioned the Steelers. They moved back to 25, and in this particular mock draft, they still go quarterback, but they go Jalen Milroe of Alabama. See, I would be, I don't know, man. Jalen Milroe, who's going to be at the draft. So maybe he's hearing things. Who knows? But
Jackson Dart is still available too, so Milroe gets the nod over Jackson Dart.
And Jackson Dart, who is not going to be at the draft. He took his name out.
Yeah, he just pulled out.
Just pulled out yesterday, yeah. He goes to Cleveland at 30 in this particular one. So Cleveland moving back in. Yeah, see, look, Josh Connerly going at 31. I would take Josh Connerly at 25 and not give up those 2 picks. I would hang on to the 58th and the pick next year as well.
What would you lean towards if you're a prospect and you're kind of so-so about going in the first round or not? Would you go to the draft or not? What would you do?
I don't know if I'd go to the draft. Period. Like I think I'd rather be. I think I'd rather just chill at home, even if I was a top 10 pick.
I think I'd rather also, and I feel like I would have my agent say that it was because of the importance of being around family or something, but mostly it's social anxiety.
Yeah.
Not to mention the very real reason would be, man, it's going to be about to be a busy weekend, and I'm going to have to fly to my new team and meet a whole bunch of new people and everything, and I want to make it as straightforward and as simple as possible where I can get a reasonable amount of sleep, and I'm not traveling all over the country back and forth, to and fro. Not to mention how they put them to work at the draft. They're going out and doing appearances and everything that weekend, or the days leading up to it. I don't need all that.
It's a good question. And now here, in thinking it through, Seth, and thinking about places the draft has been, the very reason changing my mind on this is the very reason I probably wouldn't be a first-round pick in the NFL draft, which is
Green Bay.
If it was in Vegas or New York, I'd probably for sure go. There sure is a lot to do. I'm Green Bay. I don't know, whatever. So yeah, I would probably stay at home. I've been to one person's draft party ever, and it was Rick Meyer. I was at his house. He was the second overall pick in the draft and didn't go to the draft.
Oh, yeah.
He stayed at home in Goshen, Indiana, and watched it with probably about 30 or 40 people, including myself, at his house. Were
you good friends with Rick Meyer?
He was my brother's roommate.
I knew he was your brother's roommate.
Yeah, and I knew Rick since high school because he went to high school. He went to high school with my roommate in college, in Goshen, Indiana. So I'd known Rick since he was like 16 years old. So we still talk today.
Did you cry when he got drafted?
No, well, only because
tears of joy.
I didn't cry, but I was disappointed because that was the Drew Bledsoe draft, and Drew Bledsoe went number 1 to New England, and I was living in Connecticut at the time. Had no designs on moving to Houston. That would have been great going up to all the Patriot games.
You could have been an awesome hanger-on.
Dude, I would make a great hanger-on.
You could have been part of his posse. That would have been great.
Yeah, I would have been pushing people back for no reason when he walks into places. I'd have been really, really good at that. I'd have been really good at that.
You would have got him out all kinds of shady business deals.
It was pretty wild, though, because New England didn't make their decision, at least outwardly, until that morning. So it was kind of wild watching him walk around the house on his phone. He didn't know where he was going until the second pick, and so it was for someone who was
phone recorded.
It was 1993. Definitely not a cell phone. If it was a cell phone, it was a big Gordon Gekko brick phone. I think it was just the house. The one where you pull the cordless. You pull the antenna out of the top. If I had to guess, I remember there being a big Nike cake there, like a huge Nike sheet cake in the middle of the table.
Cordless phone antenna. Underrated and forgotten torture advice for older siblings to smack their younger siblings with. Chased around the house. It's just like with my older brother whipping me in the legs, caning me
with the antenna.
With the antenna.
I never even thought of that. Wow,
he was such a bastard.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. There's the latest mock draft. Trade up for Kelvin Banks. What do you think? 713-5.
Too aggressive a trade for me. I like Kelvin Banks, but too aggressive for my blood.
The text page is agreeing with you on that. That feels a little rich. Someone said, did Bill O'Brien make that trade? I guess that's all you need to know about what people think of that trade. All right, let's circle back to the Rockets. Let's take last night's game and put the players. How are we feeling about each of these guys? A lot of them their first playoff game. A lot of them, they've got a lot of playoff experience but played like it. Who are we feeling good about? Who are we neutral on? Who are we telling get the hell out of here after last night's game? We'll put them in buckets, the Rockets from last night. We'll do that coming up next. Let's get you guys squared away, though. If your house, your home or place of business has suffered
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Let's dissect this Rockets team from last night, this game. 95-85. The Warriors beat the Rockets. I'm actually stealing this, Seth, from my son James, who the group text was really popping last night at 11 o'clock at night between my two sons about the Rockets game. A lot of frustration. But I thought he netted it out perfectly just in terms of how he was feeling about certain guys on the team. He put them all into buckets. I'm like, man, this is a pretty good breakdown of like how I feel about some of these guys after one game. Granted, it's one game. I expect a lot of these guys to play better. But as far as like how these guys played last night, how we're feeling about these players, this is the first playoff game we've had a chance to break down with the Rockets since COVID, since the bubble. He's got 4 buckets here, and I'm curious if you feel similarly, because I feel similarly here. The first
4 buckets is about as many buckets as the Rockets had last night.
Exactly,
so this is
right.
appropriate.
Ironically, that's as many 3-point buckets as the whole team had last night.
Yeah.
The first one is a good one. Showed out when it mattered. And that is a 2-man, very large man group, and that is Alperen Şengün and Steven Adams. I don't think anybody else deserves inclusion in the showed out when it mattered group last night.
Yeah. And Şengün, the only blemish really is the turnovers.
Yeah.
But yeah, that Şengün performance. If you're going to Frankenstein together a good performance from this Rockets team, 26. Do something, anything. 26 points is certainly something.
I will take that exact performance from Alperen Şengün in every game of this. I would sign up for that one easily, including that you got to take the turnovers with it. If he's going to turn the ball over, what did he turn it over 5 times last night?
Yeah,
I think
5 times.
5 times. If he's going to turn it over 5 times, best he go 11 of 18 from the field with 9 rebounds. Damn near a double-double. So I'm with you on that. I thought Steven Adams was the brightest spot of the game last night for the Rockets. The way he played. That their double big lineup did so many good things. I think that was it did good things in the 9 minutes that they played Golden State a couple of weeks ago. But I think in the playoffs with things changing and knowing that Steph Curry's not going to go 1 for 10 for a full game, I was encouraged by the big lineup when it was in there. And Steven Adams was just a beast on the glass last night. Just ferocious.
What's the name of that bucket?
That bucket is showed out when it mattered.
Okay.
Does
the next bucket include Jabari Smith Jr.?
It does. He's the only one in it, and that one is positive minutes. Minutes from Jabari Smith. And again, the only issue with him, like Şengün, is he did turn the ball over 4 times, including 2 bad turnovers at that sort of crucial juncture we talked about earlier where
when they kept getting opportunities and then squandering them.
It was right after the refs missed the out-of-bounds call on Draymond, and Steph hits that shot from the Y on Toyota in Toyota Center. And
I know that. I'm glad you described it that way. It was like, which part of the logo was it? Okay, yeah, good advertising for a Toyota there from Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. What is your Y, Steph? This one right here that I'm standing on, and I'm going to hit a 3 in your face. But I think you and I are of like mind on Jabari. Look, Jabari 3 of 3 from the field. Hit a 3, hit all his free throws, which nobody else on the Rockets can say that. Everybody else sucked from the line last night, or at least missed some foul shots. Yeah, so Jabari Smith Jr., positive minutes for Jabari. Mm-hmm. All right, next bucket. Not concerned, but I need more.
Yes.
There's 3 names in this one. Amen Thompson.
We call this the Framber Valdez catch.
A little bit, yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm not concerned, but okay, we know you're better than this.
Great call. This is a Framber bucket. Amen Thompson, Dylan Brooks, Tari Eason. None of whom were great last night, but they did some good things out there at times.
They did some good things, but with Amen Thompson, it's all right, man. At some point. The defense is great, and we love you for that. Offensively, just give us something. And he was 4 for 9 from the field. He's 0 for 4 from the free throw line.
Make your foul shots.
Especially. Yeah,
make your foul shots. 9 rebounds, 6 assists. So he was out there doing stuff, but not to the degree he's done it in the regular season. Tari Eason, not a great shooting night, 3 of 10. He was 0 of 4 from 3. But again, he was active defensively, getting his hands in the passing lanes, active on the glass. Like Tari Eason, that's the thing, and I guess that's the difference with Jalen Green and guys like Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, and I'll throw Jabari in there. is that there are still redeeming qualities to the games of Eason and Jabari and Amen Thompson if they're not doing much offensively. They're very active defensively. Jalen Green is more active than he used to be defensively, but he's not a good defensive player right now.
So we're through 3 buckets with this?
3 buckets, yeah, 3 buckets.
Now we're getting down into the 4th and 5th buckets.
The fourth and final bucket, yeah.
Oh, there's 4 buckets.
There's 4 buckets.
That's right.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so the top 3 buckets, what I would say is if it weren't for this existence of the 4th bucket, the first 3 buckets are all good enough to win a game in the playoffs.
No doubt.
It's not premier and it's not the absolute pinnacle of what you want from them, and yet you can win as long as this 4th bucket isn't so abysmal. It's the 4th bucket. It's like that extra bucket that you pour into a dinghy that sinks the dinghy.
That's exactly right.
You're like, hey, look at this. We got like 2 or 3 inches below the bow there. I think we're going to be all right.
Here, hold this bucket.
Yeah.
This bucket was labeled by my son, banished to Siberia. And that would be Jalen Green and Fred Van Brick. Fred Van Brick. And boy, he was throwing up some bricks last night, man. They were. Let me get the numbers. I had him committed to memory.
He was okay.
Before.
Fred VanVleet was 4 for 19.
Yeah.
He's 2 for 13 from the 3-point line.
Yeah.
Jalen Green was 3 for 15.
Okay, so they were combined.
0 for 4 from the 3-point line.
They were a combined. This is your starting backcourt. Starting backcourt was a combined 7 of 34 from the field, and 2 for 17 from 3-point range. I mean, it really is one of those things. Like, my God. Make 3 more 3-pointers. You know what I mean?
The whole, 2 games often named, and they're like, okay, we'll trade for Kevin Durant, but not one of these guys. No way, no how.
Yeah. What does it look like?
That's how you win.
Right.
Ugh.
Right.
You're making me sound like that, everybody.
Yep.
You're making me sound like that. That was me.
Mm-hmm.
That was me. Like 48 hours ago.
How many times did Kevin Durant cross your mind during the game last night?
473.
Roughly. It was a lot.
And
for
I
me.
felt guilty about it every single time.
Me too. I hated it. I said on Friday that the biggest, to me, the most potentially annoying thing about this series could be that if the Rockets look inept offensively, especially in the half court, especially at times of the game where they need crucial buckets and they just can't get them, is that Kevin Durant is going to be a topic. And I guess we're kind of fulfilling that prophecy by talking about him on our popular radio show. But it's true. It's like it is something that crossed my mind several times. They cut the lead to 4. Got to get a bucket. Boy, got to put some more game pressure on the Warriors here. And the shot is a Fred VanVleet 3-point shot,
That game for me, it was like after me just, being very kind of cold on the potential of Kevin Durant. That was like me. I felt like I was Judas watching Jesus rise. I'm like, oh crap! This is. I wish I'd like to take back some of those things I said a few days ago. It's boy, whew. Not gonna go well for me in the history book.
The good book. Amen was killing me from the free throw line and a lot of in and out buckets. Yeah, look, it was not Amen Thompson's greatest game. It was not Tari Eason's greatest game. Jabari Smith had some turnovers. I think those guys are going to be fine. My biggest concern is Jalen Green. That was okay. The moment looked way too big for him last night.
He regressed to some of his worst traits and former habits, and just not making good decisions, hurrying things. Just he's developed this level of patience and understanding when to kick the ball out and to scan the court, and it just looked like he was. It looked like a rookie in some regards, just putting his head down and going and running into things.
Text message, Jalen doesn't strike any fear into anybody. Not right now, he doesn't. He certainly doesn't. The Warriors don't fear Jalen Green, that's for sure. Here was Ime Udoka last night after the game on Jalen Green's performance.
I mean, they went after him some, but, played in the crowd a little bit too much, and it's not like I said, it's not really the turnovers as much as he only had 1, but those shots in the crowd where you got to find your outlets. And so this is a team that's loading up. When he has his isolations on, whether it's up top or getting to the lane, they're packing the paint, and you got to find your outlets. That's going to be a big key throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be more. He's got to be more aware of his surroundings, of what's going on with him, what they're doing to him defensively, and know that if you got 3 Warriors near you, you got 2 open teammates somewhere,
Yeah.
And he's gotten so good at that in the second half of the season.
And, I think one thing is that the Warriors have done in general, not the last time they played, but like when they focus on Jalen Green and turn Jalen Green into the worst version of himself, it cascades down through the rest of the team, and it just throws everything off so much that you get a team that just they've got their shooting issues. They can't be this bad at shooting.
No.
The Rockets did exactly what their blueprint is, which is they dominated the glass. They dominated rebounding in this game. They got all those second chance opportunities, and they did nothing with it. So that's the really frustrating thing is if you told me afterwards, well, you know what? They actually didn't win the rebounding. They didn't do what they're good at. No, they did what they're good at. It's just that what they're bad at, they were really, really bad at.
They did in spades. Yeah, they did in spades. I got that text already. Okay, won't be able to pay Jalen. He doesn't have the Mamba mentality, work ethic, can't build around him. All right, so there's a lot to unpack in that text to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. They kind of already have paid him, not max dollars, but he's making $30 million a year over the next few years. So he's gotten paid. Doesn't have the Mamba mentality or work ethic. I disagree with that. Look, he played 82 games the last 2 seasons. There's not a lot of guys in the NBA. I don't think there's any problem with Jalen Green's work ethic. He's worked to become a better basketball player,
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like, okay, the Mamba mentality the Mamba mentality is also coincides with being one of the best basketball players who ever lived.
Correct.
Like, who has that talent and ability to do it. Like, to suggest that just because a guy's not living up to his potential is because he doesn't do the same things. You could throw 99.5% of NBA players who ever lived don't have the Mamba mentality. You don't need him. You don't need him to be Kobe Bryant.
No.
You need him to be something close to the best version of him.
I do think, a lot of times this turns into a conversation. If Jalen Green's your best player, how far can you go? And I think it's debatable that Jalen Green's even their best player. I think there's a case to be made for Şengün. I think there's a case to be made for Amen Thompson being their best all-around player. So that there is even a discussion about whether or not he is your best player kind of tells you, where you are with him right now. He's a good player. He got smothered last night. He's got to adjust. No doubt about that.
So then the Warriors are very much in the category that I used to have reserved for the Spurs, which is I'm just watching these guys, except that now, just like the Warriors would do, they'd find a way to get a Kawhi Leonard or what have you. And this
Jimmy Butler now.
Jimmy Butler's on the team all of a sudden, and it's just why won't you die? Why won't this Warriors franchise die? But in the playoffs, you could see Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry all have over 100 games of playoff experience, and they looked very much like the team that was more ready to win ugly, sloppy college-style basketball game.
It's true. It is funny. It's one game, so I'm not going to overreact to one game. We'll react to it, but I don't want to overreact to it. But it is kind of funny, like when the Jimmy Butler stuff is going on in Miami.
Yeah.
You don't even think about it impacting you as a Rocket fan. Like, you point at it, you go, oh, look at Miami. They got to deal with this.
Nice that we don't have these problems.
Nice that we don't have these problems. Or the question was, would you trade for Jimmy Butler if you're the Rockets? And I remember.
I'm going all Judas again. No, we don't need Jimmy Butler.
I know on this show we said I don't want him. He's old, and look at what he's doing in Miami. I don't want that guy on our team. And little do you know that the way the basketball gods have it playing out is that he may be the very reason why you get knocked out of the playoffs in the first round. Because I can tell you right now, if the Warriors hadn't made that trade, the Rockets might be favored in this series.
Oh, no, 100%.
They might not even be the 7th seed.
The Warriors might not be in the playoffs.
Right.
Jimmy Butler got there, and they've been a top 5 team offensively and defensively ever since Jimmy Butler got there. Yep. What it is a reminder, regardless of how the Rockets themselves played, when it comes to whether the Rockets should or should not trade for Kevin Durant, the Jimmy Butler scenario in Golden State is a reminder that, don't overly complicate this. Don't overthink this.
Yeah, he's
You know what? It's really good to have really good basketball players on your team.
Yeah. Text message, I need some Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore in the backcourt. And that'll be interesting to see. I don't think Ime doesn't strike me, unless he feels like there's a good chess move reason to have those guys in there, like he saw something that Golden State was doing defensively, where it might make more sense. It might make sense to give Reed Sheppard a few minutes when you shoot 6 for whatever it was from 3. Like, yeah, that might make sense. Those are 2 of your better 3-point shooters. Maybe getting them some minutes out there could make sense, especially when Fred VanVleet wasn't doing a whole hell of a lot for you out there. He just loves Fred VanVleet. Like, he's not benching Fred VanVleet. Like, Fred VanVleet's still getting his 30 to 35 minutes. The question is, how do you divide up the rest of it? So, I wouldn't be opposed to it at all. Reed Sheppard or Cam Whitmore getting in there. I trust Ime Udoka to make the right decisions.
Yeah, and to overly simplify it, but I think it's appropriate. Like, Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green just flat out have to be better.
Yeah.
I'll blame them for yesterday's loss. The guys that aren't superstars didn't play like superstars, but they played your role players and your rotation players. If you get a performance that you should expect out of Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, they wouldn't even have to be superstars. Just play like your normal game, then you've got a very good chance of winning that game.
And Fred VanVleet just continuing to chuck. I mean, they shot 29 3-pointers as a team. He shot 13 of them. Like, that's Fred VanVleet shooting nearly half your 3-pointers. If I were the Warriors, I would blindly just allow that to happen. Don't tell me how many he makes. You're telling me Fred VanVleet's going to shoot half of the Rockets' 3-point shots? We're going to win this game,
my appetite for Jalen Green's mumbling is so drastically different after a win versus after a loss.
I thought the same thing. Dude, I didn't listen to the audio before we played it earlier in this show. I'm like, oh, speak up.
I feel like the accusations of his Mamba mentality can come almost exclusively from his sound bites after losses. You just... It drives me insane.
Yeah. Sean, this weekend sucked. Rockets lose, Astros lose. Night 2 of WrestleMania sucked. No.
Wait. Now, if you're going to talk about the whole weekend, include Friday in it, and the Astros won 2 of 3 versus the best team in baseball.
Thank you. And not all of Night 2 of WrestleMania sucked. The ending of the main event sucked. But the overall card, I thought, on Night 2 was pretty damn good. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Why the hell didn't they play Jayshawn Tate? He was hurt. He was out last night. So your WTF that you have after that, that's WTF. What's going on? He was hurt. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we continue here on a Monday. Up next, okay, this was kind of fun. Let's take a break from the Rockets for a second. The Bill Belichick dynamic in North Carolina, the Athletic made an open records request for his emails. And boy, the dynamic of his girlfriend with this football program, we're going to read some of the emails. Some of this stuff is absolutely fascinating. I think Belichick might be in over his head. I hate to say that. We'll have it for you coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln is Sugarland. Ruben Mendoza and the squad.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so apparently The Athletic, welcome back in on a Monday, by the way. We'll circle back to the Rockets and Astros and the draft in a little bit. But this article over the weekend tickled me a little bit. The Athletic obtained several emails that were part of Bill Belichick correspondence at the University of North Carolina. They made an open records request. You and I need to do more of that, Seth. You and I need to make more open records requests.
I do, yeah. Which immediately I'm like, this feels aggressive for a sports story. Like that they're making an open records request to find out exactly how involved the Belichick's girlfriend is in the affairs of the UNC football team.
Yeah, because the story had come out a couple weeks ago that Belichick had told everybody within marketing and certain parts of the football program to CC Jordan Hudson, his current girlfriend, who, for those who don't know, not that it matters, but she's 49 years his junior right now. He's 72, 73. She's in her mid-20s.
She's like a year or two fresh out of grad school, right?
Yeah. Seems like a sharp cookie. The Athletic acquired 44 pages of emails from the UNC football program.
Yeah, of various emails. And now, okay, real quick, before we start, I guess where I feel like it feels over-aggressive is there hadn't been accusations of impropriety or anything, right? It was just people were curious about just how involved she is.
Yeah, well, and I
feel like when I go make an open records request, it should be because I feel like there's some wrongdoing or something.
No, we don't get charged for it. Do they charge you for an open records request? We should be requesting everything, you and me.
I guess so. Yeah, we should start going after anybody in any public, any institution that's a public institution.
I, for one, am glad they made this open records request because what we learned is the correspondence addresses the optics of the NFL legend hiring his son as defensive coordinator and concerns about social media attacks. We also learned that his girlfriend does not have a contract or an employment agreement with the university, so she's basically like the team mom. You know what I mean? Like she's. I don't know if she's doing this pro bono or not, but she's
at some point, I don't know. Maybe she could sue Belichick for labor law violations.
Well, she's filed a lot of. It says in the article later, like she's filed for a lot of trademarks for Belichick's LLC for a lot of the social media stuff she's doing. So maybe she's paying him, or he's paying her, I should say.
Oh, through those companies.
Yeah, he's paying her. So before the Tar Heels announced they were hiring Belichick's son Steve for the same job he held at the University of Washington. He was the DC at University of Washington.
Yeah.
Coached several years under his dad. He's the kid that had the mullet that's very famous, the very famous mullet. Hudson wrote to the school's media team to, quote, raise awareness regarding a sometimes subtle, sometimes obvious frequency occurring detail within media releases and social media posts. Though Steve Belichick is in fact Bill's son, he should be depicted and represented as his own established entity as opposed to an extension of Bill. It can be easily misinterpreted that Steve is simply benefiting from nepotism, but that is not the case. Steve was fortunate to have learned defensive football strategy from the greatest mind of all time. He has earned his position due to his performance and output. In other words, she is getting with the media team saying, look the hell out. Here come the people claiming nepotism. Yeah.
Well, and he's also saying, but she's also saying, like, hey, let's be sure we frame this properly so that you're not describing him like he's a Nepo baby or something.
Right.
And let's ignore the fact that there's always, like, there's always a little bit of both with anything with nepotism. Steve Belichick was a defensive coordinator at University of Washington. He has experience with the Patriots where he was working for his father. And yes, of the many jobs that he could have had or taken, it's not just coincidence that he ended up at UNC.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate the fact that she's trying to completely skip past like that there's any nepotism involved whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I get what she's saying. Like, hey, they're going to get criticism for nepotism. Let's just be sure we don't invite extra into it and just let's present him as his own man. Let's present this Nepo baby as a non-Nepo baby.
Yes. Okay, continuing. Hudson said the school should not use images of Steve and Bill Belichick together to prevent, quote, visual prompts that could fuel accusations of nepotism. if you're about to post a picture of father and son coaching together, that's not a cuddly, lovely story. That's a story of nepotism, or at least a visual prompt of nepotism.
So there should be no pictures of Belichick and his defensive coordinator together.
Correct.
Or talking on the sideline.
That's right.
Or anything else like that.
That's right.
Okay.
She also suggested the Tar Heels avoid referring to Steve as Bill's son and instead highlight his own accomplishments. He spent 12 years with the Patriots and called their defense from 2020 to 2023 before joining the Huskies.
Let's not call attention. Let's not talk about how he's working for his father. Make reference instead to the other time he was working for his father. This is simple, guys, okay?
Yeah. It is really worth emphasizing, continuing with the email here, the point that Steve has the experience of being a college defensive coordinator for 1 year and will bring a plethora of knowledge to the coaching staff. This is the best part. They have a few sicks in here, when they put their spelling of things, they put sick after it. I believe being strategic about the depiction of the Steve, sick, will prevent controversy and show utmost, UPMOST, utmost respect towards Steve's career. Validate Bill's decision as a head coach to hire Steve.
Yeah, this has a little bit of a Easterby vibe to it where I love the notion that, hey, instead of pointing out that he's Belichick's son, point out that he has experience as a college DC, as if the UNC social media department is supposed to say, hey, did you hear what UNC pulled off? They got themselves a coordinator who has 1 year previous experience as a coordinator.
It's something to brag about. Right.
It's not the first time he's done it, people.
Yes. Oh, my God.
Why don't they just change his last name?
Right.
You're not concerned about it. Just change your last. Go by your mother's maiden name or something.
Yeah, man. That email, and it's funny because they got the emails of the people within the strategic communications, the marketing group and everything. They are bowing to Jordan Hudson. They're like, oh, yes, no, that we'll do that. We were planning on doing that anyway, like all this stuff. Yeah. It's wild. My biggest takeaway from all this, Belichick is really creating a relationship that is going to be very hard to unwind from if indeed he wants to unwind from it.
That if all of a sudden he wanted to step away or
that's
something.
That's a tough breakup when she's been involved in all your business and is CC'd on a bunch of your emails and is heavily involved in the marketing of the college football program in a day and age where marketing of the program is a much bigger deal now because of the transfer portal and everything than it was before. He must be in love, Seth. That's all I got to say.
I bet he's in love.
Yeah.
And also it makes for a great docudrama,
Oh yeah.
Someday when it's always the woman who's actually calling the shots in various areas. People are terrified of her as Belichick's my boss, but my God, I'm terrified of her.
Well, you've seen that footage of her out of practice. She walks like she owns the place out there.
Yeah.
In the footage that we see, she just has the run of the place, man. Got her flowing robe on there and her knee-high boots, and she's just out there sassing it up out there at practice.
She's like the wife, the mistress in the Handmaid's Tale, which I'm Mrs. Weatherford. She's terrifying.
She is.
Supposedly she doesn't call the shots or have any power, but she's the scariest one of the bunch.
How are you handling that? You had said that it was. I don't know what words you used, but it sounded like it was kind of
it's a tough watch. There's a lot of really nasty
series.
and awful situations.
Yeah.
You feel very, very helpless in it. Yeah, but it's good.
It's good, though? You like it? Yeah.
It's good. I know that, and I refuse to do any reading about it or any otherwise because I can tell already, and I know that people try to make political stuff out of all of this. I don't care. I'm just watching the show. It's done well. Yeah.
Oh, is there a lot of that?
It's a well-made television show.
Is there a show that doesn't get politicized anymore?
No, there's nothing that doesn't get politicized anymore. I tried to, we tried to talk about Aaron Rodgers a little bit, and all of a sudden you're getting assaulted with all kinds of political takes. And
man.
No, you can't. So I just ignore all of it. You know where I catch up on my news? Easter dinner. Yeah, Easter, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. That's where I tell you. Everybody, tell me what's going on in the outer world out there. That sounds rough. I'm going to go back to ignoring it.
Going back into my cave, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're all caught up after yesterday, then, is what you're saying. You got all caught up at Easter. You're all caught up on your news.
I know everything that's going on in the world.
Yeah.
I pay attention. I just don't talk
I know you do. I know you do. Is Fred?
that's what I do at family stuff, too. I don't really talk about it. I just listen. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Take it
One
all
way
in.
to think about it, sure, yeah.
Take it all in. Is Fred VanVleet, as a text message, this isn't me asking this, but I think it's a fair question. Is Fred VanVleet the Martin Maldonado for Ime Udoka? Fred VanVleet is better at his job now than Martin Maldonado was once he became perceived as the teacher's pet.
For one, I don't think there's any, I'm not worried about Fred VanVleet getting too many minutes because he's old. Yeah. That was the big thing with Maldonado was, yes, there was definite value in just how savvy he was and how well he worked with pitchers and everything, but they just rode him into the ground. He's past the age where they could or should be doing that. Mm-hmm.
Now, the big difference between the two, Martin Maldonado is probably making a few $1 million. Fred VanVleet is making $43 million.
Yeah.
And you've got a decision to make after the playoffs are over about whether to opt in on one more year of Fred VanVleet. Yeah. Right now, after one game, if this is how it continues, the only reason you'd opt in on a year of Fred VanVleet is to put him in the Durant trade to make the salaries match up. That's the big decision.
Fred VanVleet, if you're going to make a cross-sport analogy, I just don't think I appreciate some of the similarities there, but there's just too vast a difference.
Yeah.
So I don't go Fred VanVleet versus Martin Maldonado. It's kind of an awkward fit. I'd say maybe having with Fred VanVleet, it's almost like a quarterback that you don't feel awesome about.
A little bit, yeah.
Like how much are we going to really change our team strategy based around the really nice things that he does, but is he that guy?
I think the big similarity is, I think this is where the text is going with this, is they both feel like they've got much longer rope than their teammates do. That they're going to get the benefit of the doubt. Someone said on the text page, Fred VanVleet's looks were open looks. He just missed them. No, he shot a pull-up three with 5 minutes left in the game at a crucial juncture where you needed a basket, and the least likely way you were going to get a basket was Fred VanVleet shooting a three-pointer at that point, and he pulled up on a fast break to shoot a three. He was making poor decisions last night at times. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So we'll circle back to the Rockets as we roll on with the show here. Top of the hour, Adam Schefter has some intel on the NFL draft coming up, including some intel on the Texans that we'll get to at 9 o'clock. I have two follow-ups to two of the takes we played on Take-A-Mania on Friday. More Dion on the jersey retirement. Another horrible jersey retirement take from Coach Prime.
Another Nepo situation we got to talk about, yeah.
And Stephen A. did apologize, sort of, to the Phoenix Suns owner. We've got that audio for you coming up next. Stay there. But first, let's get you guys sleep.
Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You missed it on Friday. We have a new champion in Take-A-Mania, the segment that Seth and I do every Friday that highlights the poor takes from the previous week. We have a champion that carries the belt around if they need to be knocked off if they're going to be the champion of Take-A-Mania. Those of you who listen to the show regularly know that the Hulk Hogan of that was Angelo Cataldi of WIP, formerly of WIP in Philadelphia, with his bad take on Andy Reid. The champion right now is Deion Sanders, head coach of the University of Colorado Buffaloes, or Colorado University Buffaloes, CU. Yeah. And he had this take last week on the retirement of the jerseys of Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders, two-year players at the University of Colorado that amassed a record of 13-12. I should point out, Travis Hunter did win the Heisman. Shedeur Sanders was, I don't even know if he was first-team all-conference in the Big 12.
Yeah. So really, the controversy is the only accurate thing Deion says is at the very beginning of this.
Yeah. It's the controversies around Shedeur.
You know, retired jerseys can be a sore subject.
Not really. This is the first time I ever seen it sore. I don't know if you know it, but I'm retired, man. I think every jersey Darren I played in is retired. So I'm pretty familiar with this. So it's never been sore.
But why do you think that? What was your message like? Maybe Buff Nation and Buff alums who are.
I don't have a message. I'm praying for my AD. I love him to life, Rick George. Let's get the elephant out the room. I don't want to talk about this too long. I'm gonna just talk briefly and let it go. We talk about Shedeur. We ain't talking about nobody else. But his last name wasn't Sanders. We wouldn't have this discussion. The only reason we were having this discussion is his last name is Sanders. Okay.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Right, because the only reason his jersey's getting retired is because his last name is Sanders. Bingo. That's the whole thing there, Deion. It's we're only having this discussion because it doesn't make any sense that you would be retiring the jersey of a quarterback who didn't even win a bowl game and he was a part of bringing the program back to prominence, as have many quarterbacks throughout the years at various college programs. If the bar for having your jersey retired is to go 500 over the course of 2 years, but it was better than what the previous quarterback and coach did, then by all means, yes, retire pretty much every number in football. The part about the part about him saying that it's never a big deal. I've had my jersey retired every place I've been. Right, you're one of the greatest defensive backs who ever played the game of football.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
That's why it's not been a controversy with you.
That's right.
Okay. Horrible take.
Well, he had another one after. I think it's the same press conference because he's got the same jacket and same shades on. Here's another bad jersey retirement take from Deion.
He can't see that. Same thing with Rashawn Salam, right? How long did we wait? I say we because I'm a part of CU now. How long did we wait?
23 years after his Heisman.
After his what?
After his Heisman?
Yeah. How many years after his death?
1. Less than 1.
So we got to die to get recognized. Ain't nobody saying nothing in the church right now. Everybody got something to say otherwise. Right. Hey man, give people their flowers while they can enjoy them and they can smell them. That's how I get down. You guys are doing a good job. I always tell you guys are doing a good job right now. I don't wait. I'm not built like that.
Okay, so I should have set that up better. He was asked about or brought up Rashawn Salam, the last player to get his number retired, Heisman Trophy winner like Travis Hunter, won it in 1994. His jersey was retired 23 years later, and a year after he had passed away. So Deion's point that he was making was, so we should have to wait for people to die to retire their jerseys? Why not give them their flowers now? While they're here with us, and to which I would say, Seth, and I said, I don't have a big problem with Travis Hunter getting his number retired. He deserves it. Yeah, the issue isn't the timing of Shedeur. The issue is that Shedeur is getting his number retired at any time.
Shedeur could be dead next year, and it wouldn't matter. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it's.
And someone should wear number 2.
He's trying. I would submit that. Whenever Shedeur Sanders dies, the year after, his jersey shouldn't be retired.
Should not
right.
be retired.
It has the timing of his demise has nothing to do with whether or not his jersey should ever be retired.
Oh, my God. So there you go. Another bad take from Dion. Let's make sure we get Stephen A.
By the way, there was a report. Somebody adamantly wanted to point out that this did not come from Sanders, that it came from the AD. That's why the jersey is being retired. Sure, Sanders is involved in discussions and everything, but it did not come from him. I have it on good authority.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, it all stems from Dion in some fashion, you know.
It honestly, it's just a weird thing that like it's nothing that has to be done whatsoever and shouldn't be done, and yet it makes you wonder. And it's not. I mean, I don't put it on Shedeur to refuse the honor or something. But it's one of those things where you look at it and you're wondering, okay, just how much special, how much special attention has he become accustomed to?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
No.
It's just a really, really weird thing.
That's a program that's only retired 4 numbers in its history, and it retires 2 after 2 seasons with these guys. So whatever.
Steve Belichick and Shedeur Sanders are being ruined by their fathers.
Yeah,
I don't blame the kids. I don't blame you, Steve Belichick, even though you're probably 40 by now.
Yeah.
Or you, Shedeur. It's your fathers that are ruining you.
All right, let's get Stephen A. in here. If you recall, Matt Ishbia, the owner of the Phoenix Suns. Oh, I have the wrong one here, Ben. I said I'm firing Budenholzer. Do you have the other Ishbia one? I'm sorry. I put the wrong one in here. Ishbia said that Stephen A. Smith said that Ishbia, the Phoenix owner, was going to go down as the worst owner in the history of sports, which would have put him on the plane with guys like Donald Sterling and people like that. Ishbia took great exception to this and claimed, Stephen A. Smith is going to apologize to me for that.
Matt, Shane Young with Forbes. I'm sure you, over the last couple of days, probably saw a national reporter make some, ridiculous statements about you might be being the worst team owner or worst owner in professional sports history. Just kind of wondering what your response is, if you have.
Yeah, so Stephen A. Smith, I don't take much he says seriously, I don't think many people do, to be honest with you. The things he said about Kevin Durant, just wrong and disrespectful. The things he said about LeBron James were just disrespectful and inappropriate. And so with that being said, I don't really think Stephen A. believes what he said. I think, he's doing his thing, he's on the mic and he's doing what he's and I think he'll apologize to me because I think it's disrespectful to put my name and aligned with anybody that was kicked out of the league or no longer part. If he wants to say for the first 2.5 years Matt Ishbia bought the team, we didn't win a championship, I think you probably said about almost every owner ever. But yeah, we had high expectations and we didn't win. We spent a lot of money and we didn't win. Yep. Be critical of me on that. But to even say that kind of stuff, like I said, that's just, I think, like I said, he'll apologize. I think he was out of line. And I think he knows that. I don't think he really believes that.
My contention was that Stephen A. Smith is not going to apologize. I don't think he apologizes for anything. He did apologize. I was wrong about that. But he apologized about just one thing about his take on Matt Ishbia.
Matt Ishbia is absolutely right. I do owe him an apology because I mentioned Donald Sterling. I thought I was making it clear I was talking about basketball. I certainly did not mean to compare him to a person that was thrown out of this league and been widely recognized as a racist. I should not have mentioned Matt Ishbia's name in the same breath as Donald Sterling in that regard. I did not mean to do that. I was not talking about that Donald Sterling. I was talking about the Donald Sterling that would be sitting courtside, heckling his own damn players and never winning anything and didn't give a damn. That's the Donald Sterling that I was talking about in terms of how ineffective he was as an owner on a basketball court. I certainly did not mean to do that. So Matt Ishbia is absolutely right. And for that, I apologize. I'm a man. If I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. Unfortunately for you, sir, that's the only thing I'm wrong about. And that's the only apology that you're getting from me.
He said, and Dan Snyder is a virtual saint in comparison to you.
That was a good build by Stephen A. Smith. I'm like, he's got to say that he's not apologizing for anything else. And there it was. That was good.
Did you say worst owners in NBA or worst owners in sports?
Good question. I didn't totally listen. Not sure. So Stephen A., he is a big enough man to apologize for comparing Ishbia to Donald Sterling, but he ain't getting nothing else out of Stephen A. Smith. So we got our follow-up on that. We know how that ends. Let's see. Text message coming in is the last thing. I think Shedeur owns all the QB records at CU. Stop hating. Okay.
Yeah, but owning all the QB records is different when you separate eras. Like Cordell Stewart was a better quarterback with actually won bowl games. It was part of a national championship team. Like all various that. He's not by a long shot the best quarterback at CU.
Yeah. Darian Hagan won the national championship in 1990. He was the Big 8 Player of the Year and put up crazy stats, but he never threw. He was a running quarterback. Like, like
the passing stats. If you're going to go, welcome, happy 25th birthday.
Yeah.
If you think that passing stats from today have a damn
go
thing
look
to
at the
do
quarterbacks
with how great a quarterback you were.
Yeah. Deion Sanders, a couple people point out Deion Sanders had his number retired in Atlanta and Florida State, but not in San Fran or Dallas. I don't know that he was at those places long enough. Well, first of all, Dallas doesn't retire numbers. They do that. They do the Ring of Honor thing.
Right.
They don't.
Well, no, but Deion said my jersey's been retired everywhere. So those texters are pointing out that Deion's just flat out lying. They're saying.
Yeah. Oh, I got you. Gotcha. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's get to the 9 o'clock hour here. What is Adam Schefter hearing? What's scuttlebutt draft intel is he hearing about the Houston Texans and big picks coming up on Thursday? We've got that for you coming up next. If you want to get into a brand new Lincoln,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, draft week intel from Adam Schefter. Before we get into this, there's a weird thing with the draft. For the first time in forever, I forget how long, every team, Seth, has their own first-round pick as of right now. It's
every single team.
Every single team has their own first-round pick. There have been no first-round picks that have been dealt during draft season here, nor that were part of one of these, Laramie Tunsil trades or Deshaun Watson trades or anything like that.
What's it all mean? How do I read into this? Is this a sign of the laziness that's pervaded our society?
Do the GMs,
Is this it?
The GMs just don't want to pick up the phone and make trades? They just want to sit on their laurels and everything? I don't know.
Dadgummit, I know tariffs are involved in here somehow, some way. What the hell's on here?
I'm guessing it's because I'm guessing two things. I'm guessing it's because one, this is a draft that reportedly, according to people who do the evaluations, there's like 8 really, really good players, and then the next 60 players are all the same. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but there's that perception that there is a massive tier of tier 2 players in this draft and very little tier 1. So most of the teams that would be doing the maneuvering and moving around are saying to themselves, we'll just hang here and take whatever falls to us. And I think the second reason is we have not seen – we talked about this a lot during last year. The teams are shying away now from trading first-round picks or multiple first-round picks for the right to overpay guys. We're not seeing Jalen Ramsey trades, Laramie Tunsil trades, Khalil Mack, Deshaun Watson, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill. These are all players, and I'm sure I'm missing some, that have been dealt for at least a first-round pick or multiple first-round picks. Teams are getting smarter about trading away potentially cheap, young, talented players for the right to way overpay aging players. And so they're holding on to their first-round picks. But it's just weird. All 32 teams have their own first-round pick right now. Just sort of a strange deal.
Yeah, and even the guys that are at the top or that you can set as a different tier perhaps, it's not like they are trade the franchise for this guy or that
Correct.
guy. So it's a lot of people describe this draft as, hey, there might not be the guys that you look at as, oh, yeah, that's a future superstar. But there are a boatload of guys that you look at and think, you know what, boy, that guy really is a future solid pro or a solid starter or what have you. So it's deep without giving anything to get you overly titillated about. That's my kind of draft, Sean.
What's that?
You know what this is? It feels like you're buying a Mercedes with 9,000 miles on it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm not going to overspend.
Draft.
I'm going to get a nice vehicle, but I'm not going to overspend for something just so I can say it's new.
Well,
yes,
that's a good draft to have the 25th pick in. I would say. It's probably teams picking up in the top 10 that are like, man, I wish this was last year or the year before, whatever it may be.
You sound like a Jack Easterby email. Yeah, actually, the 25th pick is even more valuable than the number 1 overall pick this year. Because
wait till I advocate later this week trading back to 40 because you're going to basically get a first-round talent at a cheaper price.
Right, yeah. We should, by the Texans should never want anything except second and third round
We need to read that
ever.
memo the day of the draft again. I feel like that's a memo, and for people who don't know what we're talking about, Jack Easterby had a memo sent out to the media right after the DeAndre Hopkins trade that had some of the most inane explanations for elements of that trade that I've ever read in a document ever. We should read that. We should do an annual reading of that. I say annual.
He made it was one of those things. It was a good thing he actually had a couple of good points in there, but whenever you're trying to make an argument for something, don't try to pack it with as many arguments as possible, because then it's impossible to just not for your opponent or whoever you're trying to convince to just attack and assail the dumbest arguments.
Yeah,
and there were so many dumb arguments. Yeah.
There were dumb ones. The one good one, if I'm going to guess what you think the good one was, not to get too sidetracked, was when he said, hey, we can trade back to 40. This is a really deep wide receiver class. That's why we can trade DeAndre Hopkins. But then they drafted Ross Blacklock.
Which in the memo promised that number 2 pick would be a player who would be a very good player for years. For many years, yeah.
Many.
He lasted how many seasons?
2.
1.5?
2.
Is it 2?
Yeah,
it's 2.
2.
Good. He made it 2.
Yeah, maybe 2. All right, so here's what Adam Schefter, the one thing for the Texans here. Let's rate Adam Schefter's intel here and see how good we think it is.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at this yet.
Okay.
I want you to. I'm gonna shoot from the hip on this one, old Shawners.
Okay,
Let's do it.
Here we go. The title of this segment, there's like 12 sections of this article. The title of the one that involves the Texans is "Expect the Texans and Eagles to be active."
Oh, crap! All right,
let me read it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to change things.
What a nugget.
No general manager seems to enjoy making draft weekend deals more than the Texans' Nick. During the 4 drafts he has run, the Texans have made a remarkable 22 trades either shortly before or during the draft, including one with the Vikings on March 15th last year. That's shortly before? Okay. On March 15th last year that netted Houston the second-round pick that Caserio turned into wide receiver Stephon Diggs.
I understand that reference.
The trade with the Vikings was just a warm-up for draft weekend when the Texans went on to make 3 more deals, 2 with the Eagles and 1 with the Lions that involved 9 picks in last year's draft. As busy as they were last year, it was nothing compared to how active they've been during other drafts. During the 2023 draft, Seth, they made 8 trades, including the move up for Will Anderson. They made 7 trades in 2022. They made 3 during 2021. If history is any guide, the Texans, who have 7 picks this year, will be moving all around the board again this weekend.
All right. This is where I've got an issue with this.
That's not a report. That's an educated.
This is intel. This is intel.
It's intel.
This
it says
is
in
intel.
the title. In the title of the article, it says it's intel. Yeah.
This is like you hire somebody for corporate espionage. They're like, hey, listen,
dude,
you need to go find out what those bastards at IBM are doing. And your corporate intel special comes in with his report. He's got a dossier. He opens it up, and he says, computers were invented in 1945, and there have been advancements in computers ever since. IBM started off making punch cards, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You give me we all know this. Of course they're going to be active on draft.
This is
Intel would be if Schefter said, you know what? The Texans in Caserio are usually really active, but expect them. The intel is that they're actually not going to be that active this year.
Right. No,
don't degrade yourself, Schefter. You disappoint me.
This is telling me that, like 10 years ago when Charlie Sheen was on his bender, that he's going to do coke. My intel tells me. My intel tells me this hooker is going to get laid.
My intel tells me that he's going to hire a prostitute sometime in the next.
Right. Yeah. Charlie Sheen. Right. Yeah. It's. So anyways.
Yeah, not Caserio.
Yeah, that's the intel.
Now that would be intel. That would be juicy intel.
That would be juicy as hell, but that's not happening.
Tell me whose marriages are falling apart right before the draft.
That's what I want to know.
You tell me which GM, likely the Browns or somebody like that, his life has turned to crap.
It is the one part of that is interesting to me is he does point out who they were making the trades with last year, and one of them was Howie Roseman and the Eagles, and Caserio might have even said this on our show because we talked to him after they had made the C.J. Gardner-Johnson trade, and he mentioned Howie and I have done business before. So there is a comfort level sometimes with teams that you do deals with. They've done draft day deals with the Eagles before.
Yeah, and so the Eagles have 20 selections over the next 2 drafts. And yeah. So they got 20. This is the intel I got from Adam Schefter.
Yeah.
Somehow he unearthed this intel.
Yeah.
By
Googling how many picks the Eagles have.
This isn't actually. I like this breadcrumb work of okay, they've done deals with the Eagles, and the Eagles have 20 selections over the next 2 drafts, so they might be looking to do business.
Yeah. He's got some quick hit notes. Let's see if these have any validity to them here. Okay, now see, this is some intel. Contrary to internet speculation, the Eagles are not trading A.J. Brown. The star wide receiver signed a 3-year extension a year ago this week. There had been some rumors out there that A.J. Brown was on the trade block. See, now, Schefter, you're serving a purpose.
Yeah.
That you're pouring cold water on that. Once he is I like this. Once he's picked Thursday night, Colorado standout Travis Hunter wants to make sure Roger Goodell introduces him as a cornerback and a wide receiver. You know what?
Oh, okay. Cornerback and wide receiver. Travis Hunter.
I hope Goodell goes into. Don't tell me what to do. I'm the commissioner. I'll introduce you as
he's all lovey on draft night.
That's
you
true.
know, it's just like as he hugs the guys, 33% of whom he'll end up suspending or fining someday.
Yeah.
It's nothing but love at the very beginning. Yeah,
Will picked him.
It's like you and your father-in-law on the wedding night. Like, oh boy, nothing could ever drive a wedge between us. Yeah.
Where do you think? What do you think happens? He's got some stuff here on Shedeur. Shedor's the most interesting story on draft night right now, right? I mean, like just generally speaking, like because
I think even if you and that's the hard thing with Shedeur, separate all of the kind of the drama around it and everything. I'm not even saying there's just drama around that whole situation.
Yeah.
Not faulting Shedeur for it or whatever. It's just that he's a very interesting prospect.
Yes.
Given the way I think strictly on football things, a lot of different teams probably have different feelings about him, and then you have all of these dynamics like the Steelers, who are probably microanalyzing the Pat McAfee interview of Aaron Rodgers last week to figure out what's going on. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things that could happen with Shedeur Sanders.
Schefter says this about Shedeur and the Giants. The Giants are picking third. And the rumors like a week ago were the Giants and the Browns picking at 2 and 3. Browns picking 2, Giants picking 3. They're not taking a quarterback. And next thing you know, the Giants' entire brass is out in Boulder last Thursday for a private workout with Shedeur Sanders. Schefter says, as one NFL GM said about Joe Schoen has lived in Boulder. So apparently Joe Schoen has spent a lot of time evaluating Shedeur Sanders. The Giants had access to unique insight no one else did. Colorado's director of on-campus recruiting for their football team is Malika Slayton, sister of Giants wide receiver Darius Slayton. So there's that.
Okay.
They've got somebody in the building there.
What does she do?
She's the director of on-campus recruiting for the football team.
Okay.
So that's, so she's around it.
That feels like the kind of thing that could only be bad info if she's got any kind of info. Like, okay, she's the director of on-campus recruiting. She probably doesn't have a whole lot of insight to actually what happens going on inside the football building and everything. Yeah. So I'm not saying that she does have bad info. I would just think that, okay, that's the only thing you could glean from that is either, okay, Shedeur was super cool with recruits or whatever. That would be a check in his favor.
Yeah.
Or like, oh wow, he was a jerk or something.
Oh yeah.
But I wonder how much of an edge that gives Joe Schoen, who's already proven himself to be a horrible general manager.
Horrible general manager.
I feel like whatever intel she can provide could potentially be way overweighted by Joe Schoen.
Yes.
Joe Shane's going to read way too much into it and think that he's got this edge on everybody else.
Yeah. It's basically the Giants, the Saints, or the Steelers for Shedeur.
I clicked on the link and actually saw the article, Sean, now. So
Okay.
the one little nugget that is interesting, that defensive tackle, Desmond Watson, who weighs 464 pounds.
Oh, the Florida kid?
Yeah, he could become the heaviest draft pick in NFL history.
Did he even get on the field for Florida? Like
he did at times. There's like one play where he picked a dude up and threw him down, and people go gaga over that.
And he wears
and ignore all of the other times that he's just standing there, being largely ignored because he's not going to get to a tackle.
And he doesn't wear a defensive tackle's number either, if I'm not mistaken. Like I remember seeing him on the internet for the first time. He was like wearing like number 21 or something like that, and I'm like, that is the biggest running back I've ever seen in my life. 400 pounds.
Well, according to this YouTube video, he's the scariest D lineman in college football.
Oh, that's a good title right there.
Yeah.
Have you? Do you have the gumption to put titles like that on a video for?
No. Oh man, some of these the guy.
You're never going to reach your potential unless you start getting the stomach to put salacious headlines
and they get I know, and they get so many clicks and views, but I don't think people stick around. People get angry at those accounts because it'll be things like Texans make insanely brilliant move, and it's they signed Irv Smith Jr. Like okay, we're like this tips the NFL upside down.
Yeah,
Texans re-signed J.J. Taylor.
Right.
Yeah.
The ones that got Amy and I, didn't get us. I mean, but we just booked our vacation for the first week of July, and we're not doing a road trip this year. We're just going to an all-inclusive and sitting around and eating and drinking for 6 days. But we wanted to see reviews of the different properties we were looking at, and the big catchphrase in those YouTube reviews is honest opinion. When they put honest opinion in there, because the immediate place your brain goes is like, ooh, what's wrong with this place? You know? When they put honest opinion.
You know which one I used to be a sucker for? And I knew I was a sucker for it, but back when I was, like 22 years old, or 20 years old, looking for a used car, and you're looking through the newspaper. If I saw AC blows cold, I was like, whoa, that sounds awesome. Lots of cars have air conditioning, but this AC blows cold. And it might have a little icicle or something.
I was going to ask you, did they have graphics? Did they have snowflakes next to it?
Yeah.
That would totally
and that's how I
suck me
became
in.
the proud owner of an '89 two-door Pontiac Le Mans.
That blew cold.
That AC blew cold. Oh, and it did. Yeah.
It was not false advertising.
The seat mountings weren't as sturdy as I needed them to be.
Well,
2 days before I got drafted in 1997, I was taking a hard corner, putting the Le Mans through its paces, and taking a hard corner in Ithaca, and my seat broke off its mounting.
Oh, jeez.
I was like, man, I really got to get drafted. I
Okay.
I really hope this all works out.
How quickly did you swap out that car after you got drafted?
Pretty soon after.
What'd you get?
I got a used. I was being smart with my money.
Yep.
But I got a lightly used Yukon.
Okay, so it's big. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
The seat mounting's never broke on that.
I'll bet. Yeah. Good job. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's the scuttlebutt.
I'll tell you what, Desmond Watson is scary looking because he's got a gigantic butt. As you would expect a 445-pounder to have, except it looks like he's got some substance to him. He's not all fat. There is a part of him where any coach is going to look at him and be like, man, if we can just get him to lose.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you throw him on the Ozempic,
Yeah.
And if you could just get him down to 375, you're working with something.
Day 3, man. Just throw a day 3 pick at him.
There's something there.
Yeah.
He's not just all slop. He is a large human being with some power in that butt of his.
Not all slop. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He's a lot of slop, but not all slop. All right, what went wrong for the Rockets last night? How fixable is this for Game 2 in this first-round series with the Warriors? We'll dig into that coming up next.
Oh, Trajan Wealth. I'll tell you what. Some people have big butts.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 10 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm officially excited. We've got the countdown clock to the draft in the lower left corner of the TV screen on ESPN. 81 hours, 34 minutes, and 23 seconds till the NFL draft, Seth. When it gets down under 80 hours, that's when I'm going to get super excited about the draft.
I wonder, when it comes to countdowns like that, obviously it's not a huge deal for us, but for GMs and anybody else, it becomes very important that you get all of your sleep as much as possible. You want to be well rested going into it.
Yes,
but you got so many things running through your mind.
Yeah,
that's
You do. I'm guessing the hay is in the barn on a lot of stuff. Where I guess unlike the movie Draft Day, where they decided to start evaluating the number one prospect in the draft after they traded for him 10 hours before the draft. I think in real life, if I had to guess, that there's very little that can change between now and Thursday for, say, Nick Caserio and his staff over there.
That was one thing that I was actually kind of surprised about with because I think Nick in the past has said similar things to what you just said, but he did point out that a lot of stuff is still going on in these last couple weeks in terms of just having conversations and maybe tweaking things a little bit. But by the time draft day rolls around, I think most of these teams, whatever their strategy is, they've got their draft boards solidified. They're not gonna veer from it and start making decisions or anything. Now, this is a couple decades later, and maybe things are more aligned, but I do remember hearing a story about one year the Jaguars really wanted a defensive tackle, and they were having a conversation in the boardroom, in the draft room, about one particular prospect, and the scouts were saying, "Oh no, I don't know. We just don't have him rated this high here." And the head coach kept pointing at the kid's 40 time. He had a ridiculously good 40 time, and saying, "Yeah, but." So I don't know, and they ended up drafting the guy, and he wasn't a good football player. But it was so I think there's the way GMs present themselves, and then there's what actually happens, and I think it varies widely from team to team.
Yeah, if I had to guess, the board is probably pretty much set, but you don't have any control over who's calling you saying, "Hey, we'd like to talk to you about pick number 25."
Right.
That can happen at any time.
Yeah, especially if there's one GM out there who's like a coked-up weirdo, and you know that, man, you've got to keep your phone open, because if this guy calls, it's probably going to be at 2:30 a.m., and there's a chance that he's in a bad state of mind to make a decision.
Oh, this is where I wish I had a picture of all the GMs so we could pick who the 2 a.m. Coke caller is among all the GMs.
Yeah, it's the opposite of when you're president and you get that 2 a.m. call and you got to make a decision. It's usually about something very serious.
Mm-hmm.
And with a GM, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, that coked up idiot is going to call me at 2 a.m. I got to be ready to take advantage of him at 2 a.m.
I might pick up an extra fourth here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Rockets last night wasn't great. 95-85. They lose to the to the Golden State Warriors. So they're down 1-0 here. They lose the home court advantage. They're going to have to win a game in San Francisco now in this series. This was a close game down the stretch. Golden State was up they were leading the entire second half, but the Rockets were able to cut it down to 4 a couple of times. Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, if you're looking to point the finger at anybody, point it at those two. They were a combined 7 of 34 from the field last night, 2 of 17 from 3. Jalen Green is Jalen Green's the more disturbing of the two to me because he played so well down the stretch, and he looked like it was a little big for him last night. Here was Ime Udoka on Jalen Green.
I mean, they went after him some, but played in the crowd a little bit too much. And it's not like I said, it's not really the turnovers as much as he only had one. But those shots in the crowd where you got to find your outlets, and so this is a team that's loading up. When he has his isolations on whether it's up top or getting to the lane, they're packing the paint, and you got to find your outlets. That's going to be a big key throughout the series.
Yeah, don't be the guy on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire that forgets that he has the option of phone a friend. Like you're just
lifelines, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you could just forget completely that you have lifelines, and you're like, Alexander Hamilton was the 7th president of the United States. No, you just phone a friend, man.
Absolutely,
they're there for you. Use all your available resources, Jalen. Yeah. Hopefully, you can make that because we've seen him make that. We've seen him make that growth and that improvement. It's just that. This is also his first playoff game, and it's versus a very savvy and since Jimmy Butler got there, a top 5 defense, that it becomes that much more difficult, but it also becomes that much more crucial that you be calm, cool, collected, and patient.
Yeah.
And he didn't look patient last night.
No, he didn't. And as a team, they didn't, man. They just did. That half-court offense was, I give Golden State a lot of credit. They are an active defense, but, man, the lack of good looks, the bad shots, the fact that they can only get stuff done off of their own misses, really. Most of the offense they got was second chance stuff. They dominated the boards, but it didn't matter because they were so bad shooting overall, and they turned the ball over 16 times. Here is Ime Udoka on the half-court offense.
Not our best, obviously. We only score 85. It's not a great offensive night, and the numbers show that, but I think 6 for 29 from 3, 11 for 20 from free throw line, and 17 turnovers that gave up 25 points. So not our best offensive night by any means, like I said. Hold somebody at 95, you'd expect to win if you have a decent offensive night. And not only the shots, but like I said, turnovers playing in the crowd. The misses in the crowd are the same as turnovers, basically. So had our chances. Got to 4-point game with 2:34, I think, and gave up a 3 there, but guarded well enough to win.
I'm trying to think of what in the moment was getting me most angry last night. Like what was making me yell at the TV, like out loud, where the only person that can hear me is my wife sitting on the couch next to me. Why am I yelling? That kind of thing. I think above all else, it was the missed free throws. It was the 11 of 12 line. You're an NBA team, and they're the worst free throw shooting team in the NBA, so I shouldn't be surprised by this.
Yeah.
But like the turnovers, the missed threes, the bad shots, I can write some of that off to jitters. What a first playoff game. Hey, Golden State is a really good defensive team, and they're going to force some things on you like that. Man, you're just standing at a line by yourself. Make a free throw, dude.
You might as well have Dwight Howard as your designated free throw shooter.
They are.
This is what you're doing in this moment. Where you're doing the frustrating thing is they did so many of the things that you need to do. You could point at all the various role players and rotation players and say, okay, that wasn't a great performance. And yet, the Rockets' blueprint is going to be to out-rebound the other team, which you did. You dominated the boards. You vastly out-rebounded the Warriors. That part of it went according to plan. You slowed it down and you kept it a lower-scoring game. That went according to plan. And just your 2 best players, or I shouldn't say 2 best, the 2 players in the backcourt that you really rely on, and you're going to need at least one of those guys to show up. Neither of them showed up.
No.
So, Alperen Sengun showed up. You got to it's unacceptable for a team, which, as we've said from the get-go, if they win a playoff series versus a good team, it's not going to look like your traditional threat in the playoffs.
No.
It's got to be their brand of basketball, and they played their brand of basketball by and large. Problem is they did too good a job of playing their brand of basketball and shooting the ball.
Yeah, this is they're a test. Can you grit your way to, at this point, can you grit your way to an NBA championship? Can you grit your way to the Western Conference Finals? Because they're not going to do it. The difference between those two teams last night was Steph Curry is an elite shot maker, period. Like, that was the difference between the two teams. They don't have that guy. I mean, they've got players that are decent offensive players, and that always, and then now that starts, if this is what this series is going to look like and they end up losing in 5 or something like that, how intense do the Kevin Durant topics get with this team? Like, one game in, if this is how the series looks, I'm going to tell you right now, the narratives, if this is how this series is going to look, the narratives coming out of this series, if they lose this way, is going to be, do you trade for Kevin Durant? Is the only reason you opt in on Fred VanVleet is to mix him into a Durant trade? Because you got to question everything. Fred VanVleet has not been very good since he's come back from the ankle injury. He's had a couple good games, but he's not been very good. So,
it is, you know what, if I had to, we went into the playoffs thinking, like, I don't want to think about Kevin Durant, and I don't want to look at this as some kind of ultimatum on whether or not you go after Kevin Durant. But if they continue to have games like last night, not only do I want them to go after Kevin Durant, but my list of untouchables drastically smaller than it was before.
Yeah, good point.
That's great that you guys love Fred VanVleet so much, and he means so much to the culture and everything. That is great. Love all of that.
Yeah.
I'd also like people who can score
Make shots. Yeah, see you later. Someone texts in, Jabari didn't miss a shot. He was 3 for 3. He didn't take many shots. Ime was asked about that after the game on possibly shuffling the starting lineup, putting Jabari Smith Jr. into the starting lineup.
I mean, it was, some guys did struggle offensively. You're not going to overreact to one game, but if guys do play better, we have a chance there. A 10-point loss, and like I said, holding somebody in 95, it wasn't offensively poor showing. The defense was good enough, but not going to overreact to that game. Like I said, it's some of the guys' first time, and we had our chances.
Yeah, that would be panicking. I think if you, like, Dylan, you're going to the bench, and we're gonna try this Jabari thing out here.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, at the very, like, Dylan can hit threes, and like that's the swap out. I understand wanting to get Smith out there, but at the same time, it's kind of a wash on the swap out there.
Yeah.
Like there's other guys that just simply need to perform better.
All right, so that's your Rockets, 95-85. Next game is on Wednesday night at Toyota Center. Got to win that one.
Wednesday
night at Toyota Center.
That's good for Steven Adams is one of the brighter spots on the floor.
Extra day, man.
Try to get as many minutes as possible out of him. I mean, and it becomes, as things get more and more pertinent as the series progresses, you got to start really trying to push the envelope with him potentially.
Someone sent in a stat earlier on the Jim Adelshammer line. I'll have to go fact check this, but they said the Warriors have only lost one series in this stretch they've had, going back to 2015, where they've only lost one series in which they took a 1-0 lead. So if the Warriors winning the first game of the series, now half of those they just played teams that were extremely inferior to them probably, and they went on to sweep.
Yeah, it used to be just lambs to the slaughter in a lot of those.
This is not the Warriors teams of 2016 and 2017 and things like that. I
know they've lost a couple of series, if you want to call the play-in game a series, where they started off 0-1.
Oh.
So, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to say, well, listen, this isn't your uncle's Warriors team.
Mm-hmm.
And yet at the same time, it's also not – it's not the same Warriors team that they were at the beginning of the season, because Jimmy Butler has made a huge difference for them. And the playoff experience obviously really, really mattered last night.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Tony Busby has his next potential defendant in a civil lawsuit, and it is a big name in the sports world. This just dropped on TMZ is where I saw it. Just dropped. We'll have that for you, and it's somebody I'm looking at on my TV right now. It's coming up next.
It was a big name in a good way in Houston. Louis.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone is asking on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Texans social media posted first day back post today. What starts today? The off-season workouts start today. So
and there's I believe there will be player availability today as well as D'Amico Ryan's comments. So be listening for him on this station.
Yes.
And I'm sure all of our ensuing shows will do an incredible job covering it.
Indeed, yeah.
Yes.
And we'll have it for you tomorrow here. D'Amico and players meet with the. Why are you acting weird?
I don't know. I'm gonna try. I've decided to take on a completely different radio persona.
Okay,
Rich Eisen-like.
That is Rich Eisen-like. Just to get to the item that I teased, Tony Busby posted on his Facebook page. We know when Tony Busby is posting about legal things on his social media, it's not gone well for some people in the past.
Yes, Tony Busby has been at the center of a lot of controversial sports topics.
I'm going to tell you to stop.
As of
right
late,
now.
he seems to have waged a one-man war against the NFL and some of its athletes and people who cover it.
He posted this. Late last night, the Busby law firm filed a civil lawsuit on behalf of a brave young woman who alleges she was brutally assaulted by former NFL player Shannon Sharpe on multiple occasions, the last incident occurring in January of this year. The lawsuit, filed under the pseudonym Jane Doe, lays out a pattern of intimidation, manipulation, and abuse, including allegations that Sharpe repeatedly threatened to choke and slap Jane Doe. The case seeks $50 million in damages. It's filed in Clark County in Nevada, the county where the alleged conduct occurred. The egregious and concerning facts of the case are set forth in detail in the public filing. Busby goes on to say that he's extremely proud to represent Jane Doe. Takes a great deal of courage to stand up against those with power, fame, and money. I look forward to pressing this case in court. Shannon Sharpe, to my knowledge, has said nothing about this. He is currently on TV on First Take doing his ESPN job right now.
I'm going to abandon my Rich Eisen personality now because as a member of NFL Network, the strategy would be to completely ignore this and not talk about it at all.
Yes.
So, sorry, goodbye, Rich. But, so we know very, very little about this at this point.
Yeah.
And we'll see. I think Busby dropped the lawsuits he had filed against Diddy because there were some administrative glitches with it or something.
Okay.
But we know that that's very high profile, is Busby versus Diddy and Jay.
Yeah.
And this Shannon Sharpe one would be, is Shannon Sharpe? I don't think he's ever had anything like this that I can remember.
No, not that I know of. Well,
Yeah.
the only thing that he had out there that was salacious. Remember, he accidentally left his phone, his Instagram Live on.
Yeah.
At some point, I think last year, and you could clearly tell that he was having intercourse in the background.
It sounded totally consensual. So
It did sound consensual. That is true. Yes.
So that wasn't anything scandalous other than just nothing legal or anything.
Yeah.
The plaintiff claims they embarked on a rocky consensual relationship that lasted nearly 2 years.
Yeah, so we'll see where this goes. Larry is in Stafford, draft week. I would expect to hear from Larry. Larry, what's going on, man?
Hey, Sean, it's draft week, man. I hope y'all had a good weekend, and I'm going to get to Seth here at the end, man. I want to talk about the Rockets real quick. Ime, I would change that lineup, man. I'd go ahead and go with Jalen Green, Amen, Jabari, Segun, and Dillon. And then everybody coming off the bench, I'd go ahead and add Cam Whitmore because you are more athletic than the Warriors. And Fred Van Fleet or Van Flut or whatever he is now, dog, he has not been able to get past anybody. And every time that he goes to that sideline, they doubling his ass, and then it's just too many turnovers. The Rockets played too many one-on-one ball last night against all these Warriors that was playing defense, and they got to change that up, man. You can't beat the Warriors playing one-on-one against them, man. You got to play team concepts, and that's exactly why the Warriors off from last night towards the end. Now, this is draft week, and I owe Seth Payne a huge apology because apparently I don't know what the hell these boys at the barbershop talking about when they say we need to draft the offense a wide receiver, because every poll that Seth ran, they said that we need an offensive lineman. So, Seth, This is me doing my Stephen A. Smith best impression of apologizing, but you ain't getting nothing else from me because I still believe that they need a wide receiver, and I'm looking for Nick to make as many trades as possible to get us a wide receiver because I'm telling you, if Matthew Golden or Luther Burden is there, they are going to look real good next to my boy Nico, and I'm glad them boys back in the building because I'm ready to talk some football because I don't know what Joe Espada doing over there with them Astros and our Hall.
I appreciate it, Larry. Yeah, okay, so there you go, Seth. You got an apology from Larry and Stafford.
I think what we realize is there's maybe a little bit of a cultural difference or bias in what what Texans fans want because on Twitter – and I could pull up my demographics on it's pretty broadly and widely very demographic amongst my Twitter followers. The vast majority of people said they wanted an offensive lineman. Now Larry was doing his polling at barbershops, cigar shops, one other place I can't remember.
Food Town, I think he's.
I think it was there could be a kind of a cultural divide somewhere somehow. At least from the people that Larry was polling might be a different cross section than the people I was polling.
Sure.
So it's safe to say that most people, if they had to choose, and I had framed my poll as if you had to choose between wide receiver or offensive lineman, which would you prefer? And more people thought offensive lineman.
Skewed heavy, not just more people. Like it went heavy O-line, right?
But I think so. The real test would be okay if let's say Gray Zabal and Matthew Golden are both available at 25.
Yeah.
Let's say the Texans have them rated equally.
Okay.
What do you take? Let's say the Texans themselves feel like those guys have the exact same grade. What do you want them to take? In that scenario, I think more people want offensive line. Or at least it was 70% of something close to that wanted offensive line.
Yeah, I'd go Golden. I would go Golden, and I feel specifically with Matthew Golden, I feel like there is a gap between him and some of the other wide receivers. I'm sure there's a gap between Zabal or whoever would be there and the other offensive linemen. I still think, and this goes back to, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Seth, but you do talk about the offensive line, about if you can get 5 guys that are average doing the same, working together.
Yeah, if you're just competent.
That's not the case with wide receiver. You need because the Texans feel like they're trying to do that at times. They got with John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson and Robert Woods and guys like that who all have some degree of value, but a special wide receiver scores touchdowns for you. You know what I mean?
Well, and I guess that's the question: is Matthew Golden a special wide receiver?
For sure, yeah.
And that's where I say no. I mean, at least as a prospect, he doesn't look like a quote unquote special talent or special wide receiver. But he's also a guy that is very athletic and does a lot of the nuanced stuff really well. And when you think about him working in concert with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk, it makes it that much easier for an offensive lineman full of if they can just be good average players, it makes it a lot easier for them to do their jobs. So, I mean, there's multiple ways to help out C.J. Stroud. And there's multiple ways having better wide receivers does help him in pass protection because it makes teams a lot more reluctant to blitz you.
That's right.
And you can make them pay a price for blitzing you. Ideally, the most boring and get-out-of-jail-free answer is I want them to take the best player at 25. But if I have to choose, I still in this draft think that there's more guys that could be impact potential future Pro Bowlers at offensive line than at wide receiver.
I would agree with that part for sure. The text. Okay, now there may be some texters on the Bill Adler Texas Hammer text line that are less inclined to protect CJ after last night. Did you see him going up to Steph Curry after the game and dapping him up?
No, I was asleep by then.
I can't write off CJ on Curry's bleep sack. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'd give him a little bit of if it was maybe some kind of SoCal connection, but now we're talking NoCal. And you're sitting behind Tillman Fertitta at the game.
Yeah.
I liked that he was there. He was wearing it looked like an Inland Empire baseball cap.
Okay. Yeah.
It said IE on it.
That's what it was. Yeah.
But not a Rockets cap. And then he was chatting with Steph Curry afterwards. I'm still, I'll give him a pass on some of this. But
I'm surprised Tillman didn't get him a Rockets cap and give it to him and say, hey, wear this. That happened to me with Tillman one time. Amy and I went to the Post Oak Hotel to have drinks. This is during COVID when you still had to wear masks. Mm-hmm. And I had on a Texans mask, and she had on an Astros mask, and Tillman was standing in front of the H-bar in the lobby with a Rockets mask on, obviously, and we walked up and said hi to him, and we went in and sat down, took our masks off, and we were having our old fashions or whatever we were drinking there. And 5 minutes later, he walked over with a gift bag and plunked it down in the middle of our table. It had Rockets masks inside of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
yeah. That was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. So, yeah, I was a little surprised maybe Tillman didn't say, hey, CJ, how about trying this one on here for size for the playoffs, you know? John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are here. Gentlemen.
Howdy.
Did you have a nice weekend?
Terrific week.
It was a good weekend until, like, late last night,
yeah,
you know?
late last night was a
Yeah. Like, at the same time on my TV screen, the Astros are losing.
Uh-huh.
The Rockets are getting run off the floor in the second quarter, and John Cena is winning the world championship at WrestleMania. That. I didn't like the way it was executed. I knew it was going to happen, but I just didn't like the way it was
That was the grand finale, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the main event of the evening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, but overall, the weekend was pretty damn good.
I think so.
Yeah.
I agree for the most part.
Your discussion on C.J. Stroud actually kind of ties in with our question of the day.
I thought it might when I read the text.
It kind of ties in with our question of the
Let's
day.
go.
Which is, which player do you hate to admit that you actually love?
Okay, mine's easy.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
do you have one? I have mine.
Well, immediately Fernando Tatis. I had a good time watching him, man. He does some crazy stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I like Steph Curry.
I've always He's on my list.
I've always liked Steph Curry. When the 2009 draft. Mm-hmm. We were talking NBA draft back in the day on a different station when I was with John Harris. I don't know if Johnny remembers, if he can vouch for me. I thought that Steph Curry should have been the first pick in the 2009 draft.
Oh, wow.
With Blake Griffin and James Harden and all of them. I said
that Davidson run did it for you.
It did it for me, man. Well, and his ability to shoot,
well,
you know. But yeah, and I think he went 7th or something
he
like
went
that.
7th.
Yeah. Right after Johnny Flynn. Rocket legend.
Johnny Flynn.
He was sandwiched in between Johnny Flynn and, was that Rubio in there as well?
No, Rubio went 5.
Yeah.
Johnny Flynn went 6 to the same team, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
That's right.
The Timbies drafted 2 point guards. I think number 8 was Jordan Hill, also a Rockets
I thought
legend.
Jordan Hill was going to be incredible.
That whole draft, whole lottery had like 7 guys who wound up on the Rockets at some point.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. So yeah, so mine is Steph Curry. That's his Fernando Tatis.
I've got plenty that I'm going to list, but one that is polarizing is Reggie Miller.
You like Reggie Miller?
I love Reggie Miller.
With all the foul baiting and kicking out and stuff.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, the question is players you should hate.
Yeah,
you hate
that's
to
true.
admit you actually love.
I know. I understand the concept. I'm still going to poke at you for it though.
By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing.
Mm-hmm.
I should like him more. Like not like him, but I should like
what he does.
That he exists in his prono more. Well, as an announcer, he's just sort of is who he is now. He's not. I actually like him when he's with Kevin Harlan.
Yeah,
Kevin Harlan can raise the level of almost anybody. I didn't watch. Was it Reggie Miller on color last night?
Oh, yes, it was.
Yeah,
he kept trying to like buddy up to C.J. Stroud. You know, he mentioned C.J. Stroud like 4 times.
I watched the Space City.
Okay,
feed.
So did I.
Yeah.
I had both on.
Was Harlan good?
Of course.
Of course, he's always good.
Yeah.
That shot was geometrically impossible.
Yes.
About your favorite athlete there, Steph Curry. Yeah,
he's excellent. Yeah, we're already getting texts. Tony Romo. We've got a couple of Tony Romos on the text page.
Yeah.
As a player? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're just trying to rub me the wrong way. I would say there's plays. Steph Curry is up on the list of great athletes that it's really hard to dislike. I would put Tim Duncan in that category.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's
a good one.
You gotta manufacture reasons to dislike Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
I feel like Pat Mahomes used to be there for me, and then over the last few years, it hasn't been hard at all.
Mahomes?
Mahomes. Yeah, Mahomes got to the point. There, it used to be. It's like, he's this kid.
Who likes
like,
Mahomes?
He makes great play. Yeah, now I've flipped completely on that. I despise him.
Yeah, no, I'm not a Mahomes guy at all. Someone says, James Harden. I'm late to this segment, so I don't know the full context of what you're
I think it counts.
But the answer is
scream James Harden. They just scream James
That's
Harden.
a bucket.
I think James is a little of that for you, Seth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think you're a little easier on him than I think a lot of Houston sports fans, or some Houston sports fans.
Yeah, but it's just
different?
complicated. Yeah, and it's different when it's one of your own guys, I guess. There's just I don't have a need for retribution or anything. I guess.
Yeah.
I don't want to discount the great things that he did by overly focusing on the way it ended and everything else.
We had some good times.
Or various closeout games.
We had
Yeah.
our moments.
Yeah, we had our moment. It wasn't a.
We were good together.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like Tony Soprano trying to talk his way back out of divorce with Carmella. It wasn't all bad.
You know what? Okay, so I can come up with various athletes that I should hate, but I don't, or I love, or whatever. The guy that still I can't quite figure out is Mike Trout, and how I or anybody else feels about him.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he's just this big vanilla blob.
Yes, he's a mega player. He is when you go into MLB The Show and you're like, create a player, that's what they start you with. Like if you just go, give me a good player and I don't care about the details, you get Mike Trout.
Yeah. And he's like 99 in everything.
Yeah.
There you go. I've never played the MLB version, so is that it? Do they do the ratings the same way they do the Madden stuff?
I think the point ultimately lands.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to get caught in the minutia.
So the answer is no, they don't.
That was Reggie saying, we got a show today.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I didn't say
if you want to talk about MLB The Show ratings, we can do that.
We can
I'm
go
good
all
with
day.
it.
Yeah. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. We'll tell you that.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
936, mine's Seth Payne. What?
What? Seth Payne is the one that you should hate, but he loves?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
That's nice.
It is nice.
I guess.
What are the reasons to hate me?
That's what I was
don't
saying.
get
I was like,
that
I don't
one.
see it.
All right. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I look forward to our 2-hour-long text conversation about just how do we feel about Clayton Kershaw.
I can't wait. I cannot wait. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn Skippy. All right, you're in the loop here on a Monday. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, as the man said. And I see you on the Jim Adler, the Tex Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Jim, 713-572-4610, where from the 713, quote-unquote crosstalk and no mention of Il Papa, for shame. Yes, rest in peace to the Pope. Yes, I guess I wanted to make sure that we got that out the way. Make sure that all our religious listeners, particularly those of the Catholic faith, know that we are with them in this time of mourning. All right, let's have a little bit of mourning about some sports stuff, because the Rockets lose Game 1 in one of the very few instances of two teams scoring under 100 points. It was a grit and grind. It was a 90s basketball throwback.
1995.
That's right. It felt like we were right in there. All 5 defenders in the paint type stuff. Are you more frustrated or encouraged by that loss by the Rockets in Game 1? Again, 713-572-4610, or you can catch us on the Morecambe Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, what caught you more? Were you more encouraged or frustrated after Game 1?
More frustrated, and it's not close. It's not close for me because the thing about this game last night is it was a revelation, and keep in mind, a revelation is not always a good thing. It was one of those moments where you watch it. Obviously, second quarter was bad, but really over the course of the entire game, this looks like a team that was okay. Let's set this part aside. They did look like a team that hadn't been in the playoffs. Well, I mean, like they came out. It looked like they were maybe pressing a little bit. You might want to say nervous in some cases, whatever it may be, but discouraged because they don't have an identity offensively. Like they have no real identity offensively of how they're going to go about things. Whereas when you compare and contrast, with Jimmy Butler, just sort of, evaluating every possession, like
playoff Jimmy,
what would be the best thing to do on this possession? Like just calm, just thoughtful. And should I shoot? No, I shouldn't shoot on this possession. I need to do this. Like,
it sure did feel like he was some level of computational machine where he's like, what's the thing that'll annoy the fans of the Rockets the most in this moment? How about a step back 3 in this moment? How about
it was like he was a human form of AI. Like, what should we do on this possession? Oh, I know. We should do this.
Well, I feel like a human form of AI wouldn't have hit at the same rate that he did in this game, to be fair.
But so compare and contrast what the Rockets had with no identity, nowhere really to go other than let's see what Alpi can do. And then the other part of it is Steph being Steph with the veteran, 0 for 3 to start. We were texting about that. And then all of a sudden he goes into full Steph looks and ridiculous looks, etc. This was frustrating. This was much more discouraging to me because of that, and also they didn't really have a plan to counter with. they tried a few things, but it didn't work.
Yeah, I think for me, I am actually on the other side of this, man. I am more encouraged after, admittedly, a frustrating 95-85 loss in this one, but I'm more encouraged. And the reason, I'll start here. That defense was incredible all game long. I think the places where you could see a whole bunch of points coming into this one was turnovers, particularly in the second quarter when they tried to open this game up, which, by the way, that was a time period in the game that I was really disappointed in, because that was where Ime and the Rockets went to a Jabari big lineup where they were like, hey, let's see if we can have Jabari as the big, if we can kind of open this thing up where we can spread the floor out a little bit, but still get the same effect. Nope. It kind of fell apart, and there was more having to drive. Obviously, Alpern was not there to be the focus of the offense, and they started turning the ball over. But there was a lot of turnovers there that led to scoring for the Warriors. And you just missed a whole bunch of free throws. The free ones.
Right.
And I feel like there was probably 10 points right there between the turnovers, or the points off of turnovers that you allowed, and then how many, 9 free throws was it that you missed?
They shot 55%
in this game, right? 11 to 20. Not saying that you would hit all of those, but let's say you add another, 5, 6 of those. And then, or even you could say 4.
Yeah.
There was definitely some points off of turnovers that you could easily get back to the tune of 6 points. And all of a sudden, this is a different game. The Warriors were not getting easy necessarily things here. You had Steph Curry doing the Steph Curry thing where he was knocking down shots that Kevin Harlan could rightfully describe as geometrically impossible or improbable or whatever it was that he actually said in that moment. I thought the defense was incredible. And the offensive stuff, you're not wrong that there's not an identity, but I do think that even within what they did there, right, the identity that they did have, getting those rebounds existed, they just missed a whole bunch of open ones.
Well,
and I'm not to say that this is a great shooting team, but they're not a 20% from 3 shooting team either.
No, that should improve. But the other things that you mentioned, I could easily flip them and say they're discouraging. They didn't make a lot of free throws. They're the worst free throw shooting team in the league.
So 55%, though?
No, that's what I'm saying. They might make more.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, do you really expect all of a sudden for them to shoot 80%, 85% from the line?
But what if we split the difference at 70?
Well, I mean,
that's a few points back there in that particular game.
They're a bad free throw shooting team, and they have been a bad free throw shooting team all year. So yeah, you maybe marginally better, but does that spell the difference in a win? I don't know. But especially when you consider when you out rebound a team the way they out rebounded a team. That should be an easy win. Like their offense was basically, let's try to get an offensive rebound and put back. And that should have been enough for the win right there. So to me, that's almost discouraging. They absolutely crushed them on the boards. They still miss free throws, which they've done all the time. And then as far as the 17 turnovers, yes, that should go down. But as good as the Rockets played on defense.
I'm sorry.
What's that?
I think it was actually 16, but even then, that is ungodly. That is a discouraging amount of turnovers to have in a game. Admittedly.
Yeah, and those might go down. But as much as the Rockets played really, really good defense, the Warriors played really, really good defense.
Sure.
So as I would say, those things are kind of discouraging to me.
I think that's fair. I will say one of the things I was very encouraged by. One of the questions that myself and Luke Morrow asked on Friday in your absence, when we were asking some of the questions that we were hoping to, or that we were interested in game one. We'll circle back around to some of those later in the show. But one of the things I asked is, how viable is the 2 big lineup going to be? Obviously the double big has been something that the Rockets have had to their benefit down the stretch of the season. Being able to get Steven Adams and Alperen Sengun on the floor, it helps with rebounding, it helps with defense. They can throw zones at them. And I felt like you look back at the game that the Warriors and the Rockets played earlier this season, or earlier this month, rather, April 6th, if memory serves me. They basically tied the double big minutes to the non-Steph minutes. And I was like, well, in the playoffs, Steph don't play minutes.
Yeah.
Right? In this game, he actually played 40 minutes. And I was like, is 8 minutes of the double big going to help you? They were actually able to use the double big a lot more, even in some instances where he was on the floor, and it did not break. So I do think that that's interesting, that one of the tools that they have developed to help themselves, it seems like they could at least in some instances use that even with Steph Curry on the floor. And I think that's good because clearly Steven Adams was one of the dudes who, in fact, both of those guys, those are your 2 best players in this game, and feeling that, seeing that it looks like it'll be viable to have them both on the floor at times during this season. with Steph Curry, even in that instance, I think that's a really good thing to have in the pocket, in my perspective.
I don't agree with that at all.
Okay. How do you see it? How do you see it?
Because Steph, the thing with Steph is when they rushed him on the perimeter, all right, he would either split or find a way to get into the lane. And he had, 4 layups against the double bigs?
He did.
I mean, so we talk about how Jimmy Butler can kind of, evaluate things in real time. Steph did the exact same thing in the second quarter when they were like, he goes, okay, you're going to come at me? Let me drive the lane and either pitch, nice pass to Jimmy Butler on one, or a layup or some sort of floater or something. So the double bigs were not quite as effective when he was driving, and reading it. So I could see where the double bigs could certainly help a little bit, but he ate them up. He ate those 2 guys up.
Yeah, okay, I hear you on that. I think one of the tough things, though, is with Steph Curry, that it feels like you're getting into the land where you have to do the pick your poison thing.
Mm-hmm.
And not to say that you're wrong in that instance, however, I'd much rather Steph Curry going to the rim and having to finish in acrobatic ways than Steph Curry wide open threes. Like running him off of the free throw or off the 3-point line, rather, feels like a win for the most part, and then making him make a difficult layup. It wasn't always a difficult layup, to be fair.
Yeah.
But making him make a difficult layup is absolutely the way that you go. And if he does that, then you tip your cap and you go down the other way.
Yeah, and the other thing I've talked about it at the very start here, they kind of look like a team that didn't know how to elevate its game collectively or individually once the postseason arrived. The only player that played playoff basketball last night was Steven Adams. Şengün spurts offensively. That little push shot was effective. All the little half hook that he does, all that stuff. So I'll put Şengün in there too. But Steven Adams was the only one that elevated his game, and so the question becomes, can that change in 3 days? Or 2 days, or however you want to look at it, because they play Wednesday night, and would it be too late? If you lose Wednesday night, you're done.
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about the elephant in the room when it comes to the backcourt. Fred VanVleet, Jalen Green, a combined 34 in this game. 17 points between them, 9 assists, although most of those were Fred VanVleet 7. A decent amount. There's a few turnovers, but really just missing shots, especially as what needed to be the offensive engine here. You're clearly going to be discouraged about this. This is the place where I find a little bit of discouragement because with Jalen Green, and I guess he has to be the portion of this offensively where you get buckets, like especially when it comes down to them condensing the floor. Like he has to be able to attack the when you're hunting Steph Curry, right?
Yeah.
Like that is the weakness defensively for the Warriors. He has to be the dude that can attack them. And I mean, I think it was probably like a good 9 possessions or what have you, where Steph Curry was actively asked to defend. And I kind of took note of the first 5 of them that I saw, and very, very frequently, I mean, there was a step back 3 on one of those instances. There was an instance where you pulled up for a mid-range jumper because Steph actually was body stopped Jalen Green from getting to the rim. Like none of that is good enough.
Yeah.
You need to be able to go and you need to force Steph Curry to work, and then you need to beat him in those matches. Like you just need to beat him in that instance. And then also, can I get some made layups?
Yeah.
And I guess that is one thing that I'm not sure if I'm encouraged or frustrated about that more so because the encouraging thing is that there was a lot of bunnies that you could get back. The discouraging thing, I guess, if I wanted to make this binary, is they've done that before. This series, this season, they have been the team that has left buckets, easy 2s on the table many times this year. And I'm like, I can't say for certain that that's going to take up in a large way to the point where you get all those easy buckets back.
You know, it was Easter yesterday. All them bunnies. Them bunnies showed out.
Okay, I see you.
Man.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you both this then, because you just touched on the other point that I made on this game. Who do you feel comfortable starting the offense?
I mean, I think Alperin. The only thing that's tough about that, and we were talking about this, we were getting a little into the sticks with it, is I mentioned that being a 90s basketball game, the Warriors know they've done the scouting, right?
Yeah.
There's not enough shooting to scare them with this team, so what they're going to do is they're going to shrink the floor. We're going to have 5 guys damn near with a foot in the paint, so that we're going to clog the paint, and we're going to make it tough for you to, get in there, which is where the Rockets' offense is going to exist outside of instances where even when they drive and kick, that's how they get their 3-point shots. So you're gonna be stressed for paint touches, and Alperin, you saw the issues with that, right? He was able to kind of get shots over the top. In fact, the first quarter was a lot
mid-range,
of getting shots from that 5 to 10 range, getting shots up over. Even Jabari Smith Jr., that was one of the good possessions where you were hunting Steph Curry. He had Steph on his back. He turns around, goes up over. But even then, that's going up over. And when that wasn't happening, or when you got into a zone, once the Warriors realized we can get to the zone, have 2 people on Alperin, now he either has to score through 2 or find a way to pass through a whole mess of trees. And he had an issue with that. But, like, it still felt like that was the best way of going about this, especially with the way that Jalen Green wasn't able to attack Steph Curry and was generally kind of, like, getting stifled. And when he did get through the tall trees, missing bunnies. That's the thing that I'm interested to see, because that was one of the questions. What do you have in the half-court offense? And right now, I don't love it. Now, you got a lot of open looks on the 3, and some of that was because Golden State was daring you.
Yeah.
I think if those start going down, maybe...
There were some open looks. There's no question about
maybe you see some things open up, and then you're able to get a little bit more offense in a way that flows.
But is that an identity, or is that the plan that they have right now? Because
I don't think there's an identity.
Yeah, the identity is like Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry. We know that. We've talked about it. Like, is it Jalen Green? That was abysmal, if we're being honest, just start to finish. Or Fred VanVleet, who we've both had a lot of confidence in, but is he going to be able to initiate the offense and build that identity? That's where I'm discouraged. It's the fact that those missed free throws are a regular thing. It's not always going to be 55%, but it's a regular thing. You can't out rebound a team the way you did in Luke. I mean, that was dominance.
But I do think that is a clear matchup advantage that you have in this game, and I don't think that that's going to go away in this series. Right. I think that you're going to be able to out-rebound them. I think the problem is you need to be able to score on the second time as opposed to the third time, and you need to knock down a lot more of these open jumpers when you have them. But, yeah, as the 832 says, holding them to 95 points is definitely enough for you to beat them. I don't think that that's wrong. I think that you're right in that respect. But, yeah, you knew that offensively in the half court that was going to be a question. I think that's where you have to squeeze more juice out of what you did there, because defensively I think you did exactly had the blueprint, and you played it to, I think, largely perfection. You just got to bring the other parts around to where because the margins are already thin, you can't afford to let it slip on these various other situations. Some other texts that came in on the question: were you more frustrated or encouraged by this? 713 mentioned the shot selection was horrendous. Did you feel like the shot selection was bad for the Rockets in this game?
I don't think they were able to create shots, good shots. As you mentioned, the Şengün problem. We'll dig into that a little bit more. And also, VanVleet and Jalen Green not being able to create, whether it was they were getting stopped, on their penetration, or they were just flat out, not being able to create something for someone else. The actual shots, once they got them, especially on the perimeter, were not bad. It's just a matter of creating more easier ones.
Yeah. And then another 713 mentioned Şengün can't be asked to post up at the elbow. That's terrible spacing. Well, the spacing outside of him, like you needed to have people better spaced on the perimeter. But yes, you talk about the spacing. They're not going to give you the spacing until you prove that you're going to hurt them. Not just that you're knocked down shots, that you're going to hurt them, because they know where you want your stuff is in the paint, and they're not going to give it to you. I love saying about the playoffs, it's not about what you can do, it's about what you can't do. Yeah. Because teams are going to pick at that, and that's what you saw on both sides, to be fair. I think on both sides of this game, you saw teams pick at what the other team couldn't do. Unfortunately, the Rockets just left a lot on the table. And maybe that's the youth and inexperience that now that that's out of the way, they'll be able to pick some of that up. Maybe we'll see that. But I guess to be fair, Fred, you got experience, dog. What's happening, man? Let's knock down these shots. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Plenty of time to talk about what was a very interesting, at the very least, loss in Game 1. I still think that there's a lot to be seen from this Rockets team in this series, but we'll get into more of that as we go along. Coming up next, where do you think one starting caliber player would make the biggest difference for the Texans as we enter draft week here in the loop? We'll do that next.
Area 45 with Bijani.
Hire in 1 to 7 days in partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah. Happy Monday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, which, man, I know that this is not, I cannot pretend like this is the entirety of the fan base or the listenership or what have you, but I see 979, H-Town fan on the YouTube page saying the series ended last night for all intents and purposes. And damn, really?
No.
Y'all already out like that?
Nah,
I
man.
it's far from over, man.
Yeah. No, I thought, we just talked about it. I thought there were a lot of things that were discouraging, but that doesn't mean, it's over.
I think even just looking at Golden State, man, because outside of Curry and Butler, they ain't had no offense either, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where that offense going to come from out those two.
Yeah, but Curry and Butler,
Yeah, but
but if the Rockets get some offense, we got a game.
Yeah.
We got a series.
Yeah.
Man, y'all wildin', man. Let's take it from this. If they make layups, make free throws, maybe don't turn the ball over nearly as much, and that's a win.
Or at
game.
least can we do what we did in the regular season?
Mm-hmm.
Can Jalen Green get his average up?
Let's be honest. I told Reggie this, and we alluded to it in the last, and we're going to get to the Texans topic here in a second, but they got to show up. They look like a team that just wilted. Are we being honest? I mean, they wilted. Let's be honest. That was not the squad that we've seen.
It's just, they couldn't hit anything.
It's almost like they respected the moment too much because you could see them really.
However, it ended up being that way. It was that way.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that as we go.
Yeah.
But I was just surprised. Shout out though to Houston, Texas, showing up, putting the shirts on because that's something that teams don't or. It's kind of an epidemic in arenas where, in order to get this environment and this vibe for the playoffs, they got the shirts and people who spend a good amount of money to be there want to show off their fits rather than be a part of the. Nah, y'all put on the shirts. Y'all showed up relatively early and the energy was high enough. I respect
a lot of
it.
energy in the building.
Shout out to Houston showing up. All right, and do it again on Wednesday. All right, but on Thursday, after game 2, we get round 1 of the NFL draft. We're nearing.
Hey, it's draft week,
We're
fellas.
so close. It is draft week. Where do you think one starting caliber player would make the biggest difference for this Texans team? Because, to be fair, I think that you have an opportunity of getting more than one starting caliber player. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah called this starters draft. There's an opportunity to get starting caliber players for a pretty strong number of rounds into this thing, probably into maybe the third round of getting really solid caliber starting players. But even if you just came out with one, where would the most impact be made for this Texas team? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, that's the number. Let me ask everybody. Let me ask you this.
Everybody?
If I were to tell you with their first round pick, the Texans are going to draft a starter, and he's going to be exactly what they project him to be. He's going to be exactly what they hope at 25, a starter.
Was that Dennis Green? They are who we thought they were.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Which starter helps you the most? That's how I would look at it. Is it an offensive lineman? Does that help you the most? If you can plug in at 25, you get whether it's a guard, a tackler, whatever. He's going to be a starter. Does that help you more than a wide receiver? Does that help you more than maybe even a running back that can be a true 1-2 big-time punch with Joe Mixon? Does that help you more than, a tight end? Or if I could guarantee you're going to get the guy you think you're getting at 25. What position helps you the most?
I can easily see the argument being wide receiver, right? Getting a starting caliber wide receiver 2, where you go now you're putting defenses at real questions because you have Joe Mixon playing at his ability. Obviously Nico Collins on the opposite side, and then Christian Kirk with the ability that he has, and then also ability to take the top off. Adding another element, particularly if it's a speed element, at wide receiver 2 would be great. And I hear what you're saying, and I think the setup makes a lot of sense. I cannot shake, however, the fairly lackluster offseason offensive line-wise. You added some guys, and I'm still not – right? That same assurance that you have that would be great in this particular instance. I would like having that assurance for a guy on the offensive line because you don't have a lot of those, right? Take that to this offensive line room that's currently constituted. How many of these guys, and then we're going to do the spades thing, can you give me how many books you got on offensive linemen that will be as advertised that you're certain of?
Yeah. Figgy, what do you think, first of all?
I was about to say I'm going board on that question. Yeah, I don't know. I got maybe 2 in the possible.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so
yeah.
I think for me, I would still love to have, particularly on the interior where you had a lot of pressure, you're still going to be starting one of these centers that was fine, but not anything more than fine. You're still going to be starting one of those. The likelihood, or maybe I shouldn't say the likelihood, but I could easily see you starting at least one guard who had some real problems last year, right? Even if you think that they're maybe overstated or what have you, that you're going to be having, because Laken Tomlinson feels like he has an opportunity to start on this team. I can't get there with my guy Ed Ingram. Sorry, brother. Titus Howard, put him at guard. How confident do you feel there? Put him at tackle. How confident do you feel there? Cam Robinson, maybe you feel good about Cam Robinson. All right, cool. But I just don't know that there's a lot of guys on this offensive line that you're guaranteed are going to give you the level of, hey, this is going to be starting caliber, exactly what you expect of them. And we're not far enough away since this offensive line, particularly on the interior, being the entire downfall of your offense.
I actually am right there with you. As much as I think they're going to draft a wide receiver, I wouldn't mind, maybe not in the first round, of course, a running back that you can rely on maybe in the second round or third round or whatever. But I think if you could tell me you're going to get a dude on the offensive line, to me what that does is all these question marks that we have about everyone that they've added, Cam Robinson even, who I think is probably the safest of the bunch, but certainly just go down the line with the other linemen they brought in, Trent Brown. Laken, Tomlinson, you mentioned him. If you could guarantee me guard or center, he's going to be a dude, he's going to be exactly what we thought, it's got to be offensive line, because then all the other guys, you have a little more wiggle room in terms of who can play, who lives up to it, who doesn't, Yeah,
and I hear you from the 832, and there's a number of people that actually agree with that sentiment on offensive line. Without competent coaching, O-line will forever be an issue. Stop wasting picks and get a wide receiver. If you feel like you don't have competent coaching to get your offensive line in the right place, then we're all
then it doesn't matter.
Like everything we're doing,
then it doesn't matter.
Is a waste. And I get that something that's kind of basically what you're getting to, but I think also competent coaching is not going to change some of these guys, especially when you're talking about there's quite a few guys that you're talking about backside of the hill, right, of sorts.
Right.
And I also want to take us back to, yes, I know that we have been in some ways listening to what Nick Caserio has said, what has been kind of said by the rest of this organization on this move of Laramie Tunsil out. It's not necessarily about culture or what have you. However, if you have a culture set in that offensive line room, like you can see the difference between a nasty offensive line and a not nasty offensive line. And not to say that one guy is inherently going to change all of that, but it'll go some way in doing that. If you get someone like Tyler Booker, who let him tell it like trying to make people quit the game when he's out there playing, like that kind of nasty would be very beneficial on this offensive line. I think that'd be huge if you start changing the culture of the offensive line, or just changing the way that they play and that grit aspect. If you want to, let's make a new analytic, grit factor, or what have you.
Yeah.
Change that and up that. I think that matters in a good idea. Well, because man, imagine Joe Mixon getting like real lanes to run through as well.
Right. Now let me throw a curveball at you guys. What if you get an interior defensive lineman that is a dude at 25? We've talked about that. That's been mentioned. Maybe they'll go there. Think about what that does for this defense. Like a guy that can collapse a pocket, a guy that can, just absolutely be, day one starter, gives you all the, everything you want on the interior. What does that do with the ends? What does that do with the linebackers? What does that do with this great secondary?
I mean, like, it only ups all that, right?
Yeah.
Like, we talked about this. I mean, this defensive line clearly got after the quarterback incredibly well, right? That only gets even that much better if you have a guy in the middle not allowing that quarterback to step up into the middle, right? If now he has to consider the edges and can't go up the middle, and you're getting good
it
push.
Could be transcendent.
And then what does that do for the secondary? Well, that gives them more opportunities that, errant footballs thrown up in the air, or, catchable ones. And that all 5 of the guys that you're running now in the secondary, plus into your depth of playing the ball in the air, on top of the fact that like the passer rating against these guys is very low. Like, you have an opportunity to be incredible, but I think you were already a fairly incredible defense. I think that's now that does bring me to the question, and we have not talked a lot about this. How much do you actually believe Sheldon Rankins has in the tank?
Again, so where do we land on this? If you can get a stud interior defensive tackle, all of a sudden you're talking about a defense that potentially, obviously a dangerous word, could be one of the all-time greats or one of the greats in the league this year. So where do we land? Offensive lineman? I mean, everything they want to do is protect C.J. Stroud, and we know what C.J. Stroud with protection can do. Or, hell, the interior defensive lineman, wide receiver, give him another weapon. If you could guarantee those guys, where are we landing?
I think I power rank mine offensive line, particularly on the interior, wide receiver, and then defensive lineman afterwards, interior defensive lineman. I understand a lot of the people that are talking about the wide receiver, right? And somebody said O-line only stands out when you suck. However, can I take you back to last year? Because you can easily put that label on this offensive line. So, no, I would absolutely label this way. I would not complain too much with a person who does point to maybe wide receiver. But I'm still in that place where I would very much like to make sure that this offensive line is solidified because you have talented players. You do have, you have the luxury still of having, 3 and a possible really talented, skill position players on this offense. Like, that's still beneficial. Talk less of adding a fourth. Let's make sure that the offensive line can hold up the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, I'm kind of is where which position is better at that point at 25? Like, who's there?
Yeah.
Because we kind of talked about it on Friday, how it could be a run on offensive linemen with all of the teams that could take an offensive lineman. And if we at 25 and that's the, 7th best offensive lineman on the board, then I don't want to take that. I'd rather go with the best player available, which would be probably like a defensive lineman or a receiver. So I kind of want to see. 25 is a tough place to pick because you don't know who the hell is going to be there, who might slide down, who might get taken early and all that.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility at 25. And honestly, look, let the way that I think Adam Schefter just had his latest dispatch. It seems like not anything that we didn't know, but the rest of the NFL is looking at Nick Cassera like, oh, he's going to do something, ain't he? So we'll see what that looks like. Talk more about that around the NFL. But then also at noon today, D'Amico Ryans talks to the assembled media as offseason program starts today for the Texans. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans, see if he maybe leaves any breadcrumbs in this way or anything else when it comes to your Texans
we
later
love
in the show.
breadcrumbs.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What player do you hate to admit that you actually love? Because speaking of CJ, he was out here cozying up to somebody that the city of Houston doesn't necessarily rock with. 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right, you ever had one of those aha moments in life,
ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day, inspired by a little bit of courtside action at the Rockets-Warriors Game 1 game. Unfortunately, the Rockets did not get a victory there. It was 95-85. So Game 1 goes to the Warriors. Don't worry about it. Eric Corgi said it's a 7-game series, so don't even worry about that.
Who?
Friend. Eric Corgi. Are you not familiar?
Eric Corgi. I am not.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, then I can teach you about something. It's going to be scoregami all over again. But question of the day, what player do you hate to admit that you actually love? 713-572-4610 is the number to text to get involved, because C.J. Stroud, along with Joe Mixon and Tank Dell, all courtside for this game, showing love for the city of Houston to some degree. Joe Mixon is a...
C.J. Stroud did not put that T-shirt on.
No, he did not put that. Yeah, he didn't put the T-shirt on. He was wearing his Inland Empire minor leaguer hat. He's from that area. He likes to put on for the house.
Lakers till he die, man. He's Lakers,
Cali.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Lakers guy.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the same. Like Joe Mixon, I understand he's a Bay Area guy, so Warriors a Bay Area team. Like maybe you give him a pass. I don't know about y'all. Y'all do what y'all need to do. C.J. Stroud, however, you're not even a NorCal guy, but he loved him some Steph Curry. He was in there chilling with him, and it feels like the city of Houston, at least, at the very least, on some solidarity stuff, right? Like, hey, it's us versus them right now.
Come on, man. Yeah,
don't be out here.
Come on, man.
Fraternize with the enemy.
Yeah.
But it seems like Steph is one of those answers for a lot of people. I mean, also, Sean had that as the player that he hates to admit that he actually loves.
Steph is on my list. I honestly don't see how anybody, at least respect, at least respect.
A lot of respect for Steph.
But
the one thing that gets me with Steph is just, I'm amazed how so many people absolutely love him and treat him like he's a baby, like baby face assassin, all that. I'm like, he was doing it in this game. You saw him doing all this talking to the crowd and doing all this dancing and stuff.
They treat him like he's innocent.
Or he's 5'8".
Like he don't talk trash. They act like he don't do anything.
That dude is, like, you think, I guess it's his build type. He looks kind of like slight or small on TV. He's a big dude. He's a big dude.
People think he like 5'8".
Yes.
Like,
6'3".
Yes.
He is 6'3", and he be doing all this dance. Typically, you have somebody who is doing all this dancing on you. He's dancing before he make the shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Usually people don't like that.
Or
people
turns around and jogs the other way.
You see how I was looking at C.J. Stroud when he made that ridiculous 3?
Yes.
Doing some night and stuff.
Yeah. So who's on your list? I got a couple that immediately came to mind. I kind of had to keep this relatively quiet. People knew it, but especially when the Texans and Colts were, obviously going at it, big time.
Uh-oh. Vandermeer about to change the channel now.
Vandermeer knows this. Vandermeer's giving me a hard time.
About to switch the music.
Vandermeer's giving me a hard time about it. I've always loved Peyton Manning.
Oh, man.
Always. Like, how do you not love that dude? And you talked about it during the break. Like, he didn't have the best arm.
No.
Obviously wasn't athletic. He just beat you with that big old brain of his.
Oh, is that obvious?
I love it. Obviously, you weren't athletic. Hey, wait, hold on.
Word, he wasn't?
No, he definitely wasn't. He was like, that's crazy. But yes, he was like, I have made the decision before you can even break on this.
Yes.
Where this football is going, and I'll beat you with this mediocre ass arm. Yeah, no, that is fair. Some names that are already coming in from the 832. Thomas Edward Patrick Brady.
All
right.
That's mine right there, man.
Really?
Yeah, 100%, man. Just even how he started, man. Like, it was just this backup dude that came in and
then keep giving us the same mythos.
What round was he drafted in again?
I believe it was the 6th round.
I forget.
Was that it?
I forget.
Yeah, no, I don't find it hard to hate.
How about you?
Interestingly enough, and I don't know, because he did play here in Houston for a little bit, but it does feel like largely, at least nationally, the perspective is to hate on this man, and I just can't get to that place. Can I have Russell Westbrook?
Ooh.
I love that dude, man, because one of the things about Russell Westbrook is so interesting to me because he exhibits all the things that, in theory, we love about athletes, the athletes that we love. That dude is a hard worker. That dude plays hard as all get out. That dude is a sheer power of will all-star. That dude is a super family man. Like, he not out here in these streets. That dude loves his communities. He absolutely supports his community.
I don't care what you say.
And that's what I'm saying.
I
I see all those things, and maybe this is the contrarian in me. I'm inherently one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And I see how much people hate him. Like, damn, if there's so many of these things that we typically go to that we go, hey, man, I like that cat.
Yeah.
I understand. He be taking some dumb shots, though. I get it.
You got the full Westbrook experience yesterday.
Yes, you
just
did.
yesterday you
did. Ultimately, it landed on a win, though, which was good for the Nuggets there. But yeah, man, like the whole entire Westbrook experience. But like, there's so many things. He is such an interesting dichotomy where he does all the things that we typically like would add up and sum up to a player that we like, and people are like, no.
Yeah. There's Reggie Miller's on my list, and I know that maybe a lot of people like I can't get there with Westbrook, can't get there with Reggie Miller.
Do you think people are still there with I feel like if you just saw him as well, actually, it's probably worse with him as a broadcaster.
Just his talking.
Yeah. He was irritating last night, too, man.
Yes, he was
Brother,
on that.
you keep bringing up C.J. Stroud, man.
I'm talking about as a player. Like, people hate it. I love that cat. Just the way he acted, the way he just had the confidence. And there's a soccer one that some of our listeners won't remember or know. But if you've ever heard of Zlatan Ibrahimovic, who calls himself God.
And speaks in the third person.
And he's so hateable.
He is incredibly arrogant.
Endearing.
And it's
so hateable. He's endearing. You know God, right? The Zlatan, you've heard of him.
I heard of him.
Yeah.
Some other ones that come in on the text line from the 832, Lamar Jackson, purely because I hate him because he becomes a demigod when he plays us. Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, that is fair. From another 832, hate to love Luka.
I think there's a lot of people in that place. They kind of keep it quiet, but they love Luka.
I wonder how many, like, especially Rockets fans, like, if you can see the kind of similarities to James Harden. Hell, James Harden might be that for some of these folks.
Yeah.
As well. But that's one thing is I've always seen the similarities with, like, his game and James Harden's game, and it's always been funny how much some people have tried to, like, not keep the, like, no, they're not the same. Like, there's some similarities
there's a lot
in there for sure.
The one I couldn't stand, man, and, God rest his soul, he was good, but Kobe Bryant, man, I couldn't stand him.
Oh, really?
I couldn't stand him, but he was so good. Like, I really enjoyed watching him, man.
How about this one from Rob on YouTube? Albert Pujols. That's brave in this town.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good on that. Like the best I can get you is basically just nonchalance.
Yeah.
Like that's the best I can get you, Albert Pujols. Nah, I'm not. I can't go there for you. I do appreciate Ocho earlier being like, it's not a player, but like sports personality, where they are not even personality, but a sports like entity. He said Yankees fans. He said that, like, he should hate them, but actually love them. They can be arrogant, obnoxious a-holes, but their passion is unmatched. Which, I mean, fair, but also I don't know that you're gonna have a lot of people standing with you there, which I guess is the point. Someone else in moving away from players and just going to kind of personalities. They said Doris Burke.
Okay, I could see that one. I could see people going there. Obviously, some inherent. Maybe old biases and stuff, but you love her. She's great.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that with Joe Buck.
I like Joe Buck.
I like Joe Buck, man.
I like Joe Buck.
I know a lot of people don't like him in this town, but I like Joe Buck.
A little recency bias here from the 281. Jalen Green. I should hate him.
Nah, especially after that game one. Like, hey, my thing about it is the two things that really, really upset me in this game. One, when you get to the rack finish, man, like that's what's all that? That's the Russell Westbrook thing. If you want to, like, I think the people that get mad at him, hey, you driving so strong, you done taken runway and you got to the rim. You did all the hard part. You got all the contact and everything. Put it in the hoop, dog. Like, how are you missing the layups here? You need to make sure that this goes down. Outside of that, also, like, just you get the dude whose food you've done all this work to get a matchup mismatch. You got to finish that, man. You got to eat your dinner on that one, man. Like, you can't. All right, we got Steph. Let's see if you could defend, and then he lock you up. That's nasty business. Yeah. Some other ones that came in. Someone said Deion Sanders was theirs.
Yep, that's a good one for back.
Fair enough. Rob on the YouTube said Joe Buck is fine as long as 21, so isn't anywhere around. Yeah. John, funny enough, the thing that gets me with Joe Buck isn't anything baseball related. It's the time where was it T.O. moon in the stands?
Oh yeah.
And he was clutching his pearls. Oh my goodness! I'm like, he didn't actually show his keister.
What was the word he used? It was really like you would have thought the guy, like, I don't know, did something heinous on the field.
It's like he didn't actually pull his cheeks out, man. Like, calm down. Somebody said the 2017 Astros. I don't know. Do you have to hate them? Like,
Not in this town.
Outside of baseball, I guess.
I could see someone from out of town, like from New York.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Say, I should hate that team, but man, they were good. Something like that.
I'm kind of like that as far as baseball. Bryce Harper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I kind of like Bryce. A lot of people don't like him for whatever reason, but I kind of like Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of hating, but a understandable hating where he got the LeBron treatment. He got he's going to be that guy as a teenager.
Yes,
and then had the audacity to actually be that guy.
He do come across a little cocky too.
He does,
but I like Bryce. I like it.
He does.
Dude's
Juan
a pro,
Soto's
man.
another one. Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Zinedine Zidane. All right, some real soccer lovers out here. And then one that I'm not going to get behind you with from the 936, but I guess if you were just looking at the talent of the player, which you cannot deny, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh wow!
I'm sorry, brother.
That is bold.
We are overlooking some stuff to get to Aaron Rodgers here. No, but he was the one thing I love about Aaron Rodgers, like the athleticism as a quarterback that he showed, is one that I don't even know if he gets enough credit for. Like that dude, the way that he moved around and found to get the ball downfield were incredible. He just that personality. And finally, from the 281, used to dislike Dennis Rodman, but loved him as a whole.
I always liked Dennis Rodman. He got a little kooky off the court.
You think?
He got a lot. Kooky. He got a lot kooky. But as a player, I always loved that guy.
Some other ones: Troy Aikman, late '90s Braves. Okay, all right, keep those coming in. Skip Bayless. Wow,
I could see that. I would like
a follow-up A32. Like I'm not saying that you're wrong per se because it's not really something I can do in this instance, but I'd be interested to hear
I kind of like what Skip Bayless been doing lately. Have y'all seen that?
No.
I have not. He pretty much set up a whole debate, a little desk, and he got a bunch of people that's debating him on whatever. So just some random fans debating on LeBron.
That sounds like a TikTok account that I would not be swiping on.
That dude stays relevant. 40 years worth.
Well,
40 years worth.
He had stayed relevant. I don't know that you could call you could even question the FS1 tenure if you really want to look at some of these ratings.
Hey man, he made news. He made headlines.
Skip.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge comes in. Somebody said actually love Philly fans. Another group of passionate fans getting a little bit of love. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where let's talk about the latest Tony Busby situation coming out in the world of sports. It's a former NFL player. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, man. Playoffs, as you well know, we've been talking about it, are here, and this is the time, if you've been thinking about it, get in with the Underdog app. It is the best place to make picks during the basketball playoffs, and they have that extender.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go NFL as we always do at 11 on In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. And actually, there's a few people still weighing in on the question of the day. Pete Rose, AJ Hinch, Andrew Luck. Someone said should hate Corey Seager, but that mofo can play some baseball and is a clutch hitter. All those and more players that seemingly people hate or love, even though they probably should hate them. All right. But around the NFL, Adam Schefter of ESPN, one of the most prominent newsbreakers in the NFL space, he let out a full draft week intel dispatch where it's just a whole bunch of things that he is hearing that he's just kind of thrown out here. And one of the things, and I mean, we can circle back around to some more of these, but in talking about the draft, talk about some of the players that could be available not from the draft, but to be traded during the draft. And I was interested in kind of seeing your thoughts on some of these because, I mean, he has the likes of like Will Levis. Obviously, it seems like they're ready to get a different quarterback, so that would make Will Levis expendable. That makes sense. Traylon Burks of the Titans, a wide receiver who definitely has not lived up to his potential, especially coming in after they got rid of A.J. Brown. Like, that probably wasn't a nice comparison. But there's some interesting names on here. Evan Neal, who was an offensive lineman with the Giants, is one that was interesting. Jalen Hyatt, a wide receiver with the Giants. Keyshawn Boutte, a wide receiver with the Patriots, in addition to some other names popped up here. And I was and those are the guys who are on rookie contracts. Talk less of some of the guys that are veterans that are be available, although I don't know that the in particular interesting, I guess, to the Texans, I guess, besides maybe a Dallas Goedert or Mark Andrews tight ends.
Yeah.
Any of those names interest you? Because we know Nick Caserio likes doing some trades during and around the NFL draft. Could you be interested, or could you be talked into any of these players possibly being a trade target for the Texans?
The interesting one to me is Evan Neal, but it doesn't make sense. You know, they've already kind of acquired some players that maybe have some questions, maybe need some work, et cetera. But, you know, anywhere you can get help, you know, in that space is going to be interesting to me. But I just doesn't make sense that they would do anything.
Yeah. 24-year-old tackle, using PFF grades with all the disclaimers that come with it. You know, his overall grade, you know, not great and pretty middling for when it comes to tackles.
No.
The pass block grade is bad, but the run block grade is top 10.
That wouldn't surprise me, though, if they did take a flyer on him because, I mean, he was talked about in that draft, like, maybe like an Evan Neal type person. So maybe they did some homework on him in the draft, and now if he's available for a low price.
They're bringing all the linemen in. And why not?
Hey, that's what they want, man.
Yeah.
They want competition.
There it is. This is where I was waiting. I was like, we got to get there. There's competition. I was kind of interested, and maybe this is just like the fleeting thought before I even really gave it a lot of consideration, in that Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver for the Giants. Remember him at Tennessee? Big, like, you know, it's a lot of speed to that guy.
Highly regarded.
But they've definitely tried to get him. Just the Giants just re-signed, who was it, Sterling Shepard, right? And they've been trying to move off of him in order to get Jalen Hyatt in there. He's one of the wide receivers that the Giants had tried to make work. They just hadn't. He doesn't really generate a lot of separation, but he's a fast dude. And I was like, well, what happens if he's in a better system with a better quarterback? Does that make him look as a better wide receiver, or am I trying too hard?
No, I don't think you're trying. I don't think you're trying too hard at all. In fact, Traylon Burks might be in that category as well. A lot of these guys just need.
He's more of an X, like big body wide receiver guy, though.
In terms of being able to be acquired and do play better football. A lot of these guys truly do just need a change of scenery. It is a real thing where it's not a fit. It's not what the relationship maybe is not what it needs to be. A lot of these guys, I think Jalen Hyatt fits in there probably best.
Yeah. So I don't know. I found that to be interesting, but yeah, we'll see how that goes. But more thoughts. I had not really given as much consideration as I probably should have to maybe, hey, what if you can just get a guy, on the low who maybe just needs a change of scenery.
That's exactly right.
But at the same time, considering all the ways that you're paying various different players, it seems like it might be the most optimal to get a guy, not just who is on his rookie contract, but at the start of his rookie contract to maximize the cost effectiveness of young players. All right, some other things around the NFL. This came out just today. Everybody's favorite, Tony Busby, back in the news in a roundabout way, because Shannon Sharpe is being sued for alleged sexual assault by a woman who has been identified as Jane Doe, who claims multiple assaults occurred, with the most recent being February of this year. So Tony Busby and his law firm are the ones that are representing this Jane Doe. And obviously they filed the lawsuit. They say it follows a pattern of high-profile cases, including prior sexual assault ones that we've seen with Jay-Z, which was dropped earlier this year. But then, and Deshaun. Yeah, and Deshaun, obviously.
Eddie. Yeah. Well, here's like the big point that needs to be made. Forget like who did what you think. Don't take sides. It's always dangerous to do something like that. But what I know is going to happen is it's going to be very public, and he's going to be very vocal. And that's a very uncomfortable thing for Shannon Sharpe. I mean, his life is going to get very, very uncomfortable. That much we know.
And Shannon Sharpe is he's very, I guess, particular on his image.
Yes.
Like, he don't like people playing on his name.
Which he needs. He needs to be.
Especially if it's not true. Mm-hmm. Like, he is very picky about that.
Yeah. I mean, like, he obviously worked his way up NFL Network, and then obviously getting on, we were talking about Skip Bayless with FS1, now ESPN. I know the mouse isn't as pervasive as it once was, but yeah, no. He has that, plus his podcast, I guess, domain that he is building up, which, funny enough, that's like his deal with the volume to get into the sports business side of this is coming up soon. So, like, he's actually got a lot of money to be made. It seems like, with the popularity of his podcast, but also like it's a time period where you're going to be building another association relationship. You imagine the timing of this is inopportune, to say the least. Like, I mean, obviously, anytime Tony Busby, like, that's one of those names.
Get public and very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but whenever you have one of those names tied to it, it also kind of weirdly enough makes people question the veracity of the allegations, just because Tony Busby seemed to be around a lot of these things, some of which have been at least looked at as, not really having the right amount of, validity to the allegation.
No, and that's why you don't take sides, but it's just going to be a bad situation all around for Shannon Sharpe. Yeah.
All right. We continue around the NFL, where I saw this. This was very interesting, coming from The Athletic, where Scott Docterman asked the question, does the NFL draft care about college football opt-outs anymore? And I thought this was an interesting question to ask, because obviously, I mean, the expected number one overall pick, Cam Ward, sat out the final 30 minutes of the Pop-Tarts Bowl in a loss that Miami had to Iowa State. And it feels like not that long ago where there was a lot of consternation about dudes playing into the final portions of the season, especially these bowl games and everything, and how important they are to the college football landscape. Are we completely done with that narrative when it comes to the draft as we head into draft week here?
I think this is silly. When has that ever been an NFL narrative? It's been an us narrative. It's been a fan narrative. It's been a national media narrative. Oh, this has got to hurt their stock with some NFL general managers. You ever heard an NFL general manager say anything about that? You ever heard a coach say anything about that? In fact, the other way. I think they probably prefer it.
Yeah, they probably prefer it, or they either want to. They playing a little mind game to try to, be interested in that player. I don't think it's a thing where they just question their heart.
Yeah, I don't, Reggie. I don't know if NFL teams have ever cared. Yeah,
especially the teams that are like film based.
Yes,
like we got plenty of tape to see. Now, I mean, maybe depending on the height of the school, right? Some schools are maybe not getting as much talent competition that you would expect to be NFL talent, so you want to see them against better but that's what the things like the Senior Bowl are for, right? Where I think or the Shrine Bowl or what have you, you can get a little bit of a feel of this player against high-level competition.
I think this is kind of a non-story.
Yeah, but I
really
think I do like that we're getting to a place where we probably can put that all the way to rest.
Yes,
and not have to talk about that. But I do think that the story still matters for like an NCAA perspective, and I think it ties into the conversation that probably employment, of like having contractual obligations to where that becomes a part of the contract as opposed to, because if it's just being looked at as a prep league to pro, then I don't blame any players for, considering what their situations are. But as soon as it becomes, with all the money that's being entangled, and as soon as it becomes like a level of actual employment, I think that then you get to a place where that is an obligation that you have to.
From a college perspective, I totally get it. They're getting good money, real good money now, but not from the NFL perspective.
No.
Yeah.
All right. As we continue around the NFL, worth noting over the weekend, there's another Texan, or return of a Texan, Irv Smith, tight end, who played a little bit last year with the team after being acquired. He returned on a 1-year deal for the Houston Texans. The question I'm sure that I'm asking you here. Does this change anything? Because I know there's a lot.
Does this take tight end off the board?
There's a lot of people on the text line that when we were talking about one position that
That's right. That happened during the show Friday.
No, it happened later. It happened later because it happened during the drive, I believe. Because I remember vividly thinking, well, they're gonna get a chance to talk about this a little bit. But
I didn't even let you finish.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
no, it doesn't change a dang thing.
does that make you feel a little bit better about the line room though, or the tight end room rather?
No.
No, I mean, if you don't have Irv Smith in there, when it's simply Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover, Brevin Jordan, you don't have a lot of guys that you feel great about blocking. Irv Smith seemed to block very well.
That's his strength.
The tough part about it is you don't have him paired. You don't have like the skills paired where you feel like, oh well, now also we get him into a passing round and we feel great about it.
Right. That's why I say no. Kind of a one-trick pony. At this point, and of course,
he said that in the least flattery. One-trick pony. He only got one thing.
But then also, there's a lot of people that have a lot of confidence in what Cade Stover could bring. So it doesn't really change the dynamic to me at all.
I don't know. It encouraged me. Now I'm not in a place where I think that completely takes tight end off the board. However, the thing that it did make me for a moment go, does that change your perspective? Because if we're talking about tight ends, it feels like this draft, there's ones at the very top, the two, and Tyler Warren out of Penn State and Colson Loveland out of Michigan. Those two feel like they are as about well balanced as you can get tight end wise, while also still acknowledging there's some things lacking in their game, as it feels like there is with most any prospect. And then the ones that you get kind of interesting are the ones a little bit later on in the draft, maybe into day 3. And I was like, those day 3 picks, how much do you like getting someone like on a flyer that you feel like can do a little bit of blocking if you have Irv Smith there and you just go, well, we know what he is as a known commodity. That becomes a little less interesting.
I feel, and I could be dead wrong, obviously, Irv Smith might come in and be exactly what they need in this offense, especially with this offensive style of, what we expect is going to be more power gap. And
help
all
a
that
tackle.
Stuff. Yes, exactly. Help a tackle, all that. I could be dead wrong on this, but just me personally, I would be much more optimistic, let's say, not confident, optimistic about the flyer you took in the 4th round over Irv Smith. Because you don't know. It's new. It's a guy that they clearly have targeted as a guy that is going to fit this offense and younger and all that stuff.
Yeah. And so, shout out to Irv Smith returning to the Texans, adding the 4th tight end to this tight end room.
He's going to have a shot. I just feel like
making the roster, you think?
Absolutely.
Sure.
He's going to be there, and he can block, but I don't think it changes much for me.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Now, off-season program starting today. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans at noon as well. So it'll be interesting to hear more about where the Texans are as we go with draft. I'm certain that he'll get questions about that. Chris Ballard had a statement or had a pre-draft news conference today. And one of the things that he said in it, I'm going to ask you, you believe in this? Is this true or false? From Chris Ballard here, the Colts general manager. Quote, if there's a player that we deem worth it, absolutely, yeah, why wouldn't we? The question, would you rule out taking a quarterback high in the draft?
I don't think I would. I think
you think he would? Okay.
A little quick early Monday buy or sell. I would buy
That's
that.
right.
Yeah, I would buy that. Yeah.
On them taking a quarterback. Now, obviously they brought in, was it Daniel Jones? In there to compete with Anthony Richardson, not a quarterback I feel great about. But then you compare that to the quarterbacks that would be available there at 14. It seems like maybe Shedeur Sanders. Then you also had the likes of like Tyler Shuck, who has gotten a lot of love. Jackson Dart, who, mind you, Jackson Dart now no longer going to be at in Green Bay for the draft.
I mean, they know better than anybody else, what they really think they have. And so,
do you think that this is a signal that they don't feel great about none of them boys?
I mean, it's lying season, of course, but I think they would know ahead of anybody else on Anthony Richardson.
All right, so tight end or the field for the Colts, as they have been tied so tightly to either Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland. One of the reasons why, I mean, we were talking on the text line. Somebody was texting in on the Jim Adler, the Text Hammer text line, saying that, if they're willing to trade up for an offensive lineman or a wide receiver, why would they not for a tight end? Not saying that I know that they would be, but in my mind, it feels like you'd have to get above the Colts at 14, because if Tyler Warren is really good, he might go top 10, and then the tight end has been constantly mocked to the Colts at 14 where they get Colston Loveland. But do you take tight end or the field for the Colts if you were betting?
That's a good. I think I will take tight end.
I was like, I think I go tight end there.
The field seems more like a better bet.
That's right.
But I think I would take tight end.
And yet and still, it feels like they end up with a tight end.
Yeah.
But one of the things I love is that I have no concerns about the Texans being able to guard whoever they draft at tight end or elsewhere when it comes to the NFL draft. Thursday, and you'll get all that coverage here
baby.
On Sports Radio 610. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to Rockets. Game 1, unfortunately, wasn't a win. What did Game 1 reveal about the series, and did they answer any of the questions that myself and Luke asked on Friday? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
All right, Low T Center right now. Very, very cool place to go to.
Robinsons, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, Rockets down 0-1 in a first-round series. It's just getting going, but it started on Easter night last night. And a 95-85 victory for the Warriors at Toyota Center. What did Game 1 reveal to you about this series? 713-572.
The bunnies was out, man.
The bunnies were out.
Oh, it was some people at the. Oh, you meant the shots.
The shots.
I thought you were talking about people showing up. That's one thing I do love about the playoffs is that the playoffs makes the arena, no matter where the arena is, a place to be, which means that courtside look. That lower bowl look, people be out there showing up, trying to be seen, right? To see and be seen.
Mm-hmm.
That's
the baddies.
That's where I thought you went.
Snow bunnies.
That's where I thought you were going, to be completely honest. But no, shout out to the city of Houston, getting out to the building, but then also getting into the Rockets vibe of things, not just going and going to be seen, but going to be a part of the game and like the energy in the building. B. Scott was out there. We'll talk to him tomorrow, obviously, as we always do, but he was in the building for the game. He said that the energy was incredible to start, that people were putting on the shirts and like getting in on the Rockets vibe as opposed to just being there to be spectators. They were part of the energy, which I appreciate.
That was about as great an environment as the Rockets have. In fact, Fred VanVleet kind of took like a backhanded shot at him afterwards, and I'm going to have to paraphrase because I don't have it in front of me, but something along the lines of, yeah, we've been waiting for that, and it showed up tonight. So it was a compliment, question mark. Okay, but what did this game reveal, right? What did this game reveal? Let me put it very, very succinctly. There's a lot of things that we've talked about that we will talk about before Wednesday's game that might change. Maybe they'll make more free throws. Maybe they'll have fewer turnovers. Maybe the rebounding edge will ultimately make the difference. Maybe they'll figure something out on the defensive side. But ultimately, it comes down to one thing for me in this matchup between the Rockets and the Warriors, and I'll put it this way. The Rockets have guys who can score, but they don't have an effective offense.
Yeah.
Like, they have guys that can score.
No, for sure.
They have guys that will score.
Alperin.
Yeah. They have guys that can finish. They have guys that can score in transition. They have guys that can knock down threes. But you can have all that and still not have an effective offense. And that would be, we were talking earlier, were you more encouraged or discouraged? That was discouraging to me.
Yeah, I think one of the questions that you can ask, and I saw various NBA analysts asking, who is the player on the Rockets that, and you can get to this different ways, that can draw a double team or basically can dictate to the defense what they have to show you. Yeah. And you don't have that. The closest I think to that you might have to that is Alperin, and then when he is playing at his best, maybe Jalen Green, and even in those instances, you definitely didn't get that last night from him. And so the tough is that immediately starts, and I know the fellas in the morning show were talking about this, immediately starts you thinking towards that's what the Kevin Durant or that's what whatever the star is for. And I think what it reveals is that you're going to have to be a lot more clean around the edges because in the half court, you're not going to be able to dictate in the same way as other playoff series what happens. So you've got to be really clean with what you do, including I still think that you could run through Alperin, but I think there's going to have to be better off-ball movement. There's going to have to be other things that forces the Golden State Warriors to give you certain things or be able to get you some buckets as opposed to just kind of get into your offense. Well, one of them is go quicker. Move through your offense quicker and not allow the Golden State Warriors to just sit back and scope out what you're doing from a mile away.
We talked about it Thursday when we were kind of talking about the 7-point plan, to being able to contend for a championship. One of them that we did not check off the box was you have to have a true superstar, like an absolute true top 5, top 10 player. Well, we know they don't have that. They have guys that can maybe show some, some tendencies to that, but they don't have that. And then the other thing, you just touched on it, in a half-court set, not having an effective offense despite having some scores, that is magnified and amplified when they are confusing you with their defense, specifically the zone defense that they were having, that they played against the Rockets. It just made those passing lanes that much more difficult. Immediately, Şengün, who was the best thing this offense had, especially early, actually the whole first half, they were already double teamed because they're running that zone.
Yeah.
So there were 2 men right on him.
Some other things. Somebody said nothing. The Rockets are who we thought they were. I will say that it did reveal that some of the things that it felt like they had gotten entirely over in that last stretch of the season can still be there. Like missing bunnies, like that's something that we'd seen this Rockets team deal with at times. Obviously, free throws is another thing. Turnovers at times. And, sometimes the inconsistent play of certain players can show up. Namely, I think Jalen Green in this instance where, getting to your good shots is going to matter a good amount. Now, someone was speaking to people, I've seen various people ask, well, why not go to, especially if you need offense, a couple of players who are more offensively inclined in either Reed Shepherd or Cam Whitmore? Like, what did you think? What would you think about like that, right? If you're looking at, if you want to term it in the what did this series reveal, maybe that you need to be more offensively inclined in some ways. Is that a way that you think that you could get to it? Maybe seeing some Cam Whitmore or some Reed Shepherd minutes.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, play these guys more. What I am going to say is I think when you're facing a defense like this, and the Warriors play really good defense. It's not just the Rockets out there playing defense. It's going to be harder for those guys, to find the minutes. I was surprised that Ime only had an eight-man rotation. That was pretty tight.
Yeah, that was an interesting revelation that a man who typically runs like 9-10 players in a game, he went right down to the starters that you're used to plus Steven Adams, Jabari, and Tari. Like that was the rotation, and I do think that that's interesting that it seems like they'll stick to that to some degree, but. Yeah, I'm more in Reed Shepherd. I actually don't think that that's where you turn to. I think that and I think Ime kind of spoke to that. Like he feels like they got offensive looks that they just did not, capitalize on them, and that he's not going to make too many shifts. But I do think that one of the revelations was that the defense is absolutely good enough to get you to where you need to go. Like it's 100% good enough to get you to where you need to go.
And part of the reason I say that they have guys that can score but not an effective offense is how do you start that offense? Where does it start?
Transition.
Well, okay, but you're not going to get transition on every possession. Like when you're running an offense, Fred VanVleet, who we all love and has been effective for this team, especially just his leadership and such, he had a hard time effectively starting this offense. Jalen Green, again, not to be harsh, but he crumbled. He wasn't up for the moment. Maybe he will be on Wednesday night, but he wasn't last night. So where do you Şengün? Well, we just talked about like that. They've effectively said, not Şengün. It's not gonna run through him. And you mentioned this last night as well. He's a baby Jokic for a reason. He doesn't have that whole bag. That right. Jokic has,
especially passing over and out of doubles and clogged tall trees and such. Somebody said, "How can Reed not play? Podziemski sucks." And he can guard him. Okay, he starts guarding him, but one thing that you're going to get in the playoffs is people are always going to attack your weak links, and that's just going to turn into, hey, Reed, come up here and guard, or you're gonna be fighting to make sure that you don't give up a switch of him onto Steph Curry. And if you want more Steph Curry open looks, more power to you. You can abide by that in a series like this, especially because you played pretty well. You leaned on him. I thought that was a good thing that was revelatory. That I think that'll pay dividends in later games in the series, especially if you could push it longer and longer. But yeah, Reed on the floor, he's going to get eaten up defensively in a way that he was already getting eaten up pretty much when you're in the regular season. How much more when you have teams that game over game are actively scheming towards get to your weak points.
Let me ask you this though: you're down 0-1 at home, so you've lost that advantage. If you go down 0-2, this series is over. It's effectively over. I don't think anybody would argue against that. So I'm not going to say desperate, but do you get a little more daring, in game 2 because it is that important a game?
I think that you have to trust the strategy that you have. I think the situation that you have, the strategy that you have is the one that's available to you. Because, if you're asking the question, how do you get into half-court offense, and you don't have a great answer, so then throw the entire playbook out the window and just scramble in an 0-1 series. I feel like that's too much or too far-fetched to get to. Now, one thing that people asked, in fact, someone asked Ime Udoka after this game, would you consider starting Jabari Smith Jr.? Because he had a very good game, at least when it came to he had a good game scoring the basketball, and he was in that lineup that was on the floor when you really were able to make a run. He looked pretty good in that way. And so Ime was asked, would you consider maybe starting Jabari Smith Jr.?
It was. Some guys did struggle offensively. You're not going to overreact to one game, but if guys do play better, we have a chance there. 10-point loss. Like I said, Summer Day in '95, it wasn't offensively poor showing. The defense was good enough, but not going to overreact to that game. Like I said, it's some of the guys' first time, and we had our chances.
Well, the thing is, they're not going to overreact. He just said it, but they need to react. You posed the question, or made the point. This is your offense essentially. Like are you going to be desperate or at least daring in some of the changes you make? I think you have to do something. I think you have to do something. Whether it's, I mean, we talk about like Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green. It might just be as simple as running. Some old school high pick and rolls that you just try to rely on your best scorer to get a bucket in the. I mean, that's what the Warriors were doing. I mean, they when they were rushing Steph, they let him make the decision whether it was a pick or not, to be able to penetrate or not. I mean, put the ball in somebody's hands to at least initiate something aggressively.
Yes, I mean, some high pick and roll would be interesting if you can get them to pick you up that high, right? I think that's going to be the interesting thing. And I don't disagree. Like if Jalen doesn't produce the series, it's going to be a problem. Yeah. But I think that what you have to do is just trust that you're not going to shoot 20% from three again, and that you're not going to miss a whole bunch of bunnies, and that hopefully you're not going to turn the ball over to that same degree and give yourself an opportunity to win. So that's where I'm at ultimately with that portion of it. One thing that I also found was insightful was, so this whistle's going to be light, huh? And of course that changes game to game.
It was all day. It was all weekend.
That whistle was incredibly light, which I did not love, especially for the physicality of the Rockets. So that was a little concerning, and maybe that also leans into a situation where you go, if you don't have this type of whistle, do the Rockets flourish a little bit more?
Yeah.
We'll see what that looks like come Wednesday when Game 2 happens. But excited as the series continues. I don't know about you. You're out here calling Game 2 a must-win. I'm still in that place.
I did not say that.
It sounded like
that. I did not say that. No.
You got to win this one or it's essentially over. That sounded like a must-win to me.
You say it was over if they didn't win.
Are y'all familiar with the word essentially?
So what's the difference then?
There's a big difference.
So what are you saying?
Must-win means if you lose, the season's over. This is essentially.
So if they lose this game, it's not over then?
No.
All right.
So essentially, this man went and undercut his home point. That's all good.
No, I said essentially over.
Okay. But it's not over.
Right. It's essentially over.
This man picking nits here. All right, man. Okay, brother. We heard you. I know what you are.
You dang right you heard.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including a pretty solid weekend, I would say, for the Astros. We'll do that next.
There's
People love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right,
Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
For the snap. Ball start. Offense. Here's the give, and they blow the play dead. Looks like a false start.
Expected. It's every week, though. There's no excuse for that. None.
Terrible.
Every week.
Terrible. Oh my God. Hey, you got. I didn't.
I
bring
feel
my
like you're
wallet
starting to
today.
do that on purpose.
I really am not. But Lopez could tell you this is not. I mean, this is not an excuse. This is just an explanation. I will pay my penance, my $1 fine, as we have set up for every time that I'm drawing off sides. That's because I was having a conversation with them in that moment, so I was not actually listening. But yeah.
And I threw you for a loop with my last comment, didn't I? Right before we came on air.
You sure did.
Yeah.
You sure did.
I'm gonna start jumping in and be like, "Hey,
hold on.
Nah, I got to be better. That's
team
on me.
down,
Nah.
team set."
Nah, that's on me. I gotta listen.
Wait
to
for
the
the ball
cadence.
to move.
I gotta listen to the cadence. Exactly. I know when the snap is.
Watch the ball.
I know what this is. Let's talk about these Astros. A winning series, back-to-back wins for the first time this season, by the way, as well. Winning Friday and Saturday against the Padres. Unfortunately, couldn't get a victory last night on national TV. That was not fun. But Astros get 2 out of 3. That was very good, but maybe more so. Cam Smith. Looking good at the plate, looking largely good in the field.
Had a couple of but then he had a couple of wows.
Yeah, like the can you make that ooh? What was it? Ooh. Yeah, that was those moments were
Ball
just
bouncing off his glove.
indicative of a dude who's getting a feel of playing right field.
And then there was a couple of wows, including one last night that was very few people get that ball.
And the wows are just this dude is an athletic freak.
Yeah.
Like he has, and he not just that, because I don't want to just make it into he is really fast. He's been getting good jumps on the ball and making good, like having good routes. Even some of the things that he has made and some of the catches that he's made that have looked routine. If you get into the analytics, like you could see that these are actually relatively uncommon plays to be made. Or at least that not all of the guys that you would look at and say, well, that's an everyday outfielder, make that play. And he's making them. You're seeing that he has an ability to play outfield. He just probably needs more seasoning.
You can see he can get there from here.
100%.
He can get there from here. That's not always the case, in other places, as we well know.
You can say his name.
Jose. But
yeah, we're obscuring the most important thing. A 2-home run Friday game. He helps get the victory, and man, all of a sudden you look at his stats and they look downright palatable. Like I feel very stupid going back a few weeks where I started looking up and I was like, did they make the wrong decision sending him up? No. The answer is no. He just needed a little time to get himself to
he
place.
did. And I kind of left this game. It kind of dovetailed perfectly into the Rockets, but thinking, are the good things that we saw from the Astros this weekend, are they enough to keep them within range and within reasonable thought of they can make a run, or are the bad things starting to catch up to them? Because we're 21 games in now. That's early, but it's not like crazy.
Give him the ding. Give him the ding.
It's not crazy.
He gave us it's early.
How come it's not early when we're talking about the good things, but it's early when we're talking about the bad things? Because it's
That's
also
the way it go, man.
Because it's also early for the bullpen, but we're not saying that because they're nails right now. They're absolute nails. It's also early for some of these starters, but we're not saying that because the starting staff has been really good. Fromber had a couple of what they call atom balls yesterday. That certainly helped on the double plays. 107 mile an hour off the bat that goes right into the double play or something like that. But nevertheless, starting pitching has been really good. Bullpen has been absolute nails, and we're not saying it's early. So are we saying it's early for Christian Walker?
Oh, that's starting to get to a place. Wait,
it's early, man.
He's all in
wait,
on
which
this.
side are you saying? Are you saying at the plate, or oddly enough,
at the plate?
Yesterday he had a couple of not so good instances on defense, which is kind of disconcerting considering how defensively stout he had been.
What is he batting? 156, 154.
That seems about right. I'll have to pull it back up, but yeah,
21 games in. Played every game.
Yeah, that frustration is there. But remember, he was dropped to the 5-hole. Still didn't look all that confident in selecting which pitches he wanted to swing at. Has still kind of been a little so-so, and that makes me a little concerned as to when it turns around. But He dropped in the fifth. He did seem to have a little bit less pressure on him at least, and I know that he was able to get a hit or two in there. So I thought that was pretty good. But yeah, man, that's one of those spaces where, again, the idea of a first base curse does pop up for me, and I'm like, all right, well, possibly.
It should at this point, because he just is looking lost, at the plate.
Can I tell you someone who is not lost?
Okay, go ahead.
Jeremy Pena, 11-game hit streak, which is a career high, happened yesterday. He's looked very good, not just at the plate, but also on the base pass. Defensively, also, it's just been incredible.
He's been fine. More than fine.
Yeah, I was like, fine is an understatement. He's been very good. So I've been excited about Pena. He's the one who was moved up in the order in order to drop Christian Walker back a little bit there. And then also there was the half inning that was kind of from hell. It didn't go as bad as it probably could yesterday. Frommer threw 26 pitches on what it was like 35 minutes of real time. But in that, one of the reasons why Luis Arraez was attempting to leg out a ground ball to first. Dubon was covering, and there was a collision that had Luis Arraez's whole face go into Dubon's shoulder. He looked like he was out cold off. There was like a laceration, I think, on the jaw for him. And there was a period of time where he didn't know where he was, according to the Padres manager.
They wondered about the extremities.
Yeah.
It was that bad.
Yeah, it was scary. Did you see Padres fans online trying to make it seem as though Dubon did this intentionally?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't see that. But no, he got hit by his shoulder. It's going to happen. It's just one of those things you don't see very often.
Yeah, it was a weird play for Dubon to have to try and cover first there, and he couldn't get out of the way. He said that he knew he wouldn't be able to get out of the way, so he just tried to brace for the contact. It was one of those really weird things, but hopefully Luis Arraez is feeling better. Last I heard that he was at Houston Methodist, obviously under the care of some of the best clinicians in the world. That's one of the beautiful things about Houston.
Yeah, how are we feeling about Jordan right now?
I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I don't know what to think about Jordan.
Yeah, it's like he's had, obviously, he's had some big moments, but he's batting .235 over the last 10 games and one home run. Yet he still looks like he's not, like Christian Walker looks kind of lost at the plate. Swing rate, which I didn't dig into the number. I'm going to leave that up to you, but I know his swing rate's got to be really bad.
I gotta go look up some stuff.
He's just swinging at stuff wildly. Jordan looks like he's still, kind of in that zone, confident and all. It's just not getting the hits.
All right, some other things that are going on, and some other things that are popping. Ime Udoka is a finalist for Coach of the Year. It's him, Kenny Atkinson, coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers, J.B. Bickerstaff, who is the Detroit Pistons coach. So he is one. He's actually a finalist. We didn't get any other finalists of note in the end-of-year awards. Men was not a Defensive Player of the Year award finalist. It'll be Dyson Daniels of the Hawks, Draymond Green of the Warriors, and Evan Mobley of the Cavs who were in that. And so just to add a little context with the Ime thing, the NBA head coaches in the National Basketball Coaches Association, their association, they voted Kenny Atkinson as their Coach of the Year. It's not the same one as the NBA one. We don't know exactly when that'll be given, but if you go by last year, it was a week after the regular season, or a week after the announcement of the finalists that Coach of the Year was actually awarded. So maybe we see it next Sunday. We'll find out if Ime Udoka won that award. But it is good that he has been a finalist. And honestly, to be fair, I think they put together a pretty good game plan. They just didn't quite execute in game one.
Well, he really, we can set aside game one. I'm just talking about the Coach of the Year. He really probably should win it. I have a hunch it'll be Kenny Atkinson again, though.
They went from a team that looked pretty good, but they were absolutely dominant this season and found a way to kind of break through a ceiling that it seemed like they had with playing. There's a few teams this year that have played double bigs. I think they've been one. Obviously, the Rockets have found a little bit of success there. And then who is the other team that I'm forgetting in there? But yeah, there's some teams that have found success double big, and it felt like there was a little bit of a cap on that. So salute to all these coaches that have been able to do that. And then again, just to show a little love around the greater Houston area. Next, unfortunately, fell to the Birmingham Stallions this weekend. But the SaberCats, in what was a very low-scoring rugby game, got a victory.
How was it? You went?
On Saturday. I went on Saturday. It was fun, man. Hanging out with Clint, some of his homeboys from Baytown. We had a good time. Man, we ate so much crawfish. If there is a way that I want to sell you on a SaberCats game, what better concession
That's
food?
That's a great promotion.
What better concession stand food do you want? Like, is there a better
awesome
than just eating a whole bunch of crawfish while watching some sports?
Dang, that's terrific.
It was a good time.
And Dynamo tied. That's a win.
Yeah, they did draw. They drew 2-2, including the new attacking midfielder that they just signed in.
They tied.
They brought in a new attacking midfielder,
steps,
and he got the game time goal. They got out of there with the point because I think he got it in extra time as well, or added time rather.
Yeah.
So salute to the Dynamo adding a point on the docket. So there you go. That's what's popping here.
I got something apropos of nothing here.
Oh, please go ahead.
Did you go to New Orleans?
I did. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you weren't here on Friday.
Where
That's
did
when we
this
were
come from?
Yeah, so
I'm scrolling around like, what the hell's a thing doing in New Orleans?
So I had to work a wedding.
Yeah.
For the photo booth company.
Wedding.
Yeah. Nah, it was so they had us there. So I was there working the booth from midnight pretty much to 3 a.m. Saturday. Yep.
Dang.
It was a really expensive ass wedding too.
Yeah.
Like it was crazy. They booked out the whole. I don't even know if I should be saying this. Y'all don't know.
I was like, hey, don't get yourself in trouble.
People were there.
Yeah.
People were there. They know.
Yeah. They pretty much booked out the whole.
Oh my!
So
goodness.
it was like outside. It wasn't inside. It was outside. It looked like Coachella. It had all type of different tents.
Yeah.
And so I was in the after party tent.
Mm-hmm.
So it was crazy, man. They had to spend.
They had you. They brought you in just for the after party.
Yep.
Dang.
You gotta have photos at the after party.
Hey, they had to spend at least $1 million minimum.
Get out of here.
No, seriously, because the person they booked only get booked if it's like $1 million minimum.
Well, you got to tell us, man.
No, don't get yourself in trouble.
I don't know who it was.
Well, I bet you didn't. Now you're legally blind.
Yeah.
All right. And then of course the Astros back in action tonight, starting a 3-game set versus the Toronto Blue Jays at Dyken Park. It'll be Hunter Brown versus Kevin Gausman tonight. Kevin Gausman like a 2.45 ERA, something like that, 2.49 ERA. So we'll see if the bats can do something against it. But I mean, we said that this weekend, and they managed to do a little bit of damage on Saturday as well. So shout out to the Astros getting a couple of wins. Couldn't get a full streak going, but today's another opportunity to start that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said on the text line, forget the fine for Reggie. Make him run stairs or bear crawls when he jumps off sides. That would still be more than giving up a couple of bucks.
Oh,
All right.
do 10 up downs and
right.
then have to get back on the mic.
I'll do the up downs. I'll do the up downs. Whatever it takes to get this right. I take my personal responsibility. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's take it to NRG Stadium where off-season program begins today. And we also get an opportunity to hear from D'Amico Ryans as he talks to the assembled media. You'll get to hear that as well next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
The Rockets.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. In addition to it being NBA playoffs, obviously the baseball season is going. Neither of those things went all that well yesterday for the city of Houston on national TV. But national TV will be fun this week because it's the NFL draft. Obviously, the Texans will have their portion of it. Currently selecting at 25. We'll see what that looks like. But also, when it comes to the NFL, offseason programs are starting today for the Texans. So those many guys who were around the building working out, now they can get into some more organized type stuff. And in addition to that, we get to hear from the head coach of the Texans, DeMeco Ryans, and you'll hear that right now.
Yeah, family's doing great. Yesterday was great. It's a great Sunday, being able to go to church and worship and go out and get Sunday brunch and eat too much. So, but I do. I should be working out with the guys.
You guys recently did a new deal for Jalen, and you talked about how you guys felt about him for years. What does it mean to get that done, to know that he's going to be a Texan long term?
Jalen represents everything that you want in a player and a person. He's consistent, hardworking. He's very dedicated to putting the team first and doing whatever it takes for the team to be successful. And he's been just an outstanding young man to work with. So I'm fired up for Jalen. Jalen was a truly impact player for us. When he was on the field, he was all over the place causing havoc, and we expect to see the same for a long time. So I'm excited for Jalen, happy for him, and it's just I think just a cool example of a guy who puts his head down, works hard, does things the right way, and he's rewarded for it. And that's one beauty of this game, playing in the NFL, what it provides for you and your family. Jalen is representative of everything that you can ask for.
First days of voluntary workouts like for you as a coach, and what is the message that you really try to instill on the first day?
Being the first day of OTAs, we get excited as coaches to have players back in the building. It's also limited. We can't actually get on the field with the guys, and a lot of people would like to, but it's just meetings with our guys. They go out, they work with our strength and conditioning coaches, working in the weight room and also on the field, doing some conditioning. But it's just it's such an energy lifter having everyone back in the building, just feel the buzz. It's been quiet around here for a while. Kicked the rodeo out, so we're good to go. But it's been quiet for a while around our building, so to have the guys back and them to impact our building, you feel the joy, you feel the connection, new guys, some old faces, everybody just coming together. It's a 2025 Texans. That's what's exciting to see how this team will come together, and today is just the beginning of that.
Leading up to today, Coach, leading up to the draft, does it get any stressful knowing that you all have to make the right decisions or feel like you have to make the right decisions on picking the right players that fit the needs of this team?
Draft is an exciting time. Right, no one really knows how the draft is going to shape out. You don't know who's trading up, who's moving out. So it's an exciting time to add new players to your team. There are a lot of good quality guys to add to our team, and we're excited about that. A lot of great young men coming out in this year's draft. Guys work hard, put themselves in a great position to be drafted, and we take it how it comes. We feel like, we're in a good spot as a team, and we want to continue to add young, talented guys who can come in and help us out in any way that they can.
I guess kind of a busy off season. Kind of two things happening, getting ready for the draft, start of OTAs. What's the most important thing for the guys to do or know or learn in OTAs this time of year?
Most important thing for me, what I asked our guys today in our meeting, is just be where your feet are. Right, we have a limited amount of time to be here. Let's be where our feet are. Let's be connected. Let's talk to our teammates. Let's not walk around with our heads down on our cell phone all the time, eyes up, eating lunch with each other, truly connecting with one another, and we'll improve upon the football. Right? It's about you put the right work in, you'll get better at your craft, but let's get better at connecting. Let's get better at the football, coming in with the right attitude, an attitude to learn, an attitude to grow. If you come in with that mindset, mindset, guys will really maximize, these 9 weeks we have here in the off season.
D'Amico, you mentioned how much of that is the culture now that you have established. In fact, y'all can't be on the field. How much does the culture actually take over and bring those guys in and making just create that emotion for them the guys can go ahead and pick it up and take it on without y'all being out there on the field?
We have a really solid group of guys who've been here. They understand, right, who I am. They understand my mentality, my approach, and what I expect out of guys. So it's not so much of me, so much of messaging of how we do things or what those guys can carry along the message, right? They can follow CJ, follow Will, follow Jalen, follow, a lot of guys who, the right way they've seen have operated for the past 2 years. So coaches, we don't need to be out there. We know we have really good leadership on our team, guys who do it the right way, guys who bring other guys along, and guys who expect to build a winning culture here. And so they just follow those guys, they'll fit in just fine.
Can we go through the evaluation process with Nick and the staff? For you specifically, was there any certain position group that stood out throughout the draft that maybe is a little bit deep or that you feel really confident is going to hit the next level?
For me, it was not just one certain position group that stands out in a draft. I think so. A lot of good players, a lot of different positions. Just kind of make sure we want to just add the right guys who can help us out.
When it comes to the culture, given the fact that a lot of the kids that you're talking to are younger and they're not fully developed, is there any development in when you talk to them? They might not be what you completely want right now, but they can develop into that.
The one thing I always tell my coaches is we're here for a reason. We're coaches, right? You're here to teach. You're here to develop and grow young men. And that's our job and something we should all take pride in. You don't want a finished product. No one's a finished product. A lot of the guys we're talking to are 21 years old. Where were we when we were all 21, right? We've all grown a lot since being 21, right, in a lot of different areas. And it's the same thing, the same mindset and approach you take when you're drafting a young guy. How are you going to help? Where of course he has the talent. He wouldn't be if he didn't have the talent. He has that talent. So now what are you doing as a coach, as a teacher to enhance his skill set, make him better, give him more tools to work with, put in his tool belt so he can become better as a player, but also as a man off the field. And that's where coaches really shine. The coaches who can develop guys and help them maximize their potential, those are the coaches who are really great and they stick around the league for a long time.
Over the years, as you've done it more and had more focus on it, in what ways do you feel like you've personally grown as a scout and being able to identify players, that can help you in this team?
Not where I want to be as a scout, but I'm still working. It's a tough process, right? It's time consuming and it takes a lot of work, right, to really see where a guy is and to see the potential in, first off, what's his role for your team. I think that's always at the forefront of our mind when you're watching a guy, yeah, he's a good player. How does he fit within our team, right, and what will that role be? And then how are you going to enhance him once he gets here? So it's, my eye for talent is hopefully I'm getting the right guys in here, talent-wise, but also getting the good people, as I've said before. But I wish I could see more Will Andersons. That makes it a lot easier when I see a guy who works as hard as he works and it shows up, on the film and just the person that he is. You see guys that way, that makes it a lot easier to scout. But
about their team a little bit. You mentioned Jalen, but young guy like that, to see him come and know you're going to have him for a minute.
Really, really pleased with Stingley and what he's done, how he's grown. I talk about that growth and, how coaches help guys develop. Stingley is a very talented guy coming out of LSU, and to see his game just improve year after year since he's been in the league, that's what it's about. It's about seeing that growth, seeing that development. Coach Dino has done a great job of working with Stingley, and Stingley has done a great job of putting in the work to get better, hone his craft, and then become one of the top corners in this league, where a lot of people don't want to throw to his side because they know if you put it up there, he could probably go take the ball away. So he's earned that. He's earned that respect and that's what it looks like. That's growth. That's development. That's what excites me as a coach. And when you do it that way, you get a really nice contract. Hopefully he can buy his coach some dinner one day.
Coach, you said at the NFL Combine, and then Nick reiterated it last week, that you all don't draft for need. You draft, I guess, best player available. But how much of the need and the best player available go hand in hand when it's time for you to pick?
That's always the big talk in the draft, like need, best available. For us, we're going to take the best guy on the board. We won't just pass up a top player on our board just because we have a need at a certain position. It's okay to enhance and have a really strong position group if the draft falls that way. So you go in, there's no handcuffs, have to draft this certain position, and we're stuck at only looking at this position. No, we have a broad view of how we want to enhance our team, and it's not just looking at it, in I guess in a tight lens of it's only one way. Like if it's a position there, if it's a player that can really change our team, like we're going to take that guy. So that's where we talk about not truly drafting for need. We want to take the best players on our board.
What swarm mentality that you preach, the swarm mentality that you preach, that fire inside, when you're looking at evaluating these prospects or meeting with them, is that something they either have or they don't, or do you believe that it's something that you can develop over time should they be in the building?
The mentality that I'm looking for in guys when I meet them in person, I just want to get a feel for their love for football. And that's really what separates guys in my mind. And you can tell, asking the right questions, you can see how dedicated a guy is to really growing and being better, being coachable and wanting to grow. You see the film and how a guy finishes, what effort a guy puts in, what is a guy doing away from football, away from the set schedule, what is he doing to prepare himself on his own as a player. That speaks to me as far as a guy's mindset and his willingness to play with all-out effort, to play with that physicality that we like to see. So some guys definitely have it, and it can be enhanced in other guys. Just you have to get a sense of what guys have been taught as well from their college programs, and you see guys get better in that regard.
What type of impact does the new offensive direction have on the draft process and how you guys put together that board, and then ultimately how you go about making those selections?
Yeah, with our new offense, the process is get great offensive players. That helps us, right? It's coaches, all coaches around anywhere would say, man, you get great players, that helps you coach better. So we're looking for talented young men at all positions. It's been great working with Kaylee. Kaylee's done a great job of just setting the tone this morning in the meeting. As his energy is going to be very infectious amongst our team, not only the offense, but just our team, and how he prepares every day, how he brings elite energy. It's going to rub off on everybody. So I'm excited for our guys to continue to, install our offensive scheme and continue to work with him.
Nick, another player. I'm
not Nick. I know people say we do look alike. So I get it.
D'Amico, a player that you added this offseason, DJ Speed at the linebacker spot. How does he fit in with this system, and what do you think he provides, and what did you like about him when he was in Indianapolis?
EJ fits our scheme just because he's fast, long, athletic playmaker. Right? He made a ton of tackles, over 100 tackles his previous year. EJ was a young player coming out of Tarleton State that he started out as a special teams player, and he showed that growth, became a starter, was an impact player for Indy, and we're looking for him to do the same. Just come in, compete, do what he's been doing, play fast, make plays on the field, and we feel like he can really help us.
D'Amico, you talked about the energy coming back into the building here. Is there a player that, with guys coming back, that's really stood out to you about attacking this offseason the right way and kind of stood out to you these first days back?
The players that have stood out to me, only one day in, but we've had a lot of guys working out here since the end of February, just on their own, volunteering, coming in, working out with our strength staff, really just diving into the process of getting better at their craft. So it's been really cool to see just the group of guys and how tight those guys have gotten over the time that no one else is around. but they're putting the work in the weight room, on the field, doing their conditioning. That's what's really stood out to me. We had a group of over 20 guys who've been in the building. So that speaks to just what our team is about, the culture of our team. Like, guys want to be around each other, they want to work out together, and they see the value and benefit in that. And that's it's been fun as a coach, right, to be able to just sit back and watch guys. You don't have to ask them to do it. Like, that's when you see the culture is shifting and it's becoming a player-led team.
Who led that charge? Do you know who led that charge in getting the groups together this offseason?
There's been a lot of different groups, a lot of different positions. Talk about our defensive backs have been here, offensive line, defensive linemen. It's been a lot of different guys that have been here. No one particular player has led the charge. It's been a collective effort.
There was a lot of buzz. Obviously, you guys made some big moves, things of that nature. This year, you guys are kind of been more. What has been the biggest difference from last year around this time to this year around this time?
Ooh, I wish I can remember last year around this time. A lot of changes in a year, but for me, man, it's always, rearview mirror. Last year is behind us. As I mentioned to our guys today, like, how will the 2025 Texans be remembered? And that's all that matters. Like, as we press forward, as we lean into this new year, new season, like, how will we be remembered? And if we put our heads down, we work the right way, we become a tight unit, we'll have, something very special in the end to talk about.
Jonathan, sorry. What have you seen from CJ this offseason? Obviously last year to him he didn't like how it ended. I know a lot of guys didn't like how it ended, but what have you seen from him as he attacked this offseason?
CJ's been working out. He's been dedicated to his craft. He's been putting the work in throughout the offseason. It's what you expect from your leader, from your quarterback. So I'm excited to see how he attacks the next 9 weeks as well, being around all of his teammates.
So is it fair to say that some positions in the draft, and maybe it changes every year, you can get quality players later depending on position, or does it just change every year in terms of where you find people? And the reason I ask that is I know that this organization's done a really good job of identifying super talented receivers later in the draft. Is that because of just the years that happens, or are there some positions where you can those gems later?
Yeah, great question, Kim. I think it is a year-by-year basis of, what does that group of players look like? Where in some groups, I think the question was earlier, are there some groups deeper than others? Some years there are, and you are able to find, talent in those mid to late rounds. And again, this year you also have to kind of see how the draft board falls, because there are always guys in the draft who you think are going very high, and then you look up in a mid-round and you had a guy graded very high and he's still sitting there, and you're like, wow, well, I didn't have this guy graded in this spot, but he's there. There's the value pick that you were able to get. So it's all about just letting the draft process just play out, all right, being open-minded throughout the draft and knowing that anything can happen, right? It's you never know what we have picks. You never know, is that going to be the pick that we take? Are we moving up? Are we moving back? So everybody just hold your seat and watch out.
Coach, I know that you all get a chance to evaluate a lot of these players that are coming in the draft on film. So when you talk to them at the combine, does that also dictate if you're going to bring them in for a visit here? And what is the difference in interviewing them there and interviewing them here?
Talking to guys at the combine, we get about 15 to 20 minutes to talk to guys, and that process is very quick. Right? So you do get that. For me, I get that initial meeting, get a chance to talk to a guy, see how he's communicating, get to learn a little bit about his background, but 20 minutes is it's too fast, right, to truly get to know a guy. So when we bring them in on 30 visits, they get to spend a day here with us. So we get much more time to sit a guy down, talk to him, talk through film with him, right, talk through his background. Again, he gets a chance to meet with our coordinators, position coaches, special teams coaches. Like, they go through the entire gamut of meeting everyone in the building of who they will interface with on a day-to-day basis when they're here, if we drafted them. So everybody in the building gets a really good feel for the personality and to see if that personality fits in our building. Now, there are some great players who may not fit the Houston Texans, and that's okay. I'm pulling for all these guys to be successful in the NFL, however that looks. But we want to find the best, however many, 7, 8 guys that we were able to pick this year. We want to find those best guys who have the best fit for us, not only play style-wise, but also personality.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you, guys.
There you go. D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, on the day that offseason programs, OTAs, get going at NRG Stadium. A couple of really interesting things that he talked about, including, like, I was kind of encouraged because he really emphasized how much fit matters. Like, of course, he had the company line of, making sure that, if there's a guy that could change our team, we're not going to draft elsewhere because of need. Mm-hmm. But he did emphasize how fit matters. And maybe I just kind of twisted myself into a little bit of a pretzel. But Caserio last week had talked about the risk that there is in projection. I was wondering if that would not necessarily enjoy as much guys with like that development potential necessarily. But D'Amico also spoke a little bit to that and how, it's important to, that's what coaches are there for. It's to draw out that higher level of talent within a player. So it seems like maybe the idea of a player who still has some more development there, maybe that isn't out of the realm of possibility.
And it's also the difference between a coach and a general manager.
Yeah, I guess that's
fair.
fair.
General manager wants that dude to be ready.
Right.
Coach says, no, we can fix this.
A lot of interesting
we
stuff
can get this
there.
better.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can circle back around to that at some point. But here you go. D'Amico Ryans talking to the assembled media as OTAs getting started there for your Texans. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get into our lunchtime confessions as we always do. Next.
How comfortable are the Texans picking and Radio 610. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You guys have a good Easter? I didn't even ask you guys.
I did absolutely nothing.
So that's not a good Easter.
Well, I did something. I made myself a big old breakfast. I'm talking 5 pancakes, 3 eggs, 8 slices of bacon.
Dang.
Yeah, I had to take a nap. So it was cool.
Yeah.
But it probably could have been better with like a full Easter dinner, especially the way that it seemed like y'all was eating.
Man, how about you?
I spent my time traveling back from New Orleans in the Enterprise truck.
You got some beignets, though, right?
You had to rent an Enterprise truck?
We was in the Enterprise truck, yeah.
Dang.
So couldn't lay back, couldn't chill.
Yeah.
The truck was loud.
We had a great Easter. I think we ended up counting 28 people at the house.
Couldn't do 29, huh?
We're 30.
It's all good. It's okay.
Yeah, I guess 28.
We got pictures, though. I bet that was supposed to make us feel better that we got pictures.
Hey, 18-pound brisket. This is all that's left right here.
Damn, y'all took it down?
Yeah, everything.
See, that was the thing. I had half of mine.
18 pounds.
I had half of mine when you sent that text to the group chat, which is yesterday.
No, Figgy did ask, and I would have. But it was, except for what could fit in this little Tupperware, gone. And that's on top of like 8 links of sausage and some pork and all that. Anywho, hope everybody had a great Easter. My confession has to do with Easter, and the first part of the confession is like, I feel kind of bad. I feel bad about what I did this morning. Because somebody posted, it was a Buffalo reporter, Kevin O'Neill. I don't think he minds. It's out there. We get a lot of these posts on social media. He is risen, or he has risen. And all
Happy
that.
Resurrection Sunday.
Yeah,
all that.
and it's always nice. It makes you feel pretty good, even though we see a lot of them. Well, Damar Hamlin.
Oh no!
Man.
This is don't do it. Don't
It's
like
out there. It's
I know
not
it happened.
me.
No, I know it's not you, but I know it's already happened.
Yes.
It happened in the past.
Yes.
But even still seeing it happen, like I'm in that place where you're
And
watching
I
a
feel
crash about to
bad.
happen. I'm like, no,
I feel
please,
bad.
can I stop this?
My confession is I did laugh at this. Make me a horrible person?
Probably.
Let me lay it out. Figure, did you see this? What happened?
Yeah, I seen it.
So Damar Hamlin, like a lot of people, tweeted, "He has risen." To which a Buffalo radio or TV guy, I forget what he was, reporter, WGRZ's television station, he tweeted out, and I'm still laughing, and I shouldn't do it. I'm a horrible person. Takes one to know one.
Woo!
Man.
Are we far enough away where we can joke about that? Like, I'm genuinely asking, to be fair.
I'm surprised that reporter didn't get talking to.
Dude,
He might
about
have.
that.
if you look at the comments, it's 50-50. People are like, this is the tweet of the century, and someone like, dude, too soon.
That's
This is
exactly what I
horrible.
guessed. I would have guessed it's
Yeah.
50-50 because,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there is some humor within it.
Yes.
It's just you're joking about things that typically people don't take too kindly to joking
Yes.
about, right? You start joking about folks' religions and they get a little tight about it. And I understand why it happens, bro. Like, I am in that place where sometimes somebody will make a joke about my religion. I'm like, oof.
But generally, your first reaction is the one that's probably more sincere. And my first reaction was, I kind of laughed. What was your first reaction? Be honest. First reaction.
You heard my first reaction is don't do it. So, like, I think you have a good idea where my first reaction was.
Mine was,
Okay, so it's kind of a mixed bag in this studio.
I can acknowledge this. Like, that's especially as someone who loves stand-up comedy. There's some things that I listen to, like a joke will be, and I take a little bit of offense, but I'm like, hey, dog, it's funny, and that's the name of the game. If it's funny enough, then we got to let it ride. I don't know what the funny to offensive ratio is there, and I don't know that it's like dead coincidence. Yeah. But yeah, it's in there somewhere. It is in there somewhere.
These are my confessions.
So Saturday, had a fun time, although I didn't, in thinking back, I was like, I probably should have went and saw the Dynamo. But I did go out with Clint Stoerner and some of his homeboys from Baytown.
Oh, man.
Out to the SaberCats game, out at SaberCats Stadium there down off of 288. And that was a blast and a half hanging out there. We might have made some nice old season ticket holder mad because we were standing out on the field, basically, sideline, and blocking her, obscuring her view, so she did not enjoy that. Yeah. But no, we had a blast. And one of the things that made it really weird or cool in both of those things at the same time, We saw Carl Lewis out there, but also all out of nowhere when we were about to walk into the stadium, Rudy Tomjanovich comes through.
How about that?
And introduce. And I'm relatively still new enough to this where that's really cool to me. Childhood team, and here comes Rudy T. However, I gotta admit, I saw Rudy Tomjanovich, the dude who was the coach of a championship team here in Houston, right? One of my favorite teams of all time, and all that. And the first thing I thought about was not the championship, nor even the don't ever understand or underestimate the heart of a champion, all that. You know what I thought about? That time Kermit Washington got him.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah. And I felt bad because I don't want that to be the first thought, but that was absolutely the first place my brain went.
No, it's sad, but a lot of people still think that, and understandably.
Like 77, I wasn't even close to born, and yet that is still the first thing that comes to mind. And obviously, Kermit Washington was dead wrong for that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's the first thing I thought of. Of course, I didn't say that to the man, because that's unfortunately the first thing I thought.
It is, and it's sad, and people forget also, just side note, how great Rudy Tomjanovich was, and it's kind of derailed the rest.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I'm not into the WWE anymore. I was as a kid, but I kind of grew out of it. And this weekend is pretty much WrestleMania weekend. So I was seeing a lot of live tweeting, a lot of different opinions and all that stuff. And just kind of looking on the TV, man, I think Pat McAfee is there now. He was doing a lot of stuff there. But they showed a highlight of Travis Scott walking out with a belt, just looking like a wrestler. And maybe I'm wrong, 713-572-4610. Let me know if you watch wrestling, and maybe I'm off base on here, but I don't really want to see Travis Scott in the wrestling mode like that, man. Like, it just don't really look entertaining like that. He don't really give off the wrestler vibes, man. I mean, we had a bunch of celebrities that step into the ring and kind of own it real well.
That Bunny seemed to be one of the better ones at that.
Yeah.
The real wrestling fans can tell me.
Hell, even Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee did a really good job when he stepped in that ring. Travis Scott don't do it for me, man. I just look at that Travis Scott. It just looked like he just looked like a dorky kid that's just jumping off the bed, just playing. And you could tell he living his dream too,
right?
Because he really liked wrestling.
From what I could tell from my social media, it seems like you were not alone in that sense. There was a lot of people that really did not like that.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was off base with this, but.
Because he took him out too, and it seems like it stopped the show, and all them wrestle fans was like, "Hey, we're not even trying to see Travis Scott.
We're not here for you."
Not only is he coming out, we don't care, but he's also stopping the entirety of the show.
Yeah.
Archer Adrian on the Twitch chat said, "Nah, a lot of the fans don't like him being there." So
okay, yeah, it just didn't look right. Like Pat McAfee, I felt like he fit in really well, just getting Stone Cold Stunner and all that stuff. It's just,
Stone Cold did pop out now, didn't he?
Yeah. He drinking the beer, then got stunnered. So, yeah, man, like Travis Scott just didn't do it for me, man. I'm just like, nah.
I'll take your word for it. I didn't plug in on
I know he living his dream, and that's every young kid's dream is to kind of walk down that ramp with the belt and all that stuff. But I'm like, nah, that's it, man. You need to move on to somebody else.
These are my confessions.
If we were doing a national show, which we're obviously not, this might be a topic, but it's just a confession for me right now that I realized when Fernando Tatis made the most unbelievable play that was nearly an out.
Are you talking about? Wait,
here's my confession.
Is it the one that he
came
sliding
in right field, caught it, and threw it from sitting
off
down,
his keister,
and almost got the guy at first from behind?
That's a bad. He scored all the runs in that game.
Okay, so this is my confession, and tell me if it's just nuts. Right now, I'd rather have Fernando Tatis than Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, that's
I don't know about that.
Hold on, right now.
Well, it's tough because
he's not pitching.
We don't know if Shohei's going to pitch again.
He's not pitching, and he's a DH.
I don't know about that.
Tatis is ridiculously good.
He is good.
Ridiculously good.
I'm just thinking about
Think about the question, how I framed it.
No, I hear you.
Right now,
I'd rather have Tatis than Ohtani.
But is it fair to say I'm thinking about Shohei from last year, too?
Still a DH. And Tatis's defense?
I don't think I actually looked at it. You want to know what he's hitting this year, Fernando Tatis Jr.?
What?
358 with a 1.128 OPS.
Didn't he have like 7 home runs already?
8.
Oh yeah, 8. He
That's
got
right.
8 yesterday.
Yeah, Taylor Scott. Taylor Scott.
At first I thought
427 yards.
At first I thought this is kind of ridiculous, but it's what I feel. And then I started thinking about it. It's not that ridiculous. It's not that ridiculous.
I'm still going Shohei. I appreciate the effort. I'm still going Shohei personally. But no, I had a lot of fun watching him play baseball. Like, I wish he would have played baseball just a little bit less good for the sake of the Astros. But no, it was very fun to watch him play. There you go. Somebody said Tatis is a hot dog.
Okay. Would you rather have him right now?
And I don't know if I'm taking him over Shohei. I'm not mad at you over it, but I don't know if I'm picking him over Shohei.
No, I'm there with you.
If it was a lineup right there and pick your person,
what's the best defensive play Shohei's made this year?
Hey, man, it's Shohei.
Best defense is good offense, baby. I don't know what you're talking about. And I just love the idea of calling dudes in sports hot dogs. It's just funny.
That's an old school.
I know it is old school, and I understand absolutely what it means, but my dumb brain is just like hot dog.
He's a hot dog.
Silly. All right,
Put
those
some
are
mustard on it.
Okay, those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our winners and losers of the weekend. Who are the winners? Who had a winning or a losing weekend? We'll talk about that next.
On the tech.
needs work, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get into our winners and losers of the weekend. It was a pretty packed weekend, in fact, all the way around in Houston sports and sports in general. So 713-572-4610. Let us know if you have someone who you believe is a winner or loser of the weekend. As someone did earlier, I believe it was from the 346. They said make sure to throw Oncino in his being the 17-time wrestling champion at WrestleMania yesterday.
I like saying wrestling.
I do as well. Because I see you 979.
Because you know immediately what sport you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
I see you 979 who's like, I wrestled as a child. And first of all, pro wrestling is not wrestling because it's fake wrestling. Yeah, I see. I hear you. Mm-hmm. That's why I call it wrestling. It's wrestling. It's different, right? Wrestling is what they do in the Olympics. Mm-hmm. Wrestling is what they be doing on TV, and there's nothing wrong with that.
You mean to tell me it's fake? What?
What? I have friends that would tell me, that would very much push back on that. It's like, it's not fake. It's scripted.
Yes.
Those bumps and knocks that they take, they're real. And they do be taking those bumps
that
and
punch
knocks.
Travis Scott hit on, what was it, Cody Rhodes? Didn't they actually break his nose or something for real? He hit him for real.
I did not actually watch it, but that sounds about right. That's exactly the type
I think
of thing.
that was a couple months ago, too.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. So how about this? Is this a loser? I'll leave some of these open to interpretation here because I typically say it with my chest, and I'm interested here. So tweeting it into existence, except not tweeting it into existence. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, obviously newest Houston, or not newest. There's been a couple
one of the newest,
but one of the newer acquisitions for the Houston Texans, Houston Texans, was trying to sit courtside for Game 1 of the Houston Rockets series versus the Golden State Warriors. He tweeted out on Friday, trying to sit courtside tomorrow in my new city, man! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Hashtag liftoff. So he's already in there. Circle back around on Saturday at Houston Rockets. All caps. I'm trying to pop out. Exclamation point! Exclamation point! So like he's trying to get to this courtside with his Twitter account, with the weight that he could throw there. If you were watching the game, you might have seen that C.J. Stroud was courtside, Tank Dell was courtside, Joe Mixon was courtside. A couple of them talking to Steph Curry in a way that fans did not seem to enjoy. Someone who I did not see courtside, and I'm not going to say that I had the perfect vision of this, but as the cursory checks that I can make, C.J. Gardner-Johnson did not make a courtside for this game.
That's a loss, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like a loss.
That's a loss.
Yeah, especially if you out there tweeting it.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
You putting it out there, man.
Also, we waited just a little late to try and get on this, but I feel like teams usually do a good job of like helping local players get in, but
it's limited.
It is limited, and I feel like you gotta work with them. And I feel like a day before, it might have been a little tough, but it feels like some people got in there. Like it just feels like you need to tap it with the right people.
I feel like they should have looked out for him, though, man. Like new edition, Super Bowl champion.
What's wrong with the fourth row?
It's not courtside.
What's wrong with the fourth
status, baby?
But you see, like even at Lakers games, like megastars sitting like in the lower deck, but just not courtside.
Would you respect him if he was like just up there in the 300s?
Yes.
If he was like, I'm getting in this building no matter
fan.
what.
No, that's a real fan. That means I just want to get in there. I really want to support my squad here.
I don't have any answers for you, by the way. I did not check and see if he got in or did not. I just if he went and sat somewhere else. But according to the tweets and what I could perceive, not able to use a couple of tweets to get himself courtside. We'll see about now. There's a little bit more time till Wednesday. Let's see if maybe they'll help him pop out for Game 2, which honestly at this point seems like it has more of an opportunity of being a victory. I don't know.
Could be. Can't be a lot. Can't be another. I mean, they already had a loss. Game 1 wasn't a victory.
All right, how about this? This is definitely a loser. Winners and losers of the weekend. Kyle Kuzma. Cardio only hoops is what I call it. There's been a joke that I've had about Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma's just out there getting cardio.
He put up the Tony Snell numbers.
He sure did. He put up a 0-0-0 performance. 22 minutes of basketball in a Bucks loss to the Indiana Pacers. 22 minutes of basketball. He started this basketball game and put up 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, I believe 0 steals.
I love this so much, man.
Literally, this is the most minutes by a starting player in a playoff game to not record a single solitary stat. He was just getting cardio.
Just running up and down.
Just running up and down.
You remember Scott Hastings, forward, actually went to Arkansas, played in the NBA he was on some of those Bulls teams that were so good. I think it was the Bulls. He used to have this line, got another trillion. In other words, he played 1 minute and all zeros the rest of the way. I love that line because he would be the victory cigar. He'd come in the last minute after, whatever the game was in hand. He'd be in the locker room. He'd go, got another trillion.
All right, so I feel like this is more winner than loss, but in the very particulars to the Houston Rockets, it is a loss. I asked you if you knew who Air Korg was or Air Corgi.
Mm-hmm.
This is that utilizes tapping a toy basketball into various trash cans to decide who is the winner of various games. We've seen them decide, predict World Cup games, Stanley Cup games, playoff games, so on and so forth. Well, I guess he partnered up with Yahoo Sports, and actually, I don't know, is it he or she? I don't know what the gender of the dog is. Actually, now I think about it, but the dog partnered up with Yahoo Sports to predict all of the first round of the NBA.
Okay,
and the Corgi went 6 of 8 in game one. In game ones, the game ones that he did not predict correctly were obviously the Rockets game, unfortunately, because he had the Rockets winning that one. Although he does have the Rockets winning in 7, if that is of any note to you. Do you think that's a win or a loss for Corgi?
Well, it's a loss, right? He predicted it wrong.
But 6 out of 8 is good. That's a good.
Oh, you mean overall? Yes, absolutely. I'm looking at it right now. This is hilarious.
I'm surprised that
I didn't know that, especially as big of a dog person.
Yeah, you on social media, you follow all the dog accounts.
I follow all the dog accounts.
So yeah, shout out to Air Corgi. I'm gonna believe that Air Corgi just mixed around the games. I think he had Rockets winning game 1, losing game 2, winning game 3, losing game 4, and then losing game 5, and then winning game 6 and 7. So if
he does all the games,
if you are inclined to see.
And they're saying her picks.
Her, okay, so yeah. My bad. Yeah. My bad, Air Korg did not mean to misgender you. From the 979, big winner, Lamar High School boys 400 relay in the nation leading, was 3 minutes and 8? That's okay. Those boys are flat. Dude, winners is just high school track. Like, high school track athletes now are putting up insane numbers that feel unfair.
You saw that, was it Atascocita had the 4x1? National record, or we got some folks that can run, man. We got some folks.
To circle back around to some of the local ones, shout out to Cam Smith. He is a winner on the weekend with his first career 2-home run game on Friday. Helped the Astros get their first victory over the Padres. Then they got shout out to the Astros, who are also winners, getting a back-to-back wins for the first time this season and breaking out of what was very poor company. It was them, the Rockies, and the Braves, weirdly enough. The Braves have had quite a dive in stature in baseball, but those 3 teams had not gotten back-to-back wins coming into this weekend. The Astros no longer in that company getting victory.
They were celebrating it like they'd won the World Series. Still not a win streak, though, right, according to Major League?
Yes, that is correct.
3 in a row?
Yes, 3 in a row, which they'll start with the opportunity to do that today. And I guess other winners when it comes to baseball, Jeremy Pena, like I mentioned, 11-game hit streak as of right now, which is a career high. He's gotten his numbers into a good place. And then Fernando Tatis, who scored literally all the runs on Sunday, or was responsible for all the runs on Sunday for the Padres.
Can I add a winner for you?
Please.
The official scorekeeper in the Max Fried game.
Yes, I was interested. I was going to go a different way, but yes, the official scorekeeper, he is a winner because
hit me hard.
Yes, I know, because of the story that you gave about being the scorekeeper at a Texas A&M baseball game back in the day.
Yes, and I had to, for those who weren't listening, I had to score I think correctly, in fact I know correctly, a hit that they wanted it to be an error. Well, this was scored in error, and they went back a half hour later and changed it to hit, and I watched that play multiple times. Changing it to a hit was the right call. There's no way
the runner was going to beat out the.
Yeah, it was Chandler Simpson, I believe, was the hitter. There was no way Fried was going to beat him to the base.
No, he was not. Yeah. He was not going to cover well enough. So even if the ball was played properly by the first baseman, it was not going to get to Fried.
Yeah.
I also thought it was a good call, but he was saved by the fact that there was actually a hit,
another hit in
the 7th inning. So at least he was not the sole reason that a no hit bid was broken up. How about a loser? Is just the Grizzlies, flat out. Lost in the first round. They had the worst loss of the weekend, 131 to 80 points. And if you're scoring at home, that is a 51-point loss Largest loss in a game one of any playoff series in NBA history, and the 5th largest postseason loss in NBA history. Remember, the Grizzlies have their interim head coach, Tomasi Isalo. This is him. After the game, basically trying to cheer up his squad.
Not being.
I think there's a few things. First one, it's very hard to play worse than this. The second one, Marvin Bagley's performance was extremely encouraging, and he was already doing this in our previous game against Dallas. So that's something that's in the absence.
That's good enough.
How are you going to lose?
We don't need to hear about Marvin Bagley. Well, if you couldn't hear it clearly, he said you basically can't play worse than this. Which, if you're looking for silver linings, technically correct.
Was it Texans offensive line somebody asked the other day? Well, it can't be worse, can it? In
that game, I mean, Ja looks like he's dealing with a little bit with that ankle. Like he's not nearly as explosive as he would.
No.
Zach Edey thing feels like it's not going to be all that tenable at this level, especially against a Thunder team that's incredible.
It looked like he shouldn't even be in the NBA the way he's playing, man. It's like he's so like going around so slow, man.
Yeah.
But honestly, to be fair, I shouldn't put it on him. They just couldn't generate any offense. Nothing could get started, and maybe this is a confession of sorts. I did not give the Thunder enough credit at being this good on defense because they had just absolutely flustered all of what the Grizzlies tried to get to.
And now we know why we all wanted the Rockets to play the Grizzlies.
And also, this is a little bit of losers, and this was supposed to be a confession for me I didn't get to. I typically am not into like ref talk, but man, Scott Foster coming down, like he basically came down the WrestleMania ramp. You know how they're like, by God, that's Scott Foster after being injured for a decent part of the end of the season. All of a sudden, ready to go when it comes to Rockets, Warriors. Let's get in here. Let's man the replays.
I wouldn't miss this for the world.
That's right.
There you go.
You think I'm about to miss this game?
That's right. And you made sure to show up for that one. I don't know that the refereeing lost the game. It was just nasty. It was just nasty officiating. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's actually do circle back around to that game. Myself and some questions that we were hoping to see or that we were asking about game one of this Warriors-Rockets series. How were those answered, if at all, in game one? We'll talk about that next.
In the loop.
Nick Caserio and the Texans sitting at 25.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so on Friday, when you were out there getting yourself situated with whatever you were doing on a Friday, on a Good Friday, maybe going to church, you were going to Mass. Is that what you were doing? No, okay.
Not unless it was on the water.
Oh, well, you were going on the water church, right? That's what we'll say. Very much. But while we were doing that, myself and Luke were asking questions about what we wanted to see in game one. And I kind of want to see what things were answered of those questions, what still remains to be answered. We'll talk about that here in a second. But before we get there, CJ Stroud actually still talking at NRG Stadium as OTAs begin today for your Houston Texans. And a few interesting things are coming out. Of course, we'll get audio for you. I'm certain that the drive will dig all the way into it because there's some interesting things coming from the quarterback of the Texans. The first thing that caught my eye, quotes continue to leak out, is about the offensive line changes. It makes sense. This is the dude who is most impacted by such things. Like, he was the dude who his second season was questioned because of how poor the offensive line play was, and you saw that affect him as a quarterback. So he was asked about the offensive line changes, and obviously that to speak of Laramie Tunsil being traded, Shaq Mason being released, and then the acquisition, I imagine, of these other players, Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram. Not that he spoke to any things by name, but apparently in speaking about that, he said, quote, "It's above my pay grade." And he was when he was talking about if it was necessary to do it, he said, "Nick has a plan," which I don't know if that's necessarily a cosign of sorts or just a is that an it is what it is response, Biggie? Or it is what it is correspondent?
I feel like we got to hear him say it.
Okay,
because,
very
Well,
good.
we will.
Because when you hear it that way, like just reading it, it's kind of like it's above my pay.
That's a great point.
Yeah, you could take that as, oh, I don't know what they doing or I don't care.
I think okay. So first of all, as we speak, Tyler Milner is doing that voodoo that he does so well. So you should listen to the afternoon guys
Always.
100%. You know they're going to dig in on this. We're going to dig in on this certainly tomorrow. But to that point, all I'll say from where we're sitting right now, it doesn't sound like a wholehearted endorsement, but it doesn't sound like he's necessarily critical. It's just like, not my call, man.
No, I mean,
not my call, man.
And that to be fair, it isn't necessarily. However, you are getting to a place where you would expect that maybe that it has that some level in input in there. He also went further saying it's exciting having new guys. It's different, so you can maybe take that as the other side of it is the excitement that is there for him. And he further added that Shaq Mason and Laramie Tunsil were his quote best friends, and he'll miss them. So. And of course, like I said, you'll hear more of that audio of CJ actually saying that, so you can interpret it with all the intonations and all of that on the drive. But I found that to be very interesting. The other thing is that C.J. Stroud said with Nick Caley that he'll be, quote, taking full ownership and running the show, and appreciates how much Caley is giving him trust, basically said that there will be a little bit more pre-snap. So it seems like C.J. might be giving us some breadcrumbs on what the offense might look like, which is more than anything we've gotten before. Breadcrumbs feels like a nourishing meal considering how much we've been left in the dark when it comes to what this offense ultimately looks like beyond just a game plan offense, and we're going to do what's best for the player.
We're getting some real, you said breadcrumbs, real meat on the bone in terms of what this offense might look like.
Oh, you think it's meat on the bone?
I think it is.
It feels kind of breadcrumby to me just about right now. But, of course, like I said, we'll get more insight into what he said. Also, Will Anderson Jr. spoke to the assembled media as well, so there's probably insights that he is dropping as well on his offseason and what he's like, how he's gone about it. I know that when we talked to him at the Super Bowl, he was saying that he was looking to add more bend, more flexibility, interested in seeing how far that's gone for him, and so on and so forth. But when it came, let's come back around to Game 1, Rockets Warriors. Unfortunately, the Rockets fall 95-85. Defensively, they were stout, but going into this game on Friday, had some questions for what this game would look like, what would happen in this game, help us figure out how the Rockets could fare in this series. And I kind of wanted to see how they went through. And so you did not get a chance to obviously have this conversation with me, Lopez. So I'm interested how you feel about these questions and how far the Rockets went to possibly answering some of these in the series. The first one was, how much will the Warriors attack Jalen and Fred VanVleet, especially because when you get onto any court against the team in the playoffs, you want to attack their weaknesses. That's generally what it feels like the playoffs is trying to do. How can we get to your weaknesses? How can we attack them? And it felt like the Warriors did not do a ton of attacking. They tried to attack Jalen Green, but I don't know that they had raucous success necessarily. How did you feel about it?
The way I felt about it is I really felt that Jimmy Butler in particular, but certainly Steph as well, just did a great job of reading what the Rockets were in, what they were trying to do. We talked about it earlier. The Rockets really tried to rush the shooters early, and then they adjusted and went mid-range or driving all the way at the double bigs early. So I don't necessarily think they said, they rubbed their hands together and said, all right, we're going to eat, against Jalen Green. We're going to eat against Fred VanVleet. No, I think they were just looking at what the Rockets defense was trying to do defensively and adjusting accordingly. So I don't think they necessarily attacked.
Yeah, for me, the big question with that was, obviously, are they going to find the weaknesses in the defense, which I don't think they did to a large degree. It was still a pretty stout defensive effort. But also, underlying that was, are you going to be able to play guys off the court? And there was a strong period in the fourth where Jalen Green was not on the floor. And there was definitely a period where, at the very least, people were clamoring for Fred VanVleet floor. So it did feel like they were kind of getting to a play him off the court kind of place. But I don't know how much of that was about the offense that the Warriors were running specifically.
Yeah.
One that definitely we got an answer to, and I was very happy about. I asked how much of the double big will the Rockets be able to deploy, especially since they had kind of tied those to the minutes where Steph Curry was on the bench previously.
Right.
And they were able to get some of that while he was on the floor, so it seems like that's going to remain somewhat viable in this series, I think.
I think the second part of that question that's coming up on Wednesday in Game 2 is, how do they adjust that? Because Steph did attack when he felt, and I know you feel a little differently on this than I do. I think it was effective, him attacking the double bigs, and then whether it was a kick out, but in his case it was mostly layups and little floaters. I think they're going to have to adjust to that. They're going to have to figure out if they step out more, catch him higher in the lane with one guy and the other guy on the backside or whatever it might be. But they employed it a lot. I don't really. I mean, they had a good defensive effort, but I don't think it was really effective against Steph, the double bigs.
Well, I mean, it's hard to say anything to the contrary when you see the guy had 31 points in that game. But they made him work for a lot of them for a good and then some of the time he was just hitting just ridiculous shots where you played good defense and you just had one of those instances where you go tip your cap because that was better offense. I'm still going to lean to the idea of running him off the line as a way to play this and trying to get him in another space. But I guess that also leads to another question I was asking, which is how much physicality will the Rockets be able to impart early?
A lot.
And it felt like they were. Yeah. The only thing that slowed them down, which was tough, was a light whistle. And so sometimes they were trying to get into the body of Steph in particular, but some of these other players, the refs were calling whistles that then put them in some level of foul trouble. So I think especially if they can get an even better whistle, right? Like you can see them continue to try and lean on Steph. Or lack of whistle, right? Yeah. Maybe they can continue to lean on Steph, and that's not something that'll show. It was not going to show itself in game one. But over the series, maybe you can see him lose some of his legs, and especially when you talk about shooting, legs are going to be a part of it. Maybe you can have him help him. When you talk about defending him, maybe that's one of the ways to defend him if he loses some of his shot because Amen and Dylan and even Fred in some of those instances are leaning on him. Maybe you can take him out of his element.
It's not so much like, these are bad calls. You just want the calls to be a little looser.
Yeah.
Maybe some of them they should have called and they didn't, and it affects you one way or the other. But you just want them to be looser because that benefits the Rockets.
Now, the big obvious one that it has shown itself to be the big problem, and we kind of knew to some degree, to a large degree, because of who the Rockets have been all season long, that this was going to be a real divisive one, and this was going to be telling on how the series would go. What was to be the go-to in order to score in the half court? What do you go to in the half court? And I still don't have a great answer, although it did feel like Alperen Sengun early, working out of the middle of the floor, worked pretty well. It's your best option as of right now, or at least that we saw in game one. I don't know that alone is sufficient, especially if Jalen Green isn't getting to the rim and scoring.
I thought the Warriors did a really good job defending Sengun after he really kind of lit him up early. He was really having his way with him.
When he had Draymond Green one-on-one,
yes,
the Defensive Player of the Year finalist didn't really have a good option. Like he can take Draymond Green one-on-one. It's when they pack the paint and he's seeing multiple guys, so he can't just take one guy one-on-one. Here's hands coming in to knock the ball out. That's when it got really tough.
The answer for the Rockets, clearly, if you're looking at this game, is it's got to be Sengun because he's the only one that really played at a playoff level outside of Steven Adams, who was really, really good all day, all night long. He's the only one that I feel like the Rockets can count on. But here's the problem: the Warriors did an excellent job with their zone and their 1-3-1, which was kind of interesting to watch. Zone of taking him out of his game. So outside of Sengun, I don't know exactly where you look at, where you think you're comfortable looking.
Yeah, some people have thrown out the idea of getting Reed more, getting Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore, obviously, I think one of the ones that people lean on, especially because his whole ethos is bucket getter, right? I no fear of what Golden State's throwing out there, but I just wonder, is that trade-off worthwhile when you consider what kept you in this game was defense and not being leaky in various places? I do wonder, does Cam Whitmore have it in him to play the height and the level of defense that you need at that level of focus consistently for all the minutes that you end up playing him for the offense to be worthwhile for whatever you get out of it? Because for me, the man I think of, I went to, especially if you're trying to get some level of replacement, if Jalen Green is not having a good day, if Fred VanVleet's not having a good day, because you don't really have great replacements for those, I think your best option probably in Holiday, funny enough.
You said that earlier during the break. I don't mind it, simply because you have to start the offense somewhere, right? You have to have someone who can ignite things offensively. I get the Whitmore as well, and I know I kind of threw you for a loop when I said this. Also during a break, right before we come back on air, we were going to come back on air. I wouldn't mind seeing a little dose of Reed Shepherd, and the reason is they're effectively defending Sengun, and you're not making shots with their zone. The only logical thing to do is have someone out there who can make shots. There's give and take.
You know, it's like
you
he is going to be called up to the podium consistently. Hey, Reed, you want to come defend real quick? Here's a switch. Come defend a little bit, brother.
You're absolutely right. But Ime said it afterwards. We need offense. Like the defense, like he is not a liability, something of a liability defensively. But you didn't have anybody who could consistently shoot against a zone. They're not going to change that.
No, but
they're not going to change their zone.
This is what I like to think of as the Giannis Antetokounmpo dilemma, where you go, man, if he can shoot, then maybe teams won't be able to just slack off and try and seal off the rim from him. But the question then becomes, all right, let's say you give Giannis, you got him shooting 34% from three. Does the defense then go, well, now we got to get out there and give up the opportunity that he's going to go and dunk on our head top? Or do they just go, that's fine, that's still not enough for us to give up these easy two at the rim? And he probably has to shoot something like 38%. And in this same situation, I guess the point that I'm ultimately trying to get to is, would Rockets have to shoot to get the Warriors out of this, like, closing down the floor, shrinking the floor, 5 guys with a foot in the paint, making it tough for the Rockets to get to the rim? Because ultimately that's still what it has to be. But what I will point to is Aaron Holiday, and this is an inexact science defensive rating. If you look at the entirety of the season, he has the second best defensive rating when he's on the floor for the Rockets, on top of the fact that he shoots 39.8% from three, and he plays like a veteran. He does not look like a moment is too big for him oftentimes. Now, of course, he's coming off the bench, but he's one of those stay-ready guys that it feels like when you ask him to do something, he comes in, he plays well, especially knocking down shots. I think that might be the place that I go to as opposed to Cam Whitmore, especially because he seems to play a little bit more within the context of what Ime is trying to do as a whole. And I don't think you want to entirely throw the baby out with the bathwater early on into the series.
I wouldn't mind that, simply because, as you pointed out, he can knock down some shots. If he gets hot, then you get the same effect. Because they have to knock down shots. I mean, it's just period. And what's that line? That's up to Steve Kerr. Like for him to make any changes or adjustments defensively. That's up to his feel and what he sees on the game. But someone, whether it's Aaron Holiday or small dose, I'm not talking about 30 minutes, small doses of Reed Shepherd, knocking down 2 in a row. How does he react? 2 out of 3, 4 out of 6, whatever it may be. How does he change that?
I view that more as possible break in case of emergency further down the line. I don't know if that's game 2 necessarily, but I'm not anybody's basketball coach. We'll see what Ime Udoka ultimately comes with. He seemed to be open to the idea of maybe possibly starting Jabari Smith Jr., not necessarily throwing out kind of the game plan, but maybe implementing a little bit more of him, who he didn't miss a shot on very small volume, but also made his free throws, unlike many of the other guys. Like, would you like to see Jabari Smith Jr. get a little bit more involved in the offense?
I would like to see a little bit. I mentioned it a little bit last week, but in what role in terms of defensively?
Well, I mean, he's been solid when you go kind of big. He seemed to be decent on the perimeter when he had to go and guard on the perimeter. I think the only thing where it was kind of bad was when he was the only big out there, and he was not sufficient enough to stop what was happening out there for the Warriors. So that lineup, that would have been a revelation if you could have had Jabari as the center out lineup and make that go. That would have been great. And maybe they'll try it again for a couple of minutes and see if it's more tenable in game 2 or later on in the series.
They got to change something.
Yeah, game 2 Wednesday night. See if the Rockets can level out the series at 1-1. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is about the time where we turn it over to Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, vibes, beats, and bangers. So we're going to check in on the vibe at Toyota Center last night.
Hey.
New beats, or same beat, but new song, and a classic banger story behind it.
Okay. I like what's going on here, and you'll hear that next.
There's been plenty of talk about the tech. the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So the Rockets played last night. They lose game 1 to the Warriors. How did y'all feel the vibe was there at Toyota Center?
Man, from where I was sitting, it was popping. I was sitting in
Where were you sitting?
in my big chair, digesting a lot of food, watching my 90-inch TV, so it was really, really effective.
All right, Mr. Braggadocious over here,
Well,
man.
you asked.
My 90-inch TV. I thought it was 86.
Whatever it was. Whatever.
Oh, so now you rounding up. Now you round. Well, he also rounds up. We found
On
with
my
that
height?
6'1.5". He's like, no, I'm 6'2".
He ain't round up to that party count.
No, he sure did. He's like 28's enough.
28, yeah.
I don't need to get to 30 with my coworkers. It's cool.
Nobody needs 30.
But so I had a homegirl. Shout out to my homegirl Drea, who was at the game yesterday. I just randomly hit her up. Not that Drea, not Jalen
You saw my
Green's
face?
Drea. Yeah, not,
I'm bad at hiding it.
yeah. I thought as soon as I said, I'm like, not that Drea, different Drea. She was at the game, and I'm like, give me a vibe check. Tell me what the game is like right now. And she sent me this.
Hey, Figgy. Okay, so the fourth quarter just started here at the Rockets. So, we're hopping on my ball in H-Town, baby. Let's go.
All right.
So that was at the beginning, right before the fourth quarter started.
She was lit. Well, that was a good time because that was right where the Rockets had trimmed this down. What was it, to 10?
Yeah.
At the start of the fourth quarter. So like they were making a little bit of run, getting some stops, getting some buckets, finding a little bit more pace in their offense. Yeah, that was a great time right there.
At that point, I'm like, man, it's going down. Like I'm gonna have to Houston, you making me proud right now by showing up and showing out, as the Houston Texans like to say. And speaking of that, C.J. Stroud, he just got finished talking to the media, and he was asked about the Rockets. Like, how you feel about the Rockets? He was at the game last night, and this is what he had to say.
I'm excited to see them, in this game too. But I definitely just to see, Houston live. Like I remember my first playoff game here, against the Browns was like cracking. It was like turn. It was like that in there. The crowd was just ready to roll, and it takes time for young guys, and being a young dude, it's a different sport, but it's the same type of environment. It takes a little adjusting. The court look a little different. For us, the field looks different. The stands the lights a little brighter, and it just takes time to get adjusted to this more. You're playing against some of your childhood favorite players. Like for me, it was going against Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward. It's like, damn, I'm really going against some legends, and I got to bring my A game. And I think for them, they'll slow down. They'll start to make their shots, and for them to only lose by 10, and have a close game pretty much, come back from lose from 20. I know I'm sounding like an NBA coach or something, but for them to keep it that close and go, like, I think they were like 4 for like 20-something for shooting. Like, they'll find their shot, in my opinion. I think they'll be fine, and I think Jalen's gonna take over, and our man's gonna get warm, and Sengun, he nice. So I love the whole team. I love Fred nice. Like I love Jabari. Like they all hard to me. So yeah, I'm excited to watch.
But none of them as much as I love Steph.
Oh, why are you doing a man like that? He was showing real love.
Yeah, he was naming names. He was relating it to his first playoff game.
I thought that was deeply insightful.
No, that was very good. But I'm just doing what you like to say. What the streets are saying. The streets are saying he's all about Steph.
My man did look. He had a solid grin on there when he was over there talking to his boy Steph. He's got a great respect, and it makes sense, right? Like it seems, especially he's of that age, the right age.
Oh yeah,
where Steph is one of those guys you absolutely look up to as a player, especially a dude of faith like CJ. Where you compare that into to Steph Curry and the way that he operates his. Like I can easily see that particular comparison or that particular respect being there. I appreciated though, like him bringing his perspective of how it felt like being in your first playoff experience. And I think you could see some of that. Like you could
You
see
absolutely could.
some of the instances where even Alperin, who he would get the ball, and sometimes he could be a little slow on going, but in that series, it's like I think when they started getting better, especially in the third quarter, get the ball, go quickly, move into your actions. Where it felt like sometimes they were trying so hard to not mess up in some of those, respecting the moment. They almost respected it too much. Where it was like, hey guys, get out here and play.
Yeah.
And so that's a great point made by another dude who was really good in his early moments of playoff sports.
Yeah, so that was the vibe check last night, and if you're going to the game, it's Wednesday.
Yeah,
yes sir, yes sir.
So if you're gonna be at Toyota Center on Wednesday, man, send me a vibe check, man. Ooh. If you in the building, let me know how it's going down, as they like to say. All right, so this kind of been bothering me lately, and I got to address this. So. Okay. Beats. I love beats. I love instrumentals. I love music and all that good stuff.
Oh, not the vegetable?
Nah, not the
Definitely
vegetable.
not the vegetable.
Yeah.
Beat hate over here?
I don't like beets.
I do like beet juice.
I don't know if I've ever had a beet in my life.
Really? You're not missing much.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's an artist by the name of Gautier. So this artist came out, I want to say, back in 2011. He had this song called Somebody That I Used to Know.
That's right.
I don't know if y'all remember this song.
Without question.
I used to like this song a lot, man. This was like one of my little hipster type songs. I'm like, I like this song. But, not rap. It was something totally different. So it's an artist by the name, a newer artist by the name of Doechii, and she recently just won a lot of awards, just being a new artist and all that stuff. Got a Grammy, and so she did a song to this beat right here, and her song was called Anxiety.
Okay,
and this song, she actually recorded the song back in 2019, I want to say. So she wasn't even, people knew nothing about Doechii, or she was an up-and-coming artist and all that. And this is how this song go right here. So this song been going viral on TikTok, and she just released a music video and all that stuff for it. It's the same beat and everything.
Yeah. It's good.
It's good. It's so good. And this kind of got me upset because it's so good that it's overshadowing the other original song from Gautier.
Yeah.
And now I think it got to the point where people discovered this song on like a YouTube or something like that she uploaded herself. And they had to re-record this song in 2025 because it was such a hit.
Okay.
And so now I feel bad for Gautier because I'm like, people ain't gonna remember that damn song now. People gonna go to Doechii with this song. So
I disagree with that perspective though, like because this is sampling, especially in like, and obviously I understand like he took the whole beat.
Yeah, I'm about to say this wasn't no sample. She did on to his beat.
Yeah, but I feel like that happens a lot more than
that
happens a lot more than we give credit for. In fact, there's songs that that we really like. That
our intro song.
Yeah,
but that's more of a sample though.
What's the difference? It seems like that's a sample.
No, a sample is somebody taking a sample of the beat.
No, yeah, right. Isn't that what she did?
It. No, she took the whole beat.
Well, I mean, even still, like there's people that largely will just do I guess it wouldn't be a cover in that way, but they would do a sample and just take the entirety of of the track.
Yeah, so that's like me. That's like if let's say the Still Tipping song. We all know the beats from Still Tipping. Yeah. That's like me taking that beat and doing a whole different song to the point that song is bigger than Still Tipping.
That has happened quite a bit, but I think oftentimes what that does, and I understand the people that have like that are upset with that.
You get an emotional attachment.
It makes you sound a little bit old, and I've been there as well, Figgy. I'm not trying to like.
The thing is, the Gautier song was a really good song.
Sure, and that's why it makes it.
I just feel bad that people are going to totally forget about Gautier. It's a Doechii song now,
and that's
a pick six.
That is the youths.
That's a pick six.
The youths will do that, right? And there's been a lot of times that happens where it's like, oh man, I love the song. It's like, no, this is the reason why you love this is this other song.
Yes.
Back in the day, but I think oftentimes what that does is allows a little bit of connectivity. And for the studious version of people, music lovers, they'll go back and they'll go, oh, I also like this song because I see the connection. And so I think that that'll happen. I mean, for me, that was one of the reasons why I deep got into jazz is like listening to the likes like a Tribe Called, and then all of the samples that they used of jazz records. And I've gone back, and there's some songs that I like more the previous song than the record that I originally got to it from. I think that this is the natural order of like music in some way.
I just don't think I don't think it's going to be a connection to the previous person that made that song.
No, you're probably right.
Because
it does happen.
Yeah, because this happened with remember Bobby Shmurda with his hit song "Hot." And
Hot Boy.
That was Hot Boy. And that was somebody else. That was somebody else beat. It wasn't a big song, but that was somebody else beat.
Right.
Yeah. And he just rapped over it as an instrumental and created a whole new song.
Yeah.
And so now that's his song now.
Does it make you feel any better that in order for this to be, because this was actually on an album, this wasn't like a mixtape where you just kind of have that free license to do it. Yeah, he's getting his royalties off of it.
Yeah, no, 100%. He's getting paid.
Yeah,
he's getting paid for it. But the issue to me, the issue is this song was actually a popular song on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, and she just kind of,
yours is more of an emotional thing. Like it.
Yeah,
it
because I like the original song.
Oh, that means you're getting older here, Figgy. Because
my
832 mentions a good point. Like Super Freak and You Can't Touch This. Like same track, right? Like this happens. This happens quite often.
If you listen to Super Freak, that's not the same beat as Can't Touch This. It was a sample.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying?
I think we're quibbling on how much of the sample do you feel like.
Yeah, how much sample turns it into, like you said,
it was the Gautier instrumental that she just redid the song pretty much, which I did that a bunch of times too, where, a common song where I just remake it a whole new song, but everybody know their original song because obviously it didn't blow up, but this one just blew up more than the original song. So I'm like, dang, that's kind of messed up, but I'm sure they getting paid for it. So
getting paid, and I mean it happens a lot more in music. I think you're just getting to that age, my man. You're just getting to that age where you're like, no, this ain't the young people song. This is my people song. It's like, no, you're in that you're in the older demographic now, buddy.
Wait till somebody redo Easy Like a Sunday Morning.
Hey now, let's not go crazy.
Same beat.
What you mean? Wait,
let's not go.
They're gonna make it a whole new song.
No, they're not. Just bite your tongue.
Hey, you never know, man.
Well, let me check out. There's probably a number of songs that have already done that.
All right, so I'll get you out of here on this. So speaking of music, man, the legend Eddie Van Halen. We all know Eddie Van Halen from Van Halen. A lot of people didn't know, especially speaking about younger kids too. A lot of people didn't know he played the guitar on Michael Jackson Beat It.
Mm-hmm.
So he was the solo guitarist in this one right here. Did you know how this became about? How he ended up on this song?
I don't remember the story, I'm going to be honest.
So here's Eddie Van Halen pretty much telling this story on how it wasn't supposed to happen, or actually it wasn't allowed to happen because of their rules and stuff as a band. And this is how he ended up on Billie Jean's, or not Billie Jean's, but Michael Jackson's Beat It.
Is it true you didn't get paid to be on the Jackson?
I did it as a favor,
So Michael Jackson rings up and says, Eddie, you're the best guitarist in the world. Can you play on my Beat It? It'll smash it around the world, and you get $0.
Well, I didn't ask for anything. It was about 20 minutes out of my life. Quincy had called me up and asked me if I wanted to do it. And the honest God truth, the band's policy was, we don't do things outside of the band at the time. And everybody's out of town, so I had no one to ask. And I swear to God, I figured, who's going to know if I play on this Black Kids record?
That's awesome.
But the funniest thing of all was I actually rearranged the song. The section they wanted me to solo over, it was just, there's no chord changes underneath it. So I had to rearrange the song. And then Michael came in and I said, oh, I hope you don't mind, I changed your song. And he listens and he goes, no, I really like that high-fast stuff you do.
That's awesome.
That's
didn't
dope,
get
man.
paid.
Didn't get paid. It sounded like he's cool with it. He just kind of came through and just like, I do.
Well, I think he didn't want to get paid because he said earlier, like, our policy was we don't do anything. So
outside the band.
He didn't want to create a stir, so to speak.
Good for him, because I know there's been bands in the past where they'd have been like, bump the rest of you boys. I'm doing whatever I want. And then that'd have been how Van Halen fell apart.
And it's kind of cool to show you how cool Quincy Jones was, man. Just let me call Eddie Van Halen one of the best guitarists out right now.
Hey, we need a great guitarist. Sure.
Yeah, I'm glad that you put one of in there because he was like the best. The interview was like the best guitarist, and I guess that's exactly the way you need to play that when you're talking to that dude in the face. But I was like, damn, Prince ain't died yet.
Yeah.
Man. Clapton was still alive, wasn't he?
Yeah. No, some people do consider him as one of the best guitars, but yeah, I thought that was a cool story, man. I like that.
All right, there you go. Figgy's mixtape. Clapton is still alive, so I didn't mean to accidentally kind of kill him. I apologize there. Shout out to the people that are pointing out the various other instances of like full wholesale sampling and Sting is still making off of "Miss You" by what is it, Bad Boy Records, which that's a little uncomfortable now I think about it.
And that's a sample too.
Right. But yes, appreciate you guys rocking with us. Figgy's mixtape every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig. If you want to send them something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, including a vibe check. If you
vibe check on Wednesday, if you go to the game Wednesday, send me a vibe check, man.
Absolutely. It's social media. Let them hear what it sounds like in the building if you get out there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's crosstalk with the fellas of the Drive. Clinton Ron will do it next.
Area 45 with Bijani.
more salutes to Houston sports happening tonight as the Astros start a 3-game set at Dyken Park versus the Toronto Blue Jays. And they'll celebrate the University of Houston's men's basketball team that runs to the national championship game with a pregame ceremony tonight, and the man himself, Kelvin Sampson, who will throw out the first pitch. He's throwing a strike.
Oh, absolutely, he's throwing a strike.
All right.
Probably putting a little heat on it, too.
You think so? You think he's doing all that?
Oh, yeah. No. He's not going to, like, rear back, but he'll get it. He'll throw it.
You think he's throwing from the mound?
Nah.
Throwing from the grass?
Yeah.
But he's going to make sure it's a strike, though.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's going to happen tonight. Obviously want to continue to show love to them boys. Still did something incredible, even if, unfortunately, didn't quite get to the right where they needed to be, the Cougars. I had somebody text me, a friend of mine, like, are we watching the Cougars with that Rockets game? And I'm like, yeah, man, there is that kind of convergence in the way that those guys play, man. But
little bit.
I think I take that more as the compliment to the defensive acumen of what they can do and how they can stall out anybody. But they need to find that offense. They definitely need to see how that comes around. But we'll get to that. That's coming up Wednesday. What is coming up here in the next 3 days is, as I mentioned, a 3-game set versus the Blue Jays. Going backwards to that Padres series, were there any things that were encouraging for you in that series? Because I feel like one of the big ones was just Cam Smith, the way that he absolutely got his 2 home run game rather. That was really fun to see, and seeing him get going. Was there anything else that caught your eye?
Bullpen. Would they pitch 10 innings, give up 3 runs, something like that?
Yeah.
You have a bullpen. It's really frustrating in a way because yes, they won the series, so that's a good thing. But the offense continues to struggle. Christian Walker, of course, Jordan here and there. But it's kind of not a waste because they won the game because of that. The 2 games they won,
100%.
But boy, with the bullpen the way it's pitching, starting pitching more than adequate. You can always pick.
Fromber had kind of a so-so outing, but I looked up and I was, especially after again,
had 4 double play balls or whatever.
Now
2 of them were blistered.
Yes,
but still he did get them.
Top of the first was like he was out there for like a good half hour, throwing 26 pitches if memory serves correct. And so I was like, yo, he made it to the 6th. Like the idea that you're getting you could possibly term a quality start, like getting that kind of depth out of the starter, even in a situation where the stuff isn't there, or maybe he's just not doesn't look as good. I guess the way that I would say it, is still advantageous. One of the things that I found to be interesting, although it was a loss on Sunday Night Baseball against the Padres yesterday, is Cam Smith sat down with Eduardo Perez before the game, and I just kind of enjoyed hearing from the young man, especially as like he had a triumphant moment on Friday, and he's kind of trending up since they had to kind of give him a couple of days to sit down and kind of catch his breath to focus back in on what they need him to do. This is Cam Smith talking about playing out in the outfield, what it's like out there. Actually, no, let's start with just I love this speaks to who he is as a dude. This is him actually talking about playing for this Astros team.
How cool is this that you're wearing a Houston Astro uniform in what is last year at this time you were getting ready for a game at Dick Howser Stadium?
Yeah, I get to represent a historic organization every single day, putting on this hat and this uniform. It's so fun the way they play, and it makes me excited, honestly. It gives me that burning desire to keep showing up to the field.
Very cool. Very cool. And still just a great story that, we talked about it. You mentioned it earlier in the show. We kind of broached the topic. We didn't like expect this to happen. We kind of broached the topic. Hey, did they make a mistake? No, they didn't make a mistake.
No, he's looked very good. Yeah. I found this to be interesting because obviously the big change for him going from third to the outfield to right field, that was tough. We talked about it. We talked about with Spo as well. The idea of this is a tough move to make for a dude who hasn't played much in the minors, and that would have been one of the major reasons why you consider keeping him in AAA or what have you before you bring him up. This is him talking about what it's like playing in right field as opposed to like that shorter run to third base.
I'm a little anxious out there. Like I want to be all up in the action. Like I feel like I'm missing out sometimes because I'm lonely out there. Like I'm talking to myself for the first time ever. So it's like I want to be involved, but at the end of the day, like I'm pretty much involved in every play, whether I'm backing up first base. We get a runner and a rundown. I'm going to a base. There's always somewhere to be, but I'm just so used to like the hot corner and being right in it.
It's pretty funny. Who does he talk? He's just like Kyle Tucker was perfect for right field. He was just one of those guys that just kind of wandered around and looked at the sky, and he didn't want to talk to anyone. So Cam is like, man, I need some action out
Yeah,
here.
I mean, if you used to being in the infield, constantly getting some, talking to your the third base coach or whoever's coming and whoever's on the base path, and of course your fellow infielders, like that's different, man, than being out there in the outfield. I do wonder if you're out there by right field, are you going to try and talk to Cam? Like, what you going to talk about, Cam? But I did appreciate how he went from that real acknowledgement and kind of laughing about it to instantly like, but no, I'm always involved, always locked in, backing up. And I was like, these are the reasons why, these are the things that you can use to give yourself confidence on why this dude will be fine. Like why this dude will be more than okay. Obviously you see like the athleticism that he could use to get himself to that place. He's reading the ball off the bat pretty well. It's just the small things of figuring out the park and like figuring out, hey, okay, that ball is going to bounce here as opposed to there.
He missed a bad one yesterday. He missed a bad one down the right field.
That one that almost clipped the side, the wall.
The little edge of the wall. But, experienced right fielder knows exactly how to play that. So he missed that one. And then he makes a spectacular play. Not even a good play, like a spectacular play. So, he's on that learning curve where you're like, cool, it'll happen. Left field, that's a different story. You got an older player in Altuve, and you don't know if it's just going to ever really get that much better. You don't have a lot of time, you would suspect, with him. And
what are you doing to Altuve?
No, you want him to play forever, but you don't, in terms of, 5 years?
Maybe. Yeah. And that I mean, it's kind of interesting to think of what 5 years of Altuve at left looks like. Hopefully we get a chance to see it to some degree of like him playing at a level where that is worthwhile to you.
In fact, real quick, in that same, I think after they went back to the booth after that interview, they were talking about Altuve, and he asked them before the game. He said, "Can you believe I'm 35?" Like, so even he's like, "I can't believe this. I'm already 35."
Yeah, but he seems to move around with a lot of light dinner, and then also he a little short, so I feel like he can get away with stuff like that. I feel like if you are a an average sized American adult, you get out. Can you believe I'm 35? Yes, act like an adult. Real quick, one more with Cam. I did appreciate this. This is him talking about what he does to keep himself company out there in that right field.
What does talking like yourself sound like if I had you mic'd up?
Honestly, I like to sing. I like to sing to myself. I like to sing songs just to stay loose, honestly.
I have to go there now.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Bob Marley. I like redemption songs.
Give it to me a little bit. We're singing. What are we singing right here?
I can't sing it. I can't sing it for you, but that's the song I'm singing.
Okay.
A lot of respect for that. Little Bob Marley?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, come on.
Kid's got a good head on his shoulders, man. And he had a good weekend, too. So excited to see what he continues to do. You were looking at the probable pitchers for this
oh, my goodness.
This Blue Jays series.
Where did this come from? I know the Blue Jays are good, but Kevin Gausman tonight?
Yeah.
2.49 ERA, good enough for second place behind tomorrow night's pitcher, Chris Bassett, 0.77 in 4 starts.
Yeah, and that's up against Ronell, ain't it?
Yeah.
So I don't like going into a game being like, hey, the pitching matchup, not your advantage. That one feels like that one's not in your advantage. All right. Appreciations to D&M Auto Leasing for bringing you what is our crosstalk with the fellas of the drive.
Start believing in Ron Nail.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, look.
I'll let you know.
One of the things Broncos, and maybe I shouldn't say this because Clint knows we were talking on Friday or Saturday rather. As soon as I said something on Friday about who I will not mention right now, who was working on his rehab start, he got sick and couldn't get his rehab start on Saturday. So I learned my lesson. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna take that man's name out of my mouth. Fellas, what's popping, man?
Man, it's good, man. It's good. A lot going on here in the city with what we talk about. See, I would say the outside of obviously the owners and Nick, these we heard from the 3 most important people, and not just we heard. We're saying they're the 3 most important people. I think it is clear that they are. They have been pushed to the front. Got anybody else out the way that may kind of feel that they may be in that spot. And now those guys, that's the 3. When you look at obviously on the field, on each side of the ball with CJ and Will, and then obviously the head coach.
D'Amico love him some Will, don't he? Like he was asked about how his scouting acumen has come along, which I thought was a very interesting question. He's like, I hope I could find a Will Anderson Jr. every year, and I'm like, I bet you do.
Yeah.
Like you could hear the smile come across his face over the microphone.
Yeah, he definitely likes that dude, and CJ as well, boy. I mean, they have. We'll find out how right he was, but being right with how they handled those two guys to build this organization, they hit it out of the park on that.
That builds a lot of equity.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll look like I said, we'll see how far it takes them in terms of getting them from that dysfunctional, lowly to, hey man, we're competitive and we got a foundation built and we got a culture that we're trending in the right direction. They knocked it out of the damn park with them two guys. And not only they get them, John, where I was going with that was the way D'Amico, a lot of coaches would be hesitant of like, oh, we ain't going to let anybody think they're bigger than the team. We're not going to let anybody think they're anointed. We got competition. Like, it was pretty obvious.
Except
pretty quick. Right. It was pretty obvious pretty quick who them two cats were going to be.
Yeah, but I think that speaks to one of the things that he was talking about. I'm sure you guys will break it down as you guys do so well. He was talking about how when it comes to that swarm, he wants to make sure he sees it in those folks, whether it's fully formed or at least there's the kernels of it that they can bring out. And those guys, you saw that they were going to be workers, and they've shown that to this point. I mean, with all the time that they've given us. So excited to hear what you guys break down from D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud, and Will Anderson Jr. talking earlier today, and then also your thoughts on the Rocket series and all that.
A lot going on.
A lot of stuff happening here in Houston. What a time to be a sports fan. And I leave you with the best afternoon drive show to get you covered on all those things. It's The Drive. All right, we're done for today. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. Do you fellas feel weird just saying swarm like that? Like just referring to everything as like the swarm?
Not as much as I once did, because now it's pretty much their mantra.
It damn sure is. It is.
It's a useful shorthand. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Are you swarming?
I'm still building to just saying that without.
See, that's the thing. I'm fine with swarm. I like swarm.
Swarm is.
Get swarmy the hell away from me.
Like I'm just saying, like we know, like when they say swarm, we know. I mean, there's a lot of different words and phrases that you can use for swarm. Like guys that fit our culture, guys that all of this. But when that's
a lot of words in there.
Tenacity.
No, it's not. It's. But when you have when we got to the point where reporters straight face.
Yeah.
Like when you look at and interview guys,
is he swarming?
Is and you're looking for that swarm element. When you look at it straight.
Yeah, it's
I'm like, it's gonna take me a little bit.
It's taking on a life of its own. I really like the ability of D'Amico, not Nico. I'm sure Nico could do it as well, but D'Amico, the ability for him to say, "Hey man, this is what I'm looking for. If you don't have the swarm mentality, get the hell out of here." I can get down with that, like real get down, but it seems like it's kind of grown legs and it's kind of taking on a life of its own.
They need to go ahead and patent that bad boy. They need to. I don't know if he can, but they need to go hold on.
I think they got to put it in the end zone one game next year.
Oh, that is it. Or put it on the jersey. Like it should be on the. If swarm ain't on the back,
alternate jersey.
Well, it should be on the back of their little of the helmet piece.
Now you got to get it stitched on the inside of the collar, so we know it's there, but everybody else don't see it.
On the back of it, like I think Clemson got their little all for one that's on the back or whatever. They need to get swarm, or maybe for you, Tyler, swarmy.
No, not for me.
Swarmy on that bad boy.
I'll wear one that says swarm. I don't want to hear swarmy. I don't want to see swarmy.
I like the way you say it too. I can't help. Like it used to be.
I couldn't believe, but when I heard that reporter ask that question, and specifically ask about the swarm that you're looking for when you interview players, I said, "Man, this thing has shown enough taken over." Yeah. Thinking like it's just use. It's just use. But we will hear a lot from D'Amico coming up, and I'm telling you, C.J. Stroud said a lot. I don't know if he was meaning to give us many discussions, but he said a lot, and this is the first time we've heard or seen C.J. Stroud damn near, it feels like since their season ended in Kansas City. And seeing him yesterday with Steph Curry and at the Rockets game, and now hearing from him for the first time in a minute. He said a lot of things, addressed a lot of the offseason things that are connected with him, and we will let you hear what he had to say and discuss Will Anderson as well. By the way, I'm letting you know right now, 3:00, Will Anderson got Clint football horny, and you will hear what Will Anderson had to say that got Clint football horny. We'll have that at 3:00, so you'll be able to hear that and hear the discussion there. But Clint, let's start with what happened last night. The Rockets, and I think a lot of people were really excited about their first playoff game here in a long time, and not to mention it's been a while because even when they were there during COVID, they were in the bubble, so none of the games were played at the Toyota Center. So it's been a while since this city has been able to experience it, go to a playoff game. And last night, they lose 95-85. They lose game one in struggling fashion offensively. Really is where it comes down to. I do have a thought on this, but just overall, you can join this. Get your thoughts in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Just overall, before we really dive into it, Clint, you watched that game last night. People watched that game last night. What did you take away after that thing ended?
Well, I got a lot here. I got a lot. Look, I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the Rockets are not going to win. They may not win a damn playoff game shooting as poorly as they did.
39%.
Yeah, that ain't going to work. And in particular, Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, your two predominant ball handlers, cannot be 7 of 34. That's 21% and 2 of 17 from the three-point line, which is 11.8% for those combined 17 points. Like this team, the way they're built right now, regardless of what everybody else does around them, you are, like I said last week, Şengün can have a great game and can be effective on both ends, rebounding, points, whatever. It's going to be tough for the Rockets to win a series with that. To me, it's all about Jalen Green, but when you add Fred VanVleet, who's the other, ball dominant player, they're not going to win a damn game with those two shooting it as poorly as they did. So I think that is the elephant in the room. That's the problem that has to be solved. That's the one that, even as bad as you were last night on the offensive end of the floor,
it may just come from game to game.
Yeah,
streakiness.
And look, here's the thing. That is one that I can look up and I can chalk up to. I mean, they ain't played basketball in 7 days.
You think the time off is?
I mean, I can see young team. What I just mentioned was obviously not Fred VanVleet being young, but Jalen Green in particular. Not shooting the ball really well. Really, nobody shot it well. If we're being completely honest with you, nobody, the exception of Şengün when he was in the paint, and Jabari Smith a couple times late when he nailed a couple clutch threes. Nobody shot it well. So I think overall, I think I don't have a problem chalking up a lot of the issues to, hey man, off night, not going to happen for 7 straight games. Hey man, 7 days off. Shooting was a little rusty, but I wish I could stop there, Ron. I wish I could stop there. I did not think Ime Udoka was good. We talked about Fred VanVleet. I don't think Fred VanVleet needs to be a predominant ball handler in any game moving forward if you think you're going to give yourself a chance to win. Jalen Green obviously was not good, but he's got the lineup at times that's on the floor when you're down 16 or 18 points. I mean, I don't know where you're going to get 16 or 18 points in general, much less come from behind.
Well, the scary thing, the lineup that really worked
was one of them I'm talking about.
Was one that has less shooting on it, right? Like the Steven Adams being in there.
Yeah.
But like that's the other part is you know offensively you're taking more shooting off.
Right. But that's but I'm not. My deal, Ron, was I feel strongly about like those lineups. I don't give a damn. That's when they came back and they I don't know what the run was, but they came back and got it to within 3 or 4 points. They did it with that weird lineup on the floor, with the lineup that you at one point it was Adams, it was VanVleet, it was Tari Eason, Brooks, and Jabari. And Jabari hit a couple of big shots that got him back. The defense was absolutely tremendous, but I just don't know how. There was a time earlier in the game the lineup was wonky. It was at the end of the first quarter and the beginning of the second quarter when Golden State went on an 18-3 run. I think that's when the game, in my opinion, that's when the game was lost. And it was another one of those weird lineups on the floor for an extended period of time. I just
and it took forever for them to try to, and they just couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah,
like they got back, they closed it in, and they just couldn't get all the way over the hump.
Ron, I just don't see, like, I tip my cap to the ability to get within 3 points the way they did was unbelievable. That's just a testament to the defense. That's a testament to what we've been talking about with Jalen Green. Like, if Jalen Green, if he is just a hair better than he was last night, they got a chance to win that sucker, right? I mean, so.
Or Fred.
Yeah, either one. Well, I don't expect, like, I'll be honest with you. I know Fred's got a history and a resume and all that and pelts on the wall, but this is a Jalen Green show for me. I can't even, I sit there mad as hell. I'm fuming when Jalen Green's on the floor and I'm watching Fred VanVleet get covered by number 51, whoever that is. Just getting blanketed by him. I'm like, what are we doing? He can't get around him. He can't shoot over him. He's not, even though he's cold.
But Fred has got to be a part of the conversation, Clint. He took the most shots on the team.
I agree with you. That makes it even worse. But I just, the Fred VanVleet thing, I understand.
Did not have that one on my bingo card, Clint, that he was going to lead the team in shot attempt.
Right. Look, if you had some well-oiled machine, Ron, that was a certain offense that you're trying to run and you're trying to facilitate to certain guys, cool, I get it, man. I get the smaller point guard that manages the game. I get it, but you don't have that. I mean, you're all over the map with what you're doing offensively. And it was blatantly obvious when they went Jalen Green and Amen Thompson, and really Amen Thompson was better when started attacking with the ball, creating opportunities for everybody else. That's how they're going to win this series. Not Fred VanVleet facilitating.
That ball keep ending in his hands.
They
to
found
shoot him up late. Yeah. Well, with that, let's look at this then, and I want people to jump in on this.
Because I know I was all over the map.
That's what it was. No, I mean, I think you gave a lot there, and I think it leads me to this thought of: are the Rockets in trouble, or do you just see this as one game in a long series? So 713-572-4610. Are the Rockets in trouble right now? Did you come away from game one think, damn, they're in trouble, or this is just game one of the series? Because, I mean, I think, like, when you look at around the others, like the Clippers lost to the Nuggets, right? But I don't know that people think the Clippers are in trouble. I think people are like, all right, this going to be a long series. The Lakers got their asses just waxed by the Timberwolves. I still don't know how many people think that the Lakers are in trouble. Yeah. I think they're in the series. Where are you out of this? Because Clint gave you a lot of the bad. They scored 85 points. And Ime Udoka said, if you score 85 points, you're going to beat a lot of teams, especially they're going to beat Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, who have it going for a game that produced that many points. But you score 85 points, 39% from the field, 6 for 29 from 3. And by the way, we talked about Fred VanVleet. He was 2 for 13 himself. You missed 9 free throws in the game, and you couldn't contain Butler and Curry. Butler goes for 25, Curry for 31. He had 3 the last time you played him. But there was some good, right? You held that Warriors team to under 50%, and they only made 12 threes. This is a team that could go off and get hot. And they were under 100 points. You dominated on the boards, 52-36, and in particular 22-6 when it comes to offensive rebounds, 1 in the paint by 20. So there was some good there as well. But do you get the sense that this team is in trouble? Text line coming in. Trouble, not enough experienced players. Someone said they think they're in trouble. Somebody else, not in trouble. It was some of what we expected and some not so much. Now we'll see what they look like after game 2. So the Rockets will win game 2, but the Warriors have too much experience. So when you came away from that, watching that, did you feel like they were in trouble, or this was just one game?
No, I thought it was just one game. Now, it could end up being a costly game because you played so well on defense and you dominated the boards the way you mentioned. Like, it would not have taken much on the offensive end of the floor to win that game. I mean, you could have scored. I mean, it ended up, look, let's be honest. There was 6 points scored late in that game that had it not got a little sideways right there, wouldn't have been. That'd have been even a low and score game. You could have scored mid-90s and won that game. Yep. I mean, that is the kind of game that you think the Rockets, if you just sit back and go, hey, Golden State, Houston, winner's going to score 95, 96 points. Who gets it? You would think the Rockets. I'm giving the Rockets a real good chance in that game. So you hate that you let one slip away where you rebounded so well, where you played so good on the defensive end of the floor. That hurts. But no, I watched that game, Ron, and without a doubt, I feel like the time off. I feel like the bad game, Jalen Green, Fred VanVleet. And again, like I said, let's not – I mean, nobody shot it particularly well with the exception of a couple of clutch ones from Jabari and some really good inside play from Şengün. But, no, I walked away with you figure out how to score some points. If those guys have just average nights and you keep playing this kind of defense and keep rebounding the way you're rebounding, then the Rockets can take the series.
Text line coming through. Karen, no, they're not in trouble. They will win the series. Trouble. Big trouble. We played like garbage and lost by 10. I still think we got this. I'm not going to say trouble yet. Because Clint, this is the sixth time they've played, and I will say 5 out of the 6 games they've played, the pace and how the game is played is in the way the Rockets want to play.
Yeah.
Like they have been all of it. They got it. This is another one. They've been under 100 points. They've played a good 3 games where the game finished under 100 points. I know they played one earlier, 91-90, that the Rockets won. Even the other one, I think there's one where they were in the 120s. I think and it's the one the Warriors won, 127-121. But they continue to make the game played in the fashion that they want to play. They were great, not good, great defensively. Now, the place where I could say that they could be in trouble is I think these games are going to be rock fights. Clint, they play 6 times right now, and they have all been this physical and this and this tight. But they played like that, man, and they didn't slow Curry or – like Curry was efficient in this game. They didn't slow Jimmy. Jimmy's in like you can. They got 2 guys that they can go to and get buckets from, right? And that's just and you know there's gonna be a game in this thing where like Buddy Hield or Brzezinski that he like has a night or something. Yeah. That's the only thing is these games are gonna be tight, and like they just did 25 and 31 for those 2 in a game that's in the 80s and 90s. That's problematic.
Well, I mean, Curry got hot and was just hitting absolutely everything, which he has. We know he has.
That one he hit over Green in the corner, and Jalen can't hit anything. Ridiculous. That had to have been demoralizing for him.
But the to me the story of the Curry part of this, besides him chewing on his mouthpiece the way Tyler hates it, Tyler's carrying around his turd trophy in there. He can't wait to get to, what do we do that Thursday? He can't wait to give away that damn turd, that damn golden turd. But again, Ron, I go back to like what you can't do against Golden State, but Curry, what you can end up doing is when like he started. What was he? Was he 1 for 5 or 1 for 6 from jump? I mean, he wasn't early on in that game. I mean, he's having a rough shot. The problem then is the Rockets on the other end can't separate at all.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So they weathered the storm of him being cold and him being off. And then once he mid-second quarter or whatever it was, once he hit one, it was like, uh-oh. And then it's impossible.
Yeah, because he started off slow a little bit. Once the top is off of that, like
it's hard.
Amen Thompson's a great defender, but he's like that shot he hit over Jalen Green. I mean, Jalen Green couldn't have played better defense.
Yeah.
And he couldn't. But then it's others. I mean, he had some deep ones, some big ones late, and it happened. Right, that game got tight. The Rockets did everything. You said you got to give them credit. We know they ain't gonna walk out there and fold up a tent. Like they ain't gonna just or pitch one. Well, maybe, but they're I just did that for you, Tyler. Just want to make sure you were aware. But we know that's just not how their makeup is, and they got it back. And I don't think anyone was real surprised that they got it back. But then it got down, Clint, to what the concern is late in games. What's going to happen? And late in games, Steph Curry's hitting threes, Jimmy's hitting shots. Steph and Jimmy are setting up Moody in the corner, and the ball keeps finding Fred on the other side going up.
Yeah, somehow, some way they funnel that thing to Fred, funnel it to Fred, and it was a hell of a plan. Look, I didn't walk away from that game last night. I was mad as hell, but I didn't
catch it early.
I walked away from that game feeling like we got a shot. That defense was nasty, and I don't think the rebounding was a fluke. Like I think you're gonna be able to dominate the boards.
Hell, Steve Kerr didn't. Steve Kerr said they're going to get offensive rebounds in this series. They're going to.
Yeah, all of that stuff I don't think is a fluke, man. I think you get any level of scoring out of your two predominant ball handlers. I think you're going to put some real pressure on Golden State.
All right, C.J. Stroud, one of many who spoke on the first day of OTAs, he addressed some of the things that we have been wanting to hear. He addressed his new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, and he addressed his old one, Bobby, the tyrant, Slowick. We'll let you hear that coming up.
All right, y'all. Man, it's available in Texas. Download it right now. Use promo code HTOWN to unlock big-time specials. I hit me a little double.
and guaranteed for life. It's draft week, and we've got you covered. From start to finish, pick by pick, the best breakdown happens. From Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Seth Payne, Sean Pendergast, and more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610.
You could trouble me for a warm glass of shut the hell up.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. And listen, as we said, a lot going on. The Rockets lose game one yesterday. We discussed that a bit. But OTAs officially started today, and a lot of the big names for the Texans were here and spoke to the media today. We'll hear from D'Amico coming up in a bit. Will Anderson spoke as well. But C.J. Stroud, we have not heard or seen a lot of him since this season ended. And we know since that happened, he's gotten a whole new offensive line. He has gotten some new weapons. He has got new weapon. He has gotten a new play caller, a new OC, a new person replacing Bobby Slowick, and we haven't quite heard his comments or any comments about him about those things at all until today. This was him first talking about his new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from L.A. and New England, and, he's going to bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and L.A. Will definitely help me because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in L.A., it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And, he's all about, me taking full ownership and running the show, and that's what I want. So, I'm going to get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's like bought into me and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already. Just how he talks and how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
Well, all right, there, see, said a few things there. Again, I don't know if CJ was on purpose, like saying I'm gonna let this cut loose and shine some light on some things, but he went in there and talked about, hey, this is a system in which he feels like he is going to have more control. He is going to be the one running. That's what I want. And I believe, Tyler, he said, and I quote, and I'm going to get what I want in that thing. I don't think he meant that in the way it almost sounded, but he said that. And it's hard not to think like this is a big difference from what happened the last 2 years compared to what he is sounding to be excited about going into more control of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can spin it however you want to spin it. I mean, in terms of Bobby Slowick and Nick Caley and all that, I want to put two play callers aside and explain to you what or not you, but people what CJ just said. CJ just said last year I didn't have control at the line of scrimmage before the ball was snapped, pre-snap wise, to do my thing. I couldn't put my guys in the best position to make plays. Nick Caley, whether it's Nick Caley or D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio said, hey, Nick, you want to come over here and OC, but you got to make sure that C.J. Stroud is running the show and has the freedom at the line of scrimmage to do things. If you do, come on over, but C.J.'s going to have that freedom. And C.J. said, I'm going to get that freedom. I want that freedom. It's what how I'm used to playing football. It's similar to the way I played in college. And it is interesting because we volleyed around the excuse during the season of, well, one of the problems is CJ doesn't have the ability at the line of scrimmage to take over. One of the problems with the protection is CJ ain't pointing at the damn mic, and CJ's not directing guys, and he doesn't have that ability. I didn't know if it were true or not. After hearing CJ Stroud say that right there, it is 100% true. There is no doubt about it. CJ Stroud last year was handcuffed from the perspective of being able to come the way he wants to and the way he should be commanding the offense at the line of scrimmage. And look, like you said, I don't know that he's real comfortable standing up there beating his chest and saying it, but that's the messaging that I got out of that right there, no doubt about it. We can talk about Kaylee later, but what CJ just said.
That was a big thing coming out of it is we heard, and it sounded like there may have been speculation of a difference of pages that he and Bobby the Tyrant was on.
I'm used to having tools to make, basically to make the team right in pre-snap before the ball's ever snapped. In other words, I didn't have it this year, and I'm looking forward to having it this coming season.
Anybody else's fingers hurt?
No doubt.
Text line coming through. Bobby didn't trust him. Bobby got that little man syndrome.
It don't matter if it's the system, because some people look. And again, I did not talk to any sources.
I wonder if that
not a big
changed
source
from
guy.
year one. I wonder if it changed from year one.
What changed was he got Rookie of the Year, and the next step was to be taken, and all of a sudden it didn't happen, and it just got worse and it snowballed. But the thing is I don't know why it happened. There's a lot of people out there that believe that that's exactly what they do in San Francisco. Like, the quarterback out there doesn't have a whole hell of a lot of freedom at the line of scrimmage and the quote-unquote tools to do things pre-snap that he needs to do. I've heard that, right? Or it may be Bobby. I don't know. As a Texans fan, I don't give a damn. I mean, for me, the point is, okay, CJ's moving forward, and it's clear that last year he wasn't given the freedom pre-snap and at the line of scrimmage to protect himself with calls, right, and getting his O-line right with communicating, and he's going to have it this year. As a Texans fan, that should get you as excited as hell. One, it is a very valid reason why you saw some of the struggles you saw last year. But number two, the future of this franchise, it looks like, is going to be put solely in the hands of your quarterback, which is ultimately what you want to happen and you hope to happen when you find that guy. Here C.J. Stroud is telling you, I want more power. I want more freedom. I want the tools and the ability to change things at the line of scrimmage, and I'm going to get what I want.
I was going to say, he's not saying he won't.
Correct.
He's saying, I'm getting it. I need more power.
Yeah, which is the way it should be. Your quarterback, especially when
if he's ready. When he's
ready. It should be. He should have some level of freedom. Like, if what we watched last year was based on him not being able to make calls at the line of scrimmage, that is egregious. That is a fireable offense. Like, if your quarterback's so handcuffed he can't even direct the pass protection,
there's no adjustment to it.
You shouldn't be a play caller in the league. There ain't no doubt about that. I don't know how bad it was or it wasn't, but it sounds like, coming out of the horse's mouth, C.J. Stroud being the horse, it sounds like C.J.'s letting you know, I didn't have the damn freedom that I wanted last year, and I'm gonna get it this year, which is absolutely beautiful for all of us Texans fans out there.
You think he's ready for it?
We'll find out. I don't care if he's ready or not. By year 3, he should be. Yeah. By year 3, he should be. Absolutely. We're going to find out.
Yeah. Well, that was the big thing that jumped out to me. He addressed some other things, but that was the thing that jumped out to me.
Absolutely. That's huge, man.
Hey, he let you know, I didn't like what the hell was going on last year, and I'm getting what I want this year.
Yep.
And that's what they did. All right, so C.J. Stroud getting a little bit more control. We'll let you hear some other things because he addressed the offensive line moves as well. Now, he didn't have control in that by his comment, but he addressed some other things the offensive line included. We'll let you hear that in a bit. But Clint, there are some people defending C.J. Stroud when it comes to that, defending Bobby Slowick when it comes to certain things. There is no defending what we watched last night from Jalen Green. We have not talked about Jalen Green much today. There are people who have texted in and said, how come we're not talking about how bad Jalen Green was?
I gave you some pretty bad stats right out of the gate. Right when the show started, when Ron asked the question. First thing out of my mouth, but I got you. I pick it up with you.
We'll dive a little deeper into what in the world happened last night to the person we were all watching and hoping would really step up that did. Jalen Green, what in the hell was that yesterday? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I'm so high on the Rockets.
Are the Texans looking to fill any specific needs in the draft? Definitely not, according to Nick Caserio.
We never draft for need around here. I mean, we're never going to. So we're going to pick the best player that we feel fits our program, regardless of the position. I'd say other than a quarterback. I mean, I'd say pretty much any position is on the table.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713.
on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-4414-179, 281-4414-179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming in on CJ. Some people it's good, like having a racehorse and not giving them the reins to run. Shout out to Roman.
God bless, brother.
And also, this man, CJ, won control but couldn't handle what was on his plate last year.
We shall see.
Yep.
Oh, no.
We shall see. Well, look, if you, I mean, as a Texans fan, this is what you want. You want a Rookie of the Year quarterback. You want to know, hey, we found our guy for the future. You want that guy, even in a down year, played fairly well and fought through some adversity and never crumbled, at least to the media and in the in what appeared to be the locker room. And now in year 3, he seems pretty confident in saying, hey, I didn't have what I needed last year. I want more control. I'm going to get more control. Buckle up. I mean, that is exactly what you want. Now, can he deliver? I don't know. We'll see. Can they deliver? Nick Caserio. Let's be honest. D'Amico is in on this too. Can Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, can that group as a whole, can they deliver? We'll see.
Yeah,
they're saying the right things.
They're
saying the right things. The quarterback wanting more control and publicly saying that is a step in the right direction. I personally love hearing it from just a quarterback perspective as well as a Texans fan perspective. So we'll see if they can deliver. I think
it is surprising if that is the case. There was no hey man, well let's try this or let's adjust this at if that was the case.
You talking about with Bobby?
Yeah.
With badass Bobby?
Yeah. I mean, I wonder, obviously, Bobby is not speaking in Miami. I wonder if Bobby has the same thought process that he had no control.
Well, look, that makes it.
But like you said, you've heard that is the thing sometimes in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
And that's where he came from, so you could see.
You hear that. It's one thing to hear that's a thing and that's the way that he does it. It's another thing to – if whatever Kyle does with his quarterbacks and with his offensive line and his run game, that nobody's going to question it because Kyle's winning games, right? I mean, I know last year didn't go as planned, but nobody's going to question Kyle Shanahan because of what they've been able to do offensively. Bobby Slowick's a different thing. For Bobby Slowick, with as little experience as he has, come in and not give a quarterback the very basic luxury of being able to redirect your protection to protect yourself, and for protection to be the problem for that quarterback to then turn around and be the second most sacked and what was the second or third most hit quarterback in the league, like that is a recipe for disaster. I still don't think it's a recipe for firing the guy. There had to be more behind the scenes, of which we've talked about. We don't have to go into that now, but there had to be more, which wouldn't surprise me at all. I don't know how Gerard Johnson would sit there for a year and his quarterback not have the ability to protect himself and not at some point stand up and go, hey man, what the hell are we doing? I would be shocked if Gerard Johnson didn't say, hey man, this ain't. I mean, forget the techniques and mechanics. Like the quarterback needs to be able to overrule anything and everything on the field to protect himself. Like. The fireable offense is, it sounds like Bobby Slowick said, all of y'all shut the hell up. We're going to do it my way.
But if it ended
up biting Bobby in the ass.
If it went that way, in the way it was going, it feels like they should have been doing a Denver Nuggets type of thing or a Memphis Grizzlies type of thing, which
they very well could have.
Like just in the middle of just letting it ride right in the middle of the thing. If it was as bad as it almost sounds like.
Well, my thought when we talked about that during the year, Ron, was
because that's all we're hearing. Because he's not talking. He's not saying anything.
Well, I thought the last thing they were going to do was fire Bobby Slowick and keep everybody else in the building. Like all the people that could potentially have been a play caller last year, week 10 and beyond, they're still in the building.
Yeah.
So I thought, well, if one of them's gone, they all going to be gone. knowing that there was a chance they'd all be back in the building, that they definitely could have pulled the trigger on him last year. Interesting audio out of C.J. Stroud, and I, for one, absolutely love it.
Yep. All right, something I guess was interesting in a different form last night was what the hell happened with Jalen Green? I mean, I thought for the most part, maybe we were beyond just moments like this, although he had one against the Lakers. Hey, I can chalk it up. He had a bad game, but he's had a pretty good season, especially in the second half, Clint. But you've been on it, and you've been talking about Jalen Green, and Jalen Green has got to be the man for this group. And I said it as we started to see they were going to make the playoffs. I was really amped and excited to see how he would react and perform on this stage. Just the
I'm
first
sure they
time.
vomited in the stands.
Yeah, they may have, Jim. I know many people out there did. This was the first time, he's been on this stage. And Clint, in 30 minutes, man, he's 7 points. Mm-hmm. At least he gave you 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and he didn't turn the ball over. So at least that he had 1 turnover. 3 for 15 shooting, 0 for 4 from 3. Just had no kind of control. I know Ime Udoka after the game talked about he's got to be better at finding his outlets when they funnel him into areas they want him to be. He's got to do some things and get better on his one-on-ones. But they can go ahead and pack up the rest of the – they don't even need to play any more games if they're going to get anything like this from Jalen
100%.
Green. I mean, they just can't have –
Absolutely. I mean, they missed a chance to win a game with an awful Jalen Green at the hands of an awful Fred VanVleet. If Fred VanVleet would have just been average last night, they may have won that game given how good they were on defense and how good they were rebounding. And so I may have had to eat crow immediately. But I'm with you. I don't think you might as well tap out at this point in time if Jalen Green's not going to be any better than that. Now, look, the part I don't like about it, and look, I'm on record. Jalen Green needs to be the predominant ball handler on this team. The whole Fred VanVleet getting out there, getting blanketed by a guy. I don't know who the guy. What's 51's name?
I'm trying to think who you.
Light skinned dude with the long hair.
He's the guy they're playing instead of Jonathan Kuminga.
I mean, when I look up there and that dude's blank, like just covering Fred VanVleet. I'm just like, he can't shoot over him. You can't get around him. You can't facilitate. I mean, you facilitating what offense? This offense is all over the map.
Santos character.
There you go. Yeah, no, I mean, the thought of like the difference when he was on the floor handling the ball and then when Jalen Green was on the floor handling the ball and even Amen Thompson was handling the ball. Like, to me, that whole I one step and I'm by you with the ball, and if you collapse on me, I'm gonna kick it out and get open shots out. That's how they're gonna win this game. Now, again, I can't defend Jalen Green, Ron. I can't defend how bad he was. The one thing I said, like, I did not like. What I don't like is the way you like Fred VanVleet. Didn't matter how bad he was last night, he was gonna get it. To me, that has to be Jalen Green. If we're gonna lose a game the way you lost the game last night, like, you got to go down with Jalen. Now, one would say you did, given how bad he was, but in critical moments of that game, he was on the bench, and that I can stomach losing a game like that with Jalen Green getting just a crazy amount of shots up. It's hard for me to watch Fred VanVleet get 13 threes.
And did it? I don't know about you. It felt like it was more than just an off night from Jalen. Like I think
it starts pressing. I think.
Yep. And I felt like the moment got too big. And we could talk about how much the experience played a part at some point, but it did feel like for him, Clint. All right, Steph is getting off. He's going. Şengün is going. I'm struggling. It did feel like a pressing type of thing.
I wonder how much of that, Ron, because I agree with you. Even though there's not a ton of bad shots, like just taking wild ass threes. Now getting to the rack and there's 4 people down there and trying to go up over them. I mean, that's obviously a poor decision, bad shot. But like, to me, it's more of the benching, right? It seems like he's pressing to prove while I'm out here, I got to do something to stay on the damn floor, and it looked like it was pressing to me.
Well, I think that's it. I think he wants it bad.
Yeah,
like he wants to go out there and perform and show like that. Like, I think he wants to put forth a performance of, hey, y'all don't need to be talking about we need Kevin Durant.
Right.
Because I'm going to be that guy. But he has got to pick it up game 2 the rest of the way, because they won't have someone text in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Jalen is not reliable, period. Great skill set, but sporadic. And as I said, I thought we had gotten more beyond that this year. I didn't feel like he was as inconsistent. I think that was the difference. That game in and game out, he was not as inconsistent. I think it even showed yesterday, because like him pressing like this normally, it would result in more than one turnover in a game. But no, I mean, again, there's no defending. I can't really defend that right now.
I mean, look, to the texter, 2 things can be true, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. He got better throughout the year. He matured and developed throughout the year. But we talked about this Thursday and Friday last week. Like this playoff series or multiple series, depending on how they play, is going to determine what direction the Rockets take this offseason in terms of their superstar and their predominant ball and predominant scorer.
In game 1, it looked like they needed to take the route of getting.
Bingo. I mean, you're going to find out. You're going to find out about all these guys. And you look at game 1, Şengün was good, Bari was good. The bad thing is Jalen was awful. Amen Thompson was good at the end, with some of the drive, the athletic stuff that he did late. But I mean,
he only took 9 shots.
Yeah, I mean, it was not a good night, good opening playoff game for the youngsters that you found and keep be around here a long time. But I think that's what the playoffs for the Rockets are all about. I'd love to see them make a run at a championship. That'd be fine. But I think a bigger picture for Rockets fans is, what do you have? You're going to find out in this next. Hopefully 7 games, or maybe turn it quicker. But hopefully you win a series, and we're going to know a little bit more about our guys, and hopefully it's positive.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, as I said it earlier, 3 o'clock, you'll hear Will Anderson. He spoke as well, and he said something that did Clint in, as Clint would say, got him a little football horny. We'll discuss and hear that coming up next.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
In the Loop.
Nick.
Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive, the number one sports show in all of Houston. And as we get going on a Monday here, and a lot to get to. We have talked about the Rockets. If you have missed that, go ahead and check out the 2 o'clock hour. But don't worry, we will continue to look at what happened last night and then move forward on Game 2, which they desperately need to get coming up later on in the week on Wednesday.
By the way, has there always been this much space between games?
Oh yeah, man. That's why the playoffs go from
Draw
April
this damn thing
to
out,
June,
man.
baby. April to
These
June.
games rolling, man.
April to June, baby, and then the next one gonna be at least probably a couple days with a travel day in between them. So no, yeah, it's gonna be some time, man. They spread them out, try to get the best TV product they can get, but also we'll get to the Astros as they had a really good weekend, pretty good weekend series against the Padres, but a lot of the big names for the Texans spoke today as OTAs started, and that includes Will Anderson, who this guy stepped up last year after winning Defensive Rookie of the Year, was a Pro Bowler last year, and is looking to continue in the offseason. I've seen videos of him working with Myles Garrett, and they're going and competing and doing things, and obviously DeMeco Ryans is very high on him. But Clint, when he spoke today, he had something to say that I know excited you and got you going, and it was doing something you don't love to do, looking back in the rearview mirror a little bit. He was looking back just a bit. It's got going. This was Will Anderson looking back at how the season ended in Kansas City.
Yeah, I haven't moved on from it at all. I was just talking to my coach about it today. That feeling like now that you know how close you are to almost being in the Super Bowl, it hits a little differently, you know? And for us, I'm like, bro, we almost there. When I broke it down to them, I was like, bro, we're almost there. Like, we have to have that intensity every game, no matter where we at, no matter how we get on the field, no matter if we start, on defense first, like, we have to bring that energy every time and never forget that feeling, bro. Like, I've been telling people I have to keep my composure, bro, because I'm just so excited for next year and what this team can do and what we can go and how far we can go, man. And I know we got all the right pieces to do it, and we just got to keep building that connection. And Coach DeMeco hit it on the head today in the team meeting, man. The connection is everything. When your players trust you, when your coaches trust you, man, everybody has the same goal. Everybody can go out there and ball. Coaches can get what they want. Players can get what they want, man. And the ultimate goal is to get the Super Bowl.
I know that got you going and got you excited. He said, no, it's still sticking with my ass.
Well, coming from a man myself that's never been more motivated than something that happened the previous year, I don't like – I shouldn't say I don't like. I'll flip it. I really like when players have the ability to go, not pull the – especially here. It seems like with Nick and DeMeco, there's a lot of planted, let's move on. A lot of these guys just essentially regurgitate what Nick or DeMeco or whatever's being said from the upper, the upper level of the organization. Obviously, Will is not one of those. And for Will to just say, well, hell yeah, I remember it. And it's motivating the hell out of me. If when it happened to lose out of the playoffs, you get a little taste of it. You know how good you can be. Hell yeah, it motivates me. I don't want to forget it. Like that is just – I love that mentality, and then if we go a step further, just Will Anderson's leadership ability is. We always talk about like in football a lot of times, and we don't see it because we're not in the building a lot of times. But a lot of these guys that some of them are good players, some of them are not so good players. But they're always talking and saying these little catchy phrases, and they're always over the top Johnny Hustle, and they're always over the top of like motivation.
Sounds like it's kind of just talking points.
Yeah, well, it's just talk. It's not. They're really not. Like when it is real and genuine and authentic, and it's real as it gets. The way that Will Anderson is, it's one of the most powerful thing in team sports, and it's just. where I was going with that is I've been around a lot of guys, played for a lot of guys. It was a lot of lip service. It was a lot of cameras come on, say all the right things, reciting something they read out of a book or reciting something they read in the Bible or something. But with Will, it's just it is so believable, so real, so authentic. It is just one reason that you can really get behind this defense just being absolutely tremendous is because that dude right there is steering the ship.
Because it's honesty. Because as D'Amico said earlier when he spoke, and we'll hear from him in a bit, but he said earlier, he said, "Yeah, I'm not looking in the rearview mirror. One of the first things we talked about today when we met was, hey, it's going to be the story of the 2025."
Well, that's Nick and D'Amico's MO. Right, new team every year, different team every year. It's a whole new season, whole different.
I wouldn't be surprised if Will Anderson hadn't watched pieces of that game.
Oh yeah,
I wouldn't put it past him, on a weekly basis if he had not watched pieces of those games. If he had just checked out a little bit, rewatched some possessions, rewatched some things that could have, like that possession which they took. I wouldn't be surprised if he's not ate up with that, which is real. Now, I'm sure, and I don't think it is going to hurt him in a negative fashion going into this year, Clint, that he can't get, that he still has thoughts of how the season ended.
It drives him. It's what drives him. I mean, look, and again, now mine was one play that ended one game, but I didn't never need to hear a thing from a coach. I was never going to take anything from a player, from a teammate of any excuse why they weren't there, why we couldn't do something this time, or why we couldn't throw in the summers 4 times a week kind of deal. There was no, the motivation behind the way a season ended or a heartbreaking loss that you were a part of or whatever it may be, which I do think for this team, especially for CJ and Will and that group, Jalen and Stingley and all these guys, the younger group, getting to the second round for a second straight year and losing out to a team that they feel like was a very beatable Kansas City team, that should stick with them. That's the part that turned me on is Will doesn't seem to be the one.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Nothing wrong with it at all. I absolutely love it. And it's good to hear, I guess, is where I was going with it. It's really good to hear Will just letting it all hang out. Now, Tyler was watching the actual press conference. It looked like he may have been told to tamper it down a little bit in the presser.
Will was?
Yeah, Will got a little too loose with it when he was talking about other players and kind of getting
gas,
rolling.
no bricks, baby.
He got asked about E.J. Speed, newcomer for the Texans, and he started to give an answer. And you see him look off to the side of the podium where he's giving his press conference, and he kind of does one of these faces, if you're looking with me on YouTube. And he was like, "Oh yeah."
Somebody gave him the old sign to zipper them lips, right? Something like that got him.
Yes.
I don't know that. I'm just assuming.
I'm guessing here.
But it is first time.
I want to hear his words on EJ Speed.
He didn't say anything. I think they didn't want him to let either he was getting too free flowing with the whole thing, or they didn't want to let the EJ Speed cat out of the bag. As if we can't go watch the Indianapolis film to see it. But
I got it if you want to hear it.
Actually, I actually want to hear. I want to hear the cutoff. While we're waiting on that text line coming in, Will is not LeBron. He doesn't say all the right things.
I just disagree. I ain't heard nothing wrong yet. But okay, I'm not saying he's LeBron.
I get what they're saying. He doesn't try to say all the cookie cutter right things.
Yeah.
He says, there's probably somebody maybe closer to home you could have gone with. Go ahead. You didn't have to go that far with LeBron. I don't know if LeBron is one who says every cutter right. But no, I want to hear the cutoff. I want to hear it because Will gets himself going.
Yeah, he brings, like you said, everything. Yeah, great player.
The hell?
He brings
either he said something a little earlier in the deal and got somebody's attention, or they didn't want that one.
Whoa! What? Why did he get cut off on EJ Speed?
What I told Clint is, and again, this is all guesswork on my end. There's nothing proven. But when I was watching it, the question before that, Will Anderson had been asked about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah.
And he gave a very long, thought out, like Will does answer on his impressions of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. And then the only thing I can figure is, okay, the very next question was another player, and whoever it was off to the side was like, all right, hey, this one, like, kind of chill out here, bud. Chill out.
Damn.
It's a guess. It is a complete guess. This is not reporting.
All right, I don't want to waste the people's time, but I'm gonna have to go through and listen to the C.J. Gardner Johnson. Like, what the hell did he say? Like that? What? Like what? What would? The hell was he about to say about EJ? If there's anybody you trust at the podium, it's Will Anderson.
You would think.
Like he wasn't about to say, like he wasn't about to give a game plan away about EJ Speed, who's been in the league forever. He wasn't about to dog cuss EJ Speed. He sound like, hold on, I'm sorry, I need that one more time. He sound like he was in the midst of about to just, like, oh man, listen, the speed he brings to the table, all that. I got to hear this. What was he about to say?
He brings, like you said, everything. Great player.
Great player.
What?
That noise you hear him make is when he's going.
I can see, like I can. Everybody's sitting here listening in their cars, or whatever. They could visually see what happened there. He's ready to start, and somebody put up a stop sign on him or something. Like that was odd. All right.
Everything.
Brandon Scott, if you're listening, or whoever is out there, whoever rolls out there. I know Sean Bijani goes out there sometime. Just keep asking about EJ Speed to Will Anderson. Let's keep asking about EJ Speed to Will Anderson. And if we are ever so blessed to get Will Anderson on, I may have to ask Will Anderson about EJ Speed. Tell me a little bit about your linebacker core. In particular, the newest member of the linebacker core, EJ Speed. God, I guess they want him. I guess they want EJ to earn it. Damn it, earn it. We're not gonna just give you these compliments, doggone it. Earn the thing. All right. Well, spoke about EJ Speed earlier and said we love his speed and everything he could do. He also, to me, spoke about something, Clint, that I thought was interesting because we are entering year 3, right? And everyone talks about for certain positions, right? This is the year where you see maybe certain positions take another step, year 3 in it. Well, this is a team and an organization and a program started by D'Amico Ryans entering year 3. And I thought this was interesting what he had to say about the culture that they've established.
We have a really solid group of guys who've been here. They understand, right, who I am. They understand my mentality, my approach, and what I expect out of guys. So it's not so much of me, so much of messaging of how we do things or what those guys can carry along the message, right? They can follow CJ, follow Will, follow Jalen, follow, a lot of guys who've done it the right way. They've seen how I've operated for the past 2 years. So coaches, we don't need to be out there. We know we have really good leadership on our team, guys who do it the right way, guys who bring other guys along, and guys who expect to build a winning culture here. And so they just follow those guys. They'll fit in just fine.
All right, Clint, as you heard him talking about, and he mentioned those 3 players in particular, and he talked about the culture part. And, Clint, we've established, like, I do think, and this is not a knocker or saying it's an amazing positive or whatever. I think it's just the truth of it, and I don't have a problem with it. I think the Texans, more than most teams, that culture part means a lot to them. Right, like more than others. I'm not saying it doesn't mean a lot to other teams, but it seems like it is a driving force for them. And you've been around locker rooms and things like this and seen people trying to build. I do wonder what maybe this unlocks or how things are different, Clint, when after 2 years, the building of the culture, I don't think D'Amico and company, they have to do that anymore. I feel like as he just sit there, we got guys that are the guys that are the culture that build. I wonder what that means for him, that now this is the next step of moving on and not having to deal with that part of it, not having to put so much energy to the focus of constantly building that part, because that is the foundation of what they're doing. And that part now is done.
Well, yeah, no, that part is done. Nick Caserio did a great job before D'Amico Ryans ever got here of starting the process of getting potential cancers out of the building, problems out of the building, cleaning up the house, if you will. D'Amico comes in. They double down on high character guys. They hit on two very, very high character guys with Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud to build around. They retained a couple of guys and high character guys with Jalen Petrie. Derek Stingley. They were able to add some from his past. He was able to add some high character guys that are wired the way that he wants them to be wired. I absolutely love the way they built this thing. Look, there's no doubt about it that having great culture, having great chemistry in a clubhouse, is one of the most if not the most powerful thing in all of team sports. When you're talking about from a team perspective, right? It's one of, if not the most powerful thing in team sports. They've got that. Right, some coaches get there by striking fear in everybody, and running all the cancers out, the problems out of the room, and ultimately, just applying pressure after pressure after pressure on guys. And then some guys have the ability, fewer have the ability to do it the way D'Amico did it, which is, hey, this is just what we're going to accept. This is how I played the game. This is how I believe in approaching the game and being a professional. And if you're not, you can play in a league. You're just not going to play in Houston. And ultimately, the way D'Amico Ryans did it, I believe, is the more powerful way to do it. Because right now, what they've created, assuming that they have as D'Amico loosens the grip on the reins, the guys that take over are truly who he thinks they are, and they don't run it off in the ditch. Like they've created that culture and that foundation and that chemistry in a way that everybody can actually enjoy it versus applying pressure and threatening to cut everybody every year you go to training camp. This is much more enjoyable. It's. I think you can retain guys. I think guys want to be here. It's even more so that is even more so the case in 2025 than it was back in 2005 kind of deal. So, look, I think assuming that Will, CJ, Derek, Jalen, assuming these guys, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon, some of the older guys they brought in, assuming those guys can actually who they are and who D'Amico thinks they are, then it can be, again, to me, one of, if not the most powerful thing the Texans got going for them.
I just think that part of the building part, he doesn't have to put as much energy in like he had through the first 2 years.
No question.
And I wonder, does that open up?
Well, his life's a whole lot easier. I'll tell you that.
Things to do with the staff. All right, coming up as we continue, I need to get on a quick soapbox with the NBA. And Tyler's not going to like a person I'm defending when it comes to this, but I need to. And it's not Steph Curry, somebody that you hate worse. But I just need to get on a soapbox. And how much do you think experience played a factor in last night's game? Right, because that was the biggest advantage the Warriors had. How much do you think that played in last night's game? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, y'all, there's a lot of y'all out there that this is happening to, man. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing, maybe hair loss.
Who's on the clock? We're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You mind if I jump on the soapbox real quick?
Not at all, my friend. I was ready for that.
And listen, man, I know that I've always felt this way, and this is going to be defending a bit of one of your most hated players, Tyler Milner. But obviously, watching the Rockets and the Warriors last night, but not just that one. I've been watching all the games since Saturday all day, Sunday all day, and I feel this way every year. It did feel really aggressive. Now, as you know, I am not a blame the officials guy to the core, and I'm still not going to blame the officials here. But the complete shift and change of how they officiate NBA playoff games compared to season is absolutely insane. It's a completely different game. It is a completely different game. Like, it's not just a little bit of a change. Jalen Green probably should have shot six more free throws last night. And I don't think it's just one-sided, right? There was late in the game, Jimmy Butler made a shot late and somehow got folded. Was tackled by somebody late. He just landed on the ground with his hands. Like, I think it was pretty late where I think it got him to 9 or something. I can't remember. Somebody just like literally shouldered into him. Jimmy freaking Butler! And went down. It's insane how much contact they are allowing. Like, there's a little bit of it where obviously both teams dealt with it the same way in particularly yesterday's game. But it goes from you can't hand check for 82 games. You can't hand check. You can not just set picks.
Yeah.
You can dive out with the shoulder and lay folks out. It is just, like, to me, if you're going to call it that way in the play, well, just call it like that in the regular season.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like it. Just do one of them. It's like in the NFL, we don't all of a sudden see, all right, the playoffs come around and you can start grabbing people by the shoulders when they're running out on pass routes. Like, no, it doesn't. That's not a different game. It is insane where they go from freedom of movement games in regular season to where, man, you can get hip checked around the screen and they just swallow the whistle.
Yeah,
that is wild.
I thought Şengün got it pretty rough at times too. Now I have as I've mentioned, I have a hard, like, Şengün's palms in the air looking at the ref all the damn time. Typically bothers the hell out of me. Last night I can understand. Last night I still don't like it, but he was getting roughed up down there, and at times it was just like out of control roughed up too.
But it's like it's not. They're going to the free throw line.
No question.
That completely changes.
Yes.
Like, it completely changes the game. Like, if you watch any of the other games, you see, like, it is insane how different they officiated from the whole 82 games. And, like, I know you're not gonna like this, Tyler, but, like, this is why, to me, like, I've understood, like, James Harden in the playoffs. Like, how different they call. Like, he's driven to the lane for 82 games.
Yeah, but he's also not a winner.
Okay, I'm not refuting his struggles.
This is not good enough.
So he looked good the other night, but we'll see. But, like, there are hits to the arms, like bumps that have been fouls all season long that you will go to the line for, and it just completely, like, it's a part of what made him an MVP one year. A part of that. It's just crazy. My thing is just call it that way all year.
Yeah.
So you're adjusted.
So here's the deal: is if that's how it's going to be official,
or do you notice it, or is it just me? Or do you notice how different outfits?
Yeah. Now, I don't watch as much NBA as you do, so it may be more. I mean, you got hell, you got a lot more to pull from me. But yes, I notice it. Yeah, the thing. My question is, it's probably better for the Rockets the way they play defense is if the refs just let it ride like that. If the refs will let them get physical like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't do much for the my enjoyment level of watching it when they're banging around like that. But it is a physical brand, and that's what the Rockets play, and so it's probably advantage Rockets if it is going to be allowed.
Yeah, I mean, I think I probably, like I said, I thought it was both ways. I can in my eyes close my eyes right now and see Jalen Green going to the lane and getting bumped and hit. That are automatics during the regular season.
Hell, they reviewed one of them and didn't give it to him.
Yeah, automatics. Again, I saw Steph try to split two people and get hip checked and not go down. Right, that one where Jimmy Butler got tackled late. That was I was like, damn. Like, we go from you can't put a hand on somebody to where it is just it's getting worse and worse each and every year. Right, of how far and how different it is. Real quick before we move off, the biggest thing and advantage that everybody talked about with Golden State was their experience. Did you see that plan? Did you feel like last night, yep, those guys have been in championships? That was a big difference.
I think when they got down to when the game got tight and was a 3-point game, from that point to the very end, yes. I think whether you're talking about Kerr's experience in the league, or you're talking about Curry, or you're talking about playoff Jimmy, I mean, either way it goes, yes. I think late in that game, there's just no doubt what they're going to do and how they're going to get there. And I think that was a big advantage.
I think a real show was like the difference of Jalen Green getting off to a rough start and the difference with Steph getting off to a rough start, and how, like, as you said earlier, and I thought it was a good thought, like, it caused him to press some. Steph just kind of, all right, the game's coming. It'll get there. Yeah. I know they're not about to just shut me out. So, Fred missing 11 threes last night as the guy who was played in the biggest games. I don't know if that had to do with experience.
He made it easy on him.
But I think it was a little bit. Somebody texted and said they want him to get healthy to get to the playoffs, and then it's WWE SmackDown. Someone said that's how it used to be played in the 90s, and I'm good with it. Like, just play it that way in the regular season, and there's not I'm just saying one way. Well, like one way.
Yeah, like you're talking more about the difference between the regular season and the playoff 90. It's one thing to play physical. It's another thing to allow fouls to occur all the damn time.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? It's like some of these are just blatant shooting fouls.
And there's like Draymond knows it. Draymond and Jimmy, they know
what they're doing.
They know that I can get away with much more content.
Or they're going to do it until they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like the physical brand of basketball more than I do what we see most of the time. But when I'm watching a game and dudes are just getting hammered and nobody's calling it, it's like, I'm okay with the hammering, just call it.
Yeah, that'd be like if in the NFL the playoffs come around, like cornerbacks, like they have a different level of being able to put their hands on receivers,
right?
And then they just get away with it in a way that they didn't in the regular season. All right, coming up, we got to get to the Astros. They had a big weekend, did what they needed to do against the hot San Diego Padres. We'll look at some of the big things that happened there, and the lineup is out, Clint, and it is interesting. It is interesting today. We'll let you know about that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Look, living with a crime.
See AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, Champ Slice, Draymond should have got a text too. Yeah, he pushes he pushes the boundaries of it. It's my favorite thing ever. And he's not alone. He's at it. Is when I get a tech or push the limit, it means now I get to get your ass deeper, because are you really gonna throw me out of the game? Are you really gonna hit me with more? It is the damnedest thing that you would think normally a tech will slow somebody down, because the thought is if you get another one, you're out of the game and you've hurt your team with this thing. A tech for him means I get to really dig into your ass now as an official. I get to really push the limits. It is wild. But no, I'm with you. He's doing mind games. Mind games with in particular with Şengün. And I think who was it last? Was that Reggie last night? I think it was Reggie saying he's all in his mind. Whoever it was on commentary, it was Reggie. He said he's getting in his mind. I don't know that I'd agreed with that, but that is the route he is trying to take. All right, as we will continue to keep you updated on OTAs as that opened today, and we heard from the likes of D'Amico and CJ and Will, and also the Rockets as we look at Game 1 and move to Game 2 coming up later this week. The Astros, Clint, they were coming in, and I'd say their fifth and sixth starter, because I don't even want to say their fourth or third, because I don't think Gusto was thought to even be in the rotation. Their sixth starter, but Gusto and Wisniewski and then Framber were the three starters scheduled to go up against the team that had the best record and had a very scary offense once they get going. And Clint, at home, as they were struggling, the Astros come out and take 2 or 3 from them. And hell, the game they lost is the one that Framber pitched in. And to me, I think there was a lot that happened in this series. Cam Smith did his thing. Christian Walker, he hit a home run, but there was some movement with him. But for me, Clint, I really look at it with the starting pitching, and in particular those guys. And even though they lost Framber's start, it wasn't because of Framber. They go 16 total innings over the 3 games. They give up 6 earned runs, 2 earned runs apiece from the starters. If your starter comes in and does that, that sets you up, especially your 5th and 6th starters in the rotation, and more than gave them a chance to win. And if they can continue, and we've said this about Hayden Wisniewski. We've said this a lot about him. If he continue, these are 3 starts in a row, Clint, that you will damn sure take from your 5th starter. Gusto filling in pretty well too. That to me was the big thing that took place over the weekend series amongst a lot of things.
Yeah, look, I think that the starting pitching, no doubt about it. You got to start there with the injuries that they've dealt with, the guys that not only in Eric Getty that were injured and left the rotation, but also guys that you're hoping to get back at some point in time. So, yeah, the starting pitching was the story. But I think big picture, this team needed this weekend, Ryan. This team, I mean, they were plenty of opportunity to sweep the Padres. They were in that game last night at a 3-2 ball game where Tatis Jr. scored all 3 runs. They had a chance. That was last night, right? They or yesterday. They had a chance to win that game and take all 3, and that would have been big. But just winning a series versus the Padres, one of the better teams record-wise in Major League Baseball, winning that series is – I'm not saying this team was fragile by any means, by any means whatsoever. I'm saying they were off to a bad start and they needed to see some positive in their life. So that's it. That's all. That's all.
Especially against the opponent.
Right, that's my point. Is that you needed to see some positive in your life. You needed to stop. We needed to stop living and dying with every at bat from Christian Walker or from Yainer Diaz or whatever. We needed to see some positivity and the confidence that can be won from taking 2 of 3 from San Diego when you know you're not whole, when you know you're not playing your best baseball. I think early on in the season could really and probably did really help this baseball team. Now we'll see moving forward how they show against Toronto and with Kansas City and Detroit coming up next, but they that series win couldn't have come at a better time for the Astros. So I think the starting pitching, you're correct, and the overall just confidence that the team can pull from taking 2 or 3 from a really good baseball team, I think is big.
Well, I think the point that you made there was a lot of things that they needed to have happen. Cam Smith, woo, that couldn't come at a better time, right? Like I've been saying, man, I've been saying it off the air, a little bit on the air. Like, man, that guy, everything goes the other way. He hit that bad boy to center and then came right back around. I mean, and yanked that thing and pulled that thing easy. 2 home runs coming for him to see the power, and you could just see how that changes things. With him being able to do that. He needed it, and the Astros, Dana Brown, they needed to see the way that some of the other guys going in that trade. They needed to see Cam Smith do the thing that he did, looking more like he did in spring training. That was big when you say things that they needed to see.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Cam to come through and have a big game, Christian Walker had a bomb that helped him win a game there, and I think game 2 it was. So yeah, I mean, you had a big game from Cam. You had a good swing, good cut from Christian Walker. I think both of those things get. I mean, again, either trying to dig one guy out of a hole or trying to welcome one guy to Major League Baseball. Either way it goes, those are positives. You look at Jeremy Pena; he is hotter than a firecracker right now, swinging the bat, climbing up the damn lineup here, and so. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of good to take. Yainer actually had a pretty good day, I believe, in one of those outings as well. So
slowly but surely.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a really good weekend with a lot of individual highlights that were much needed for the Stros. But to your point, man, the start started giving them a chance. And if you just continue to give them a chance, this team has a real opportunity to turn the corner, and some of these guys start swinging it better, and you can rattle off a bunch of wins quickly.
I'll be honest, I wasn't feeling great about Gusto and Wisniewski.
Oh, hell, I wasn't feeling good. No, I mean Wisniewski's a different deal. I mean, you got a little bit of a reason to feel good about him.
But Gusto, now this even makes you feel even better about him. But those two, I guess that lineup with Tatis and Maldonado and Manny Machado and crew and company with that like that was. Okay, Bogart's getting further down the line, but I thought they might get something going. By the way, the lineup is out as they will host coming up tonight, start a series with the Blue Jays, who's playing better this year. Here is the lineup. Jose Altuve in left field. What did we talk about when we left here? Man, let's keep this thing. Hey, let's keep this thing still, man. Let's not a lot of movement in the lineup. Well, hell, Saturday. They moved Christian Walker down in the lineup a spot and put Jeremy Pena in the cleanup spot. But here is the lineup. I never thought I would be saying this in my life.
Hold on, so
Jose Altuve is leading off in left field. Yordan Alvarez moves up to the 2 spot as the DH tonight. Isaac Paredes is playing third and batting third tonight. Jeremy Pena remains in the cleanup spot. And Jake Myers is hitting 5th. Is behind him hitting 6th. Cam Smith hitting 7th. Brandon Rogers is hitting 8th with Zach DeZenzo in at first base as they give Christian Walker a night off. He took some tough swings last night with his 0 for 4.
Did he strike out 4 times? Did he strike
out
all 4
times? At least 3 times. I don't know if he. I know seeing 3. So I don't know if the 4th time, but he gets a night off. They drop him down in the order to 5, and now
he's got a ball in that 4th at bat. That's just right. He's got it.
And then they go ahead and give him a seat to watch some things today. But Jake Myers in the 5 spot
What's more surprising, Alvarez in the 2 spot, Pena in the 4 hole, or Jake Myers in the 5 hole? I got to say Jake. Hey, but I'm here for it, man.
Yainer Diaz is still in the lineup. I've never in my life thought. You remember how much we were losing it? Many people were losing it with Dusty for not playing him enough.
Yeah.
And now Jake Myers he's Jake's protection.
Well,
and when you look at the numbers, hell, what was Jake's hitting over 300?
Yeah. I mean, look.
Sure as hell he is.
Right now, him and Jeremy Pena, Jose Altuve's been swinging it well. I mean, those 3 guys right now on a night in, night out basis are the most consistent ones in the bunch. He's right up there with them.
Yeah, Jake's hitting 305.
Come on. That is now we'll see if it continues, but that is absolute game changer for this lineup.
No, but Clint, let's just be honest.
What with what? Always.
Like, and you know the deal. Like, this is an issue. Is that's why these guys have to get going. You know, Jake's not a 5-hole hitter.
Agreed.
And Jake that we've ever seen this year, but even Jake on a heater, like. It's not a 5-spot hitter.
Agreed.
Kyle Tucker used to hit 5th for this team.
Right.
Like, it is not like they need Christian Walker. Yep. They need Yainer Diaz to jump. He is only doing this because he has to. It would be great if Jake is hitting this way in the 8 or 9 spot where you expect him to be. That's why they have to pick this thing up.
Agreed.
Those guys got to get going. Jake by necessity is in the 5 spot, and that is something they've got it. They have got.
Glad you're swinging it well though, Jakers.
Yeah, keep it. He's raking it now.
Yeah, we can get to that. What is it, Jake from Rake Farm? We can get to that now. We can talk about it.
Yeah. Someone text
Jake with the rake.
That boy. Hey boys, you need to pull up some of those clips about Jake Myers from last year and eat a little crow on him. I think we all deserve that. Oh, I think I want to say something that you all love to say. Hey, Jake, keep doing your thing, man. It is early, though. It is early, right? It's too early to be eating some crow, right? And I'll eat it.
Yeah, he had a little month run last year that would have made crow popular. It was a month.
You still ain't ate that Espada crow, have you?
No, I ain't eating no Espada crow. I mean, here it is. Here we are. This team lineups all over the place. I mean,
it is, man. We talked about it last week. Hey, let's calm down. Let's calm the movement. Let's get.
Yeah. It ain't gonna be no big deal, man. Ain't nobody's fault right now, but when this team digs up out of it, when it brought them out of it.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
What do you think it is
to
move Alvarez up to the 2 spot?
That's the one I know you were looking at closer.
I mean, do you feel like you got to get him going, and the way to get him going is Paredes behind him and out? Like, I just wonder
Jordan.
I bet Jeremy Payne is like, damn, can we? Let's hold tight with the big fella in front of me. I don't get that one. Okay.
Right now, the only guy that hadn't moved is Altuve, right?
Yeah.
It's the only guy in the whole lineup that hadn't moved this year.
Yep. Cam Smith got up. His weekend allowed him to get from 9 to 7. His weekend. What you got coming up at the 4th?
All right, C.J. Stroud, man. We heard from the biggest names over at NRG Stadium. C.J. Stroud had a lot to say, man. I got C.J. Stroud for you on 2 things on the offensive side of the ball that us Texans fans just can't get enough of: the O-line and the new OC. C.J. Stroud coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though,
Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive videos. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
That's right, baby. It's one of them Reaction Mondays, and boy, is it ever a Reaction Monday. React to this, though. Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Tell you about them all the time. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Big shout out to them for always taking care of Old Dirty. They do a good job. I want to remind everybody out there, make sure you listen via the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Make sure you download that on your phone. Take us everywhere you go. All the podcasts coming out of Sports Radio 610 and all the Odyssey stations, for that matter, are on there. Most importantly, Tyler Milner, Patrick Creighton, the Big Orange Wagon, baby, is on. All things Astros, by the way, all things Astros. It's on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Make sure you download that sucker.
And also, Byron and I are starting a new wrestling podcast coming up. I just made that up.
Oh, I think to say, really. I tell you, I've always thought you and Sean Pendergast should do one. I think as big as wrestlers we speak, I think you and Pendergast should.
Byron texted me Sunday morning at church, or Saturday afternoon. We did a little Saturday Easter service. My man texted me. He said, "Hey, no spoilers, no spoilers." Like, I'm like, damn, I didn't know that. I didn't know that you thought you was gonna get a spoiler from me. I didn't know me and Byron would go back and forth. On it, but no, man, Byron, I just accidentally spoke that into existence, Byron.
That is beautiful. Yeah, and we do have a big time reaction Monday. Rockets, they lose game one in frustrating fashion. We've hit that a few times today. Little cussing and discussing going on right there. The Astros, they took 2 of 3 from the Padres. Hopefully that gets some momentum rolling in the right direction. They got Toronto in town. Was that tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday? So another series right there at home in Daikin. By the way, I'm doing a little remodel on a little property I got, and I think I may be buying me an old Daikin mini split air conditioning unit.
I'd like for the sign to be bigger on the stadium.
On the stadium? I got to figure out what to do.
I wanted to be a bigger sign. I rode past it when we went.
Well, I mean, shoot him an email,
Crawfish circuit. I thought, man, I think it needs to be bigger.
Shoot him an email.
Bigger on that stuff.
Shoot him an email. Let him know about it. I think fan communication interaction is good for him. Also, what we're reacting to, which we're fixing to crank this thing up, is the Texans. Their biggest name spoke this morning. Of course, the Texans for off-season duties. It's been about 2 weeks, I think, just working out, getting in the building, getting everybody in the building. A little more organized work going on than the extremely show-up-when-you-want voluntary work, really off-time. Guys just choose to be around. But C.J. Stroud spoke. Will Anderson spoke, not smoke. D'Amico Ryan spoke
Lit it up.
as well. That's right. So we're rolling. We got plenty to react to, and I want to there's 2 things. C.J. Stroud spoke, and this is a big year for C.J. Stroud. Not only is it the third year is the biggest year in that quarterback's second contract, that market-setting contract, a huge year for C.J. Stroud. Obviously, they cleaned house, and the offensive coordinator's gone. I guess they didn't clean house. The offensive coordinator's gone, so the play caller changes. They retooled his offensive line up front. Removed some big-name, very accomplished players and brought in some guys that we'll see how it all works out. But C.J. Stroud's got a lot riding on year 3. I'm on record of right now the jury's still out of whether D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio have done right by C.J. Stroud. Bringing in another play caller, it's never called plays. Bringing in an O-line coach, it's never been an O-line coach. and going, okay, this is your year, man. Let's ride. Last year you had Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Steph Diggs when the season started. Right now you got Nico Collins and you brought in Christian Kirk. The offensive line is look again, jury's still out on a lot of that. Big year for C.J. Stroud. Not sure about the supporting cast of C.J. Stroud, if we're being completely honest. Look, I know there's a lot of folks out there that are, hey, man, D'Amico, Nick Caserio, we trust. Doesn't matter. We're not going to lose any sleep over it. Hey, man, I'm one that likes to dissect this stuff, and right now I'm not real sure how confident C.J. Stroud is or isn't in either one of them. Let's hear C.J. Stroud on his new offensive coordinator. This is a little bit of a longer cut, but it's really, really good. Not just on Nick Caley, but listen how C.J. Stroud goes into kind of what he's looking forward to this year, insinuating that he didn't have it last year. Here's C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from L.A. and New England, and, he's going to bring some of that swag over here. So, that kind of is what I'm used to is, taking control and, being a little more pre-snap, having tools to put my guys in the best position. And that's, something that we really didn't work on these last 2 years. But even those principles I learned from, and it made me better because it added a new element to my game. So, be able to, just get better and learn from, what he did with, New England and L.A. Will definitely help me because I feel, those are two schemes that I'm, kind of used to in a sense. Like that's kind of what I ran at Ohio State, what kind of New Orleans does a little bit, and in L.A., it's kind of what we ran here these last 2 years. So I'll be able to, put my swag on it and have fun with it. And, he's all about, me taking full ownership, and that's what I want. So, I'm going to get what I want, and that's really been really cool just to see that he's, like, bought into me, and he doesn't really know me well yet. So, he talked about today having blind trust, and I have a lot of trust in him already, just how he talks and, how he presents in the room and things like that is really cool to see.
All right, couple of things here, guys. Couple of things here. This is music to my ears as a Texans fan. Should be for everybody out there. Whether you have confidence in it or not is another question, but it should be music to our ears. But Ron, when I hear that right there, I immediately think back that this is C.J. Stroud speaking not only about what he's looking forward to having, but he's speaking as if he didn't have it last year.
Absolutely.
And the parts of that stick out to me, he starts talking about having control. He starts talking about pre-snap, being able to have tools to put his guys in position to make plays, put his swag on it, have fun with it, take full ownership, run the show. Those are all things that I believe C.J. Stroud is saying because he didn't have the ability to do. He was not allowed to do that last year, whether it was a scheme thing or it was a Bobby Slowick belief in a second-year quarterback thing. I think it pulls the curtain back a little bit to tell you really what was going on with C.J. Stroud and this offense and Bobby Slowick last year, and also shows you a little bit of – look a little into the future, if you will, the crystal ball of, hey, this is what I'm looking forward to this year. As a Texans fan, Ron, for me, it's easy. I want my quarterback – forget about how he got here. I want my quarterback by year 3, especially if he is a pocket-passing quarterback that's got to win on time and on schedule from the pocket as often as he possibly can, right? I know y'all like to see all these fancy athletic plays and all this and that, but the reality of it is that the goal, the end game for the Texans is C.J. Stroud playing on time, on rhythm, and staying upright, not getting hit. That is ultimately, the more he does that, the happier we're going to be as fans. And I want my quarterback, Ron, in year 3, the biggest year of his career, because it's going to dictate whether he's going to get a market-setting deal or not. I want him in that year to have full control. I expect him, having spent 2 years in the league so far, to have the ability, and then I want him to have full control of the offensive side of the football. I want him directing the protection. I want him changing from run play to pass play, from run left to run right. I want him responsible for getting this team in the right play more times than not. And it looks like we're going to get that out of C.J. Stroud coming up this season. Sure sounds like we're going to get that out of C.J. Stroud this season.
Well, what it sounds like is we're and I don't find anything like wrong with this. If this is your decision to go with things. This is going to be a C.J. Stroud Clint that is comfortable and is in a position to be in a position that he feels like he's got control in. And based off what we were hearing after the year ended, especially, there was some issues and guys not being on the same page, and that coming from quarterback to OC to play caller to quarterback coach to OC to whatever, not on the same page. It appears that won't be as much of a problem, Clint, because it seems like CJ is making a lot of the page, if that makes sense.
Well, the quarterback having handcuffs on won't be part of the problem. Like that. If this is the first time I've heard somebody that's in the know speak on, and I know he wasn't directly speaking on it, but I think it's fair to draw from it that he clearly had handcuffs on last year, didn't have complete control of the offense from a pre-snap perspective, and a lot of that led to not knowing who was blitzing. It explains why he didn't know where the pressure was coming from. A lot of the times, as a quarterback, you'd like to know where it's coming from so you can immediately throw to a receiver that's replacing him, or go to your outlet right now where you didn't know. A lot of times you just trust it's working or not working. A lot of the problems last year assuming that what he's speaking to here is he didn't have complete control. Now it makes sense how it was chaos all the damn time. Your quarterback's got to have control to overrule anybody that's making calls. And the only reason is because it's my ass that's on the line, right? I don't have time to be at odds. I don't have time to miscommunicate. Hey, the mic is to the left. He's fifth that way. I'm going to keep an eye on this guy over here to the right, and if he comes, it's on me. Right? That's not that simple, but you get my point. Like, he's got to know where people are going and where the pressure's coming from. And if there's any lack of communication or understanding there, the quarterback is the one that's in trouble. So, man, I can't tell you. I think this is a big step for C.J. Stroud. For all of us Texans fans, this is exactly what we want. You got your franchise quarterback. Are you going to pay him $60+ million a year or not? Some people say, hell, you should have done it last year. Okay, well, you're fixing to find out. Can this guy take complete control of a game and be right more times than he's wrong and play a level of quarterback that's going to allow you to win ball games, allow him to stay healthy, allow the guys around him to play at a high level? We shall see. I thought that was a great piece of audio. Now, also, I mentioned the offensive line. Here is C.J. Stroud talking about whether or not he was surprised by the O-line changes that were made this offseason.
I mean, that's something I feel, is not my pay grade. It's just just a quarterback, but at the same time, you build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends, so that I've come into the league with. So yeah, it hurts. You know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it, and but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has. So of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have to have trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and having earned trust. And for Nick, I mean, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on, and I still talk to them daily. So.
All right, that's surprised by the O-line changes, and he was speaking, I think, about the guys that left, not the guys that come in, which I think is that were brought in, which I think is a statement in itself. By the way, I'm more into earned trust instead of blind trust. Anybody talking to me about blind trust, and I'm gonna keep my damn distance. Here's CJ
just talked to you about blind trust with Nick Haley. Having it in him.
You ain't got no choice, right? Here is CJ Stroud, a little bit more on CJ Stroud, talking about just the overall changes to the offensive line. See if this makes you feel any better.
Yeah, it's exciting, It's something that I've learned in this league. You don't ever get comfortable, just you got to be able to adapt and change and upgrade. Like every year the iPhone upgrades, you got to be able to upgrade like that. So that's something that I think that we'll do. Personally, for me, myself, that's a goal of mine, is to get better in things that I need to get better in, also, polish those things that I'm good at. But yeah, it's exciting having new guys, different. Everybody's different, so new personalities, new mindsets, and just really having one common goal, and it's the same, the same goals. I think at the end of the day is what creates that winning program and that winning tenacity that we're all looking for. So,
all right, Ron, you asked me last week kind of where I thought C.J. Stroud's mindset was in this offensive line. You to bump that up, Tyler. This may be something we can play with tomorrow. I'm talking about the radio.
Well, the other one's a given.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No question. Bump that audio right there up against the five-headed monster comment C.J. Stroud had last year.
Ooh. There's a segment for a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's one of them where you go, ooh. Look, I'm willing to bet you he hadn't even, other than the guys coming in and maybe working, he probably hadn't even spent much time around any of the guys. But if you're wondering where he's at, I would say the jury's still out. I mean, hell, he's talking about Nick Caserio working magic or something. What was that he said in that first cut? Like it's he's comparing Apple iPhones to the O-line changes, and
there's a lot there.
There's a lot there. There's
including,
a whole lot there.
Do you believe that C.J. Stroud uses and feels the term best friend a little loose?
Oh, a lot of friends,
or different than maybe. I did not know. Now that's what I'm saying. When he says best friend, I did not know him and Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason that they were that close.
I didn't either. But yeah, he's got some best friends now.
Tank, I was in there. Mechie.
Mechie's in there. Tank's in there. I got to believe if Shaq is in there, Nico's in there.
Yeah, Nico's got to be in there. Cade Stover.
Cade Stover. They go back. The Ohio State ties. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jalen.
Probably another one of his best friends. Will. Oh yeah.
No
Will, best friend. They were drafted together as best friends.
Yeah. Hey man, a lot of friends.
Friends. Best. He uses that thing loosely there. All right.
Boy, them injuries can be a problem next year. We mess around and have to be more tank it type injury. We're gonna have a problem.
Man, it's best buds. All right, coming up as we continue. How disappointing was that performance yesterday by the Rockets' leading scorer, and who we said has been their best player this year? Now, some have disagreed, but how disappointing in particular was it from Jalen Green? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, I've talked to you about the men's clinic and guys that are struggling with ED. Many of you have responded, especially to the special I told you about, and it is still ongoing. A package that is usually about $1,000. They're giving it to you.
Free network.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. It's draft week, and we've got you covered. From start to finish, pick by pick, the best breakdown happens right here. Hear from Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, Andre Ware, Sean Pendergast, and more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Rockets, as Clint said earlier, very frustrating game last night. As Ime Udoka said, you hold a team to 95 points, especially a team that has Steph Curry on it that's got over 30 points. Jimmy Butler, who's over 25, you hold them to 80 to 95 points, and you lose by 10. Like that is a frustrating part. And they shot the ball poorly, but excuse me.
Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. 4 times. That's what them Chichironis will do over there.
Boys, I felt like I start ripping nose hairs out. But Jalen Green, he struggled. It was disappointing. I know for many folks out there who were hoping and couldn't wait to see the Jalen Green into the postseason to see what he would do. And I think my partner here, Clint Stoerner, falls into that camp. It was really disappointing to see, not the effort, because I like him, but to see when it came out, it looked Clint, and many people said it after the game. Charles Barkley was disgusted with him, but didn't want to say his name because Charles has picked the Rockets. But it looked like the moment was too big for him, and that performance overall was disappointing from Jalen Green.
Yeah, look, I don't know that I agree.
You don't agree that the moment felt too big for him?
I don't. I mean, look, it was a terrible night. There's, like, as you've said before, there's no defending it. It was a terrible night, and I think he's the straw that stirs the drink. If he's not going to play good basketball and at least be average in terms of production, then they're not going to win. But to me, it looked like it was an off night early on. And he started pressing, whether that's because Curry was across the way from him, the stage was too big and lights were too bright, or Ime Udoka pulls him out of the game and sits him midway through the first quarter for into the second quarter for some time. I guess my overall point is there's not knowing. Like, to me, it didn't look like the moment from jump was too big. It looked like he was pressing, trying to do too much.
Which I think is the moment.
It could be. But I mean, like, to me, at that point in time, they were down 16 points, right? I mean, he got yanked so early in the game that by the time he got back in the game, the damn Golden State Warriors had gone on and the game was out of hand. And now it's like, oh, hell, Fred ain't shooting it well. Really, it's up to him and Şengün to play that two-man game. And it looked like he was trying too hard at that point in time. The source of it, I don't know. As I was watching it, I was just thinking more of not the moment was too big, but more of I got to prove my worth to stay on the damn floor.
You know what? I do think the moment. I think the pressing came from. I've got to, especially Steph is going. And I think he's kind of like Lance McCullers to me in a way. Like, Lance wants it. Like, Lance wants the ball. He wants to be the guy that has the big start. He wants to be the guy that walks out there and says, "Give me the ball." I think Jalen Green wants it. It wants it so bad that, I'm glad. What I was glad to see was this wasn't like a 3 for 6. Or like a 1 for 6 or something like that. He did shoot it. He did try to. I don't know how great his shots. He did shoot it. So he did get up 15 attempts in the night he was struggling. But I wonder how much confidence he has coming from his coach. Like, I wonder, is there a point where Ime says, "Hey, man, you're our guy." Like, we're right. I think you would come to him. The way you talk about it, "Hey, this rides on you. You're our dude, man." Like, empowers him, and he's still 22, whatever. He empowers him to. I don't think he's getting that, right? I don't think it's like Fred. I don't know if Fred is getting that from his coach, but Fred's acting like it. Like, it does feel like a press of, all right, I'm pressing because, Steph is going off, or also I'm pressing because, hell, I don't know if Coach, completely believes in me. Am I going to get pulled at the end of the game like I did against the Lakers last week or what? Like, yeah. I think it would be big because I don't know that there's big veterans out there. Like, I think he is the guy. Like, I mean, Fred could come over and say something, but I don't know if there's big veterans. Like, there should be to me, if Udoka before one of these games put his arm like, "Hey, you're our guy. You go." I mean,
I'm gonna win and lose by you.
Like, you go empower you to go make plays. Because I don't think he is. There's a look to me of like, "Oh shoot, man, I better not mess up, or I'm coming out." When that should be the last thing on his mind.
I just, to me, that it's either that or Steph's over there. The pressure of Steph Curry, which again is the moment as well. But it, like, I don't know. I would like because I just believe that's how the Rockets are going to win. I don't think don't think we're going to see Portly did last night again. I don't think that's.
You think we'll see him shooting as many times as he did last?
God, I hope not.
That was the bigger thing than the poorly shooting.
Yeah. Look, I just, to me, it's a non-factor. I mean, he shouldn't shoot that much. Hopefully, he never shoots that poorly again. To me, he shouldn't hold the ball. He shouldn't be the primary ball handler. And so the natural gravitation has got to be towards Jalen Green and towards Amen Thompson with that downhill aggressive attack. Playing a two-man game with Şengün, playing a two-man game with Big Adams when they want to go that two double big type stuff, and kicking to some shooters. That's got to be the plan. That's why I'm so dead set on Jalen. I would like to see, and it's why I would like to have seen it in the Laker game, because I'd rather it not wait until.
This is yeah.
I would rather him in that Laker game grab him and say, "Hey man, I know you're struggling, man, but the great ones find a way. The great ones find a way to hit a shot late to change the game, to hit a shot late to win the game, even though you ain't shot it well for 3 quarters, instead of the yo-yo stuff with the one guy." I keep saying one guy. Amen obviously is one of those as well, but a guy that can create opportunities for others. That's how they're going to win this game, man.
It feels like a lot of the other guys are. There is an empowerment and confidence in them that I don't feel like it comes with Jalen. And I mean from I think Amen Thompson feels empowered to go play from his coach.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels different from Jalen.
Well, there are, I will admit, even though bandwagon at this point, I will admit that there are times in the game when Jalen's out there, particularly when he doesn't have the ball, where it looks like he's wanting the ball, and they're going, no, take your ass down to the corner. We're going to do something else. It's a different call. And I wonder, is that him not knowing what the hell to do, or is that him wanting the ball, and should Fred just give him the damn ball? I do wonder what that dynamic is.
Yeah, here's a couple of aggressive texts coming through on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. One, Jalen Green reminds me of James Harden, good in the regular season, but don't show up in the playoffs. That's rather aggressive, being that he's played one playoff game, and it happened last night.
Right.
Ronnie, why can't a guy just have a bad night? How do you take that to mean the moment was too big for him last night? That was his first playoff game, and it appeared that he was pressing big time after it didn't go on.
Ron, I think it's fair anytime it's somebody's first playoff game and they're not coming off the bench and just kind of playing a supporting role.
It's his first playoff game, and he's expecting to be the driving force.
Yeah, I mean, you ask that question, whether it's good, whether the answer is good, bad, or indifferent. You ask that question, and I think it's fair to say, given how poorly he performed, the stage was big for him.
I almost think the one turnover shows that he wasn't aggressive enough.
Yeah.
Like at times. Finally, I felt all season keep the young core, but last night showed me we need KD.
I think that I don't know that I would get there off one game, but I think that's not KD. Maybe it's somebody else, but I think the playoffs are they're going to tell you exactly where you, as a fan, which direction you want them to go.
Well, whether it's KD or not, like right now, we've watched it for 82 games.
Yeah.
They have an issue of where to go late. Yeah. Like it seemed seemingly, and maybe I'm over exaggerating, it seemed to continue to find itself in Fred VanVleet's hands late, and I don't think that's the design of how they want things. I don't at all. All right, coming up next as we continue to roll here live here on the drive. All right, it's it, man. We got to address something with our guy. We got to address something here with our guy. And more coming from D'Amico Ryans, who spoke a little bit earlier today about his team getting ready for OTAs. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. If you like.
or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in to The Drive as we continue rolling in on a Monday. And as Clint said earlier, there's a lot to react to here. But I want to react here. Now, Tyler, there have been multiple comments that you have let go by the wayside.
Busy Monday.
But the one that Clint just said a little bit ago, when he said something to the tune of, is he going to be the one that's going to come out, and is it going to be all over? Is it all going to happen all in his face? And you said something to that degree, and I look over at Tyler, and
Tyler's been grinding, boy.
And Tyler's just moving through. That was the second questionable comment that I looked up and waited. Gave us nothing, and
I didn't even catch that one.
Oh yeah,
I am disappointed I missed that one.
It was aggressive, and I'm just like, yo, man. Usually Tyler, I think he needs a monster. I've never been one to really push that for him.
Tyler may need something, but a monster.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
I think he needs emails a little more.
You've
either out,
missed
more
or you've missed a good two, or you just decided to move past them, and that's just not you. And I'm just like,
that's fair.
The last time we were in this predicament, we found out you left a phone in an Uber, and that took your energy down.
My energy's actually great right now.
Like when you missed that one, I was disappointed, and I just want to check in.
And I can't even be mad at you for being disappointed, because that is a moment that I should have been able to capitalize.
You know what?
On,
disappointing. I was just concerned. Like, what's up, man? Because right there, when Tyler misses, when he doesn't, I mean, he generally, some of you that are on YouTube and Twitch can see it, but he will trip almost to get himself to that mic. Like he will turn, he'll sprain an ankle if he's on the other computer to get back to that mic to get in.
Pause.
Like you said one where you really set him up, and I thought he was going to let that one go. He said, "Well, yeah, that one always knocks." I thought he was going to let that one go. I was just like
yeah,
I don't know,
to
man.
pull the, as you would say, the carpet back.
When he's going to play with it.
Yeah.
It's Interview feel actually very good, very great on this Monday. Just back here, a lot of audio work on a Monday.
I'm just saying, man. Just making sure you're all right, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you asking.
Hey, he's earning it today, boy.
Pick it up.
He's earning that. What rank you got him right now? What's your rank on Tyler's producer?
I'll have to revisit that.
I didn't even think about that. We haven't heard my ranking amongst the producers across the country in quite some time.
What do you think? That's a good thing or a bad thing?
Great thing, probably.
It's a great thing, probably. All right, our guy, the head coach of the Texans, D'Amico Ryan, spoke a little bit about the culture over there, and he spoke about certain guys that push things, and it did lead me to this thought about what not just what's going on over there off Kirby, but how this team under his leadership is going about things. Here is D'Amico talking about the culture.
We have a really solid group of guys who've been here. They understand, right, who I am. They understand my mentality, my approach, and what I expect out of guys. So it's not so much of me, so much of messaging of how we do things or what. those guys can carry along the message, right? They can follow CJ, follow Will, follow Jalen, follow, a lot of guys who've done it the right way. They've seen how I've operated for the past 2 years. So coaches, we have really good leadership on our team, guys who do it the right way, guys who bring other guys along, and guys who expect to build a winning culture here. And so they just follow those guys. They'll fit in just fine.
All right, and listen, they feel like they're in year 3, Clint, and it has gone the route that they've wanted it to go. And now not only have they established and built this culture, they've got the right culture people right there in place. You heard him talk about it, and this might be the big 3 when it comes to the leadership culture player-wise. Will, CJ, and Jalen Petrie, all young guys, all Jalen we know is going to be here long-term. They've committed to him, and we all but know that CJ and Will Anderson are going to be here long-term as they will commit to those young stars. And I just wonder as a fan, as you can see, as much as they lean into this, and maybe when we go from as the fan part of it as well, Tyler can really jump in on this. But as a fan, how much are you a fan of how much they are leaning into the culture aspect? Like it is top, maybe hell top. It may be the top thing that matters the most for anything on this. How much of a fan are you that they seem to lean this much into it?
I absolutely love it, and I'm a firm believer in it. I think it's one of, if not the most powerful thing in team sports. And if you're planning on winning championships, anyway, they've worked very, very difficult. I mean, for a very long time. Through some difficult circumstances to get here. Nick Caserio, was getting beat to death while he was behind the scenes working, making sure that they cleaned up the locker room. They got the right guys in there. They got their kind of guys in there, and a lot of that cleaning was done before D'Amico ever got here. And then D'Amico gets here, he walks into a clean slate. He can start building this thing with the right people that he wants. They've worked long and hard to get it. To the point that it's at right now. They should be proud of it. They should lean into it, and I think it's extremely powerful, man. There's the going from the level of dysfunction that the Houston Texans were immediately into winning double-digit games in the second round of the playoffs is big time stuff. And then to replicate it the next year, duplicate it the next year, and prove that it's not. It wasn't just luck the year before, tells you that there's some staying power there. And so, look, I think it's powerful. I think they've done an admirable job of creating the culture, the chemistry, and they've done a tremendous job on hitting on big time picks and retaining guys with second contracts that believe that the game should be played and a professional should conduct themselves in a certain way, and I think it's powerful, man. Done on that front.
Yeah. See, to me, I'm with you. I am comfortable with it and fine with it and love it, to be honest with you, because up to this point, it doesn't seem like it is in any way prevented them from getting a special piece, right? Like, yeah. To this point that we've seen or what we know of, it doesn't feel like it's like, all right, yeah, we had a chance to have this player or keep this player. The closest thing to me is Tunzel, but I think we saw enough, and there's some people who don't like the Tunzel move and thought like, hey, you need him to protect you, and you don't have that type of player here, but. That would be the closest thing to, hey, we've made a decision to say to hell with talent, as opposed to that swarm thing that they want to stay on. That's the closest thing that has come to is with Tunzel. And so for me, that's the only part where it becomes a problem, right? Like if Nico Collins didn't have and wasn't as swarmy as he has been or he is, and you'd say to yourself, yeah, man, I think we're going to try to make an upgrade. That's when you start to get a little bit, well, hold on now. Now, you're going to have to weather the storm on some guys. And I think they probably tried to do it with Tunsil for as long as they could, which I commend them on that. But I found the ability to get the type of players with the attitude and the culture they want without having to say, yo, like we're bending on talent.
You've mentioned, and we've talked about it multiple times, the D'Amico Ryans, and most of the time it comes in draft conversations, right? If we talk about some of the misses, and Nick's got to shoulder those misses because they've been really good for the most part since D'Amico's been here. And, you lean into D'Amico's ability to really identify those individuals and commit to bringing them in here, commit to keeping them here when you do find them, keep them happy, help them play to their strengths so that they like it here, and then somehow retain them. D'Amico's, you can argue that's D'Amico's superpower. Now, he's obviously a great defensive schemer and play caller as well, but you can argue his superpower is, man, he's filling this place full of guys that are wired exactly like he is, man, that are committed to the team, that are committed to winning, and it's wholeheartedly. It appears to be wholeheartedly committed too. It's not. There's no farce. So, D'Amico gives you a lot of confidence in that category.
Yep. All right, as we continue 5 o'clock fire, we will get you ready for the Astros as they try to keep this homestand in a winning way as they will take on the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll get you the lineup. The lineup, I know it's surprising at the start of this year, but the lineup is a bit different than he has been. I need to go check this. Someone texted and said 20 games this year, 20 different lineups for the Astros. Let's check that up as Hunter Brown gets the ball. You heard about D'Amico Ryans a little bit. He spoke in specific about OTAs as that starts today. We'll get to that as well. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive. But before we get to that, guys, Clayton Homes, man, they've got an enormous
Auto Parts. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock flyer. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course.
What's up, Clint? How y'all doing, man?
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It's 5 o'clock. Since you're off work, luckily for you, Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest, it is a little 5 o'clock fire. And, Clint, let's go to Dyken Park tonight as the Astros, coming off of a big weekend series, as they took 2 of 3. And, Clint, before we get to tonight's game and the starting lineup, because this is it's a different starting lineup, a starting lineup I never thought I would see this year with the Astros, even when they lost Bregman and Tucker. We'll get to that. Who Hunter Brown is pitching, the lineup he's pitching behind. But Clint, it was a big weekend series when you have, I'd say, essentially your 5th, and I said 6th starter. But I'll be honest, Clint, you're right. You said something earlier. I don't know if Ryan Gusto was actually the one who they would think would have been the first guy they would have grabbed off the list to come and be a starter. Maybe they thought it would have been, 3 technique.
Luis Garcia.
Maybe they thought he would be healthy. Maybe they would have thought it was somebody else different in the starting rotation. So, but essentially they have your 5th starter in Hayden Wisniewski, and then Gusto, who is an emergency starter coming in for Spencer getting an injury, and then Framber to go and take 2 of 3, and the one game you lose is the Framber start, and he even goes 6 innings, 2 runs, a quality start in that game. That was a big, I think, confidence boost, being that team who had the best record in baseball coming in.
Yeah, look, I know for the it's a long season, folks out there, you don't believe in this, but I just think it's human nature, man. When you're in a slump and when you're in a tough spot, whether it's you individually or as a team, boy, just seeing a little bit of success can be extremely powerful. And so, look, I think this team, Joe Espada all the way down, was in a spot where they were in a rough spot, and you got one of the best teams in baseball coming in. That could have got ugly. And the fact that you turned it and took 2 of 3 and had every chance under the sun to take 3 of 3 to sweep that thing, that had to be a big time confidence boost. Even if we're talking about just not nosediving the confidence by getting swept by one of the better teams or not performing well. It's bad enough that you got Christian Walker falling in the lineup. It's bad enough that you got several guys that you were dependent on.
Jordan struggling.
Yeah, not swinging it really, really well. Yainer Diaz It's bad enough that you have those. If you can string some wins together, and when you win a series against a team like San Diego, to me that's at the very least you avoided that nosedive. But I think it's actually helps you build a little bit of confidence along the way.
No, I definitely do, especially getting picked up by the pitching, and they could have easily swept this series.
Yeah,
which would have been bigger, but 2 of 3, and now they'll take on the Blue Jays starting tonight. And let's look at that starting lineup, Clint. An interesting lineup. Hunter Brown gets the ball. You feel really good about that, though? I mean, Hunter Brown,
yep.
What is he? He's 2.50. He has been one of the best pitchers in baseball to start this thing off. But here's the lineup. Jose Altuve's in left field leading off, and Yordan Alvarez gets bumped up to the 2 spot as the DH. Paredes is behind him now. That is usually flipped, but he is batting third. And I think maybe they're really feeling the right left number here, and I guess maybe at the top. I don't know. But then
for 2 people.
For 2 people. Then right after that, a run of righties here. Jeremy Pena is in the 4 spot. He had moved up to that even when Christian Walker was in there Saturday and Sunday. Christian Walker had dropped behind him in the lineup, and he hit 4th. Your center fielder, Jake Myers, is hitting 5th tonight, folks. Yainer Diaz, he is hitting 6th and catching tonight. Cam Smith, who had a big Friday night, big weekend series, but Friday night in particular with the 2 homers, he is behind him, hitting 7th. Brandon Rogers is at 2nd tonight. And then Zach DeZenzo is in at first base. They're giving Christian Walker the night off, Clint. But some of the headlines, 1, Christian Walker out. This is a guy who plays a lot of games. I feel like this is hey, why don't you sit down and watch it a little bit type of break with him. And then Jake Myers has moved up to the 5 spot in this lineup. Those are some of the things that jump out in today's lineup.
No doubt about it. The lead story here is Christian Walker not even in the lineup. They had dropped him from 4 to 5 in the second and third game against San Diego this past weekend.
Last night was a rough.
It was rough. 3 strikeouts, and then he skied one to like the shortstop. He let it hit the turf, threw Pena out at second to get the speed, the fastest player, and then they had to pinch run Chaz for Christian Walker. So, it's been a rough stretch. Look, this may be just an off day for him. He needs some rest time. That'd be tough to sell right now, given how he's played, and when that happens, obviously. This is a production-based business, right? I mean, there's no doubt about it. Jeremy Pena is climbing the lineup as he should. As you mentioned, Jake Myers climbing the lineup. I don't know really I would have just bumped.
Yeah, because Jake's not going to be a 5 hit. Jake's not going to be a middle of the order hitter.
Yeah,
with you trying to get to the playoffs.
Yeah, you hope not. But look, we talked about it on Friday of I'm a fan of not moving the lineup, not shaking the lineup up. Clearly, I'm going to tell you, Joe Espada's going to shake the hell out of it now.
Him and Dana love it.
I mean, the only guy in this lineup that hasn't moved this season is Altuve. That's it. I mean, everybody else has moved and batted in different positions, or different spots in the lineup. So, it's a lot of moving parts right now with the Astros. We'll see if they can spark something with it.
Yeah. So I tell
you what, Jeremy Pena's swinging that thing though.
Yeah, and Jake. Shoot, Jake's hitting 305 right now. So that's where you need him. But again, but we know, as we said, Jeremy Pena and Jake Myers are not going to be cleanup hitters and 5-hole hitters.
Yeah.
And Jeremy Pena, like Jake, you could say he's in the 5 spot because Christian Walker's getting the day off. But Jeremy Pena right now is, for at least riding it up, he's in the cleanup spot. And he was in the cleanup spot with Yainer and Christian Walker in the lineup over the past, two of the at least one of the 2 days that Diaz was in the lineup. But hopefully Hunter Brown can shut down the Blue Jays and keep this thing going. But an interesting lineup, to say the least, for the Astros.
Jake with the rake.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, D'Amico Ryans, he spoke today about a few things, but the reason why they were all there, Clint, is OTAs. OTAs have started, and it started today. And this was him first speaking about the message he has to his team on day one. This is a new year, day one of OTAs.
Being that it's our first day of OTAs, we get excited as coaches to have players back in the building. But it's also limited. We can't actually get on the field with the guys. A lot of people would like to, but it's just meetings with our guys. They go out, they work with our strength and conditioning coaches, working in the weight room and also on the field, doing some conditioning. But it's just it's such an energy lifter having everyone back in the building, just feel the buzz. It's been quiet around here for a while. Kicked the rodeo out, so we're good to go. But it's been quiet for a while around our building, so to have the guys back and them to impact our building, you feel the joy, you feel the connection, new guys, old faces, everybody just coming together. It's the 2025 Texans. That's what's exciting to see how this team will come together, and today is just the beginning of it.
That's Nico Ryan's talking about the start of OTAs. A lot of meetings, obviously, you have experience in this thing where they're not on the field yet. But this is how this thing kicks off and starts. And I would imagine a lot of the things they did in the offseason, they've created expectation. And I really wonder how many guys are actually there. Because I bet you they have a huge number, a high number, because I feel like that's what the expectation is, and that's the type of guys they've gone after.
Well, I think it was already an abnormally high number just for the regular offseason of the guy. All they do is open the doors and let the guys do what they want to do. So I think that number was already large. I would imagine this one, as you mentioned, is the majority of the team. I mean, this is a critical time for this particular team. I mean, you can do all you want in adding players to this defense, and the defense is going to be nasty. But look, the days of Trent Dilfer winning a championship behind a great defense at the level of the Ravens back in the day, I think them days are over. These offenses today are too good. I may be wrong, but I think them days are over. Your offense is going to have to step up to the plate. And the truth of the matter is you got Christian Kirk, who has never played with, and C.J. Stroud said today he had never met him outside of after a game when they played Jacksonville. There's got to be some chemistry built there. More importantly, maybe the most important thing in the Texans organization this year, Nick Caley and C.J. Stroud. Hearing C.J. Stroud speak today, it didn't seem like he spent a whole hell of a lot of time to date with Nick Caley. I mean, that is huge. Meeting that whole offense as a whole, meeting with Nick Caley, terminology change is going to happen, and however they're going to fix the communication issues between the quarterback, the center, and the offensive line on the protection front. All of that stuff has to change, and these are I mean, unbelievably important times and meetings that they're going to be able to have right now for CJ and company, because at the end of the day, you're only going to go as far as CJ Stroud and this offense is going to take you, and we've seen them just get suffocated in some big moments in the playoffs, and they got to be better, take the next step.
That's what I was going to say. This is different than other years because, as you said, Nick Caley, they're installing and putting together a completely new offense, and they've got a fair amount of what I think is going to be new starters for this team. Hell, I think a couple of them may not even be here yet, right? They've got an offensive line. They're going to probably have potentially 3 to 4 new starters to go along with a new system. There's probably going to be there's at least one new starting receiver, I would imagine. There's going to be another one alongside with Christian Kirk that hasn't worked with Nick Caley, and it's his first go around. So this is more than just normal sitting classrooms. They got to really get some work done.
Absolutely, and it is critical, man. I mean, once you want to, what can you do between now and like what you do now is going to affect like the amount of work or the depth of the work that you're going to get in your OTA, in your mini camps. It's like whatever ground you can make up between now and training camp is where is going to be your launch pad, right? Where do you launch from? Do you still have guys, as D'Amico said, in 2023, you had 4 of your starting 5 offensive linemen that didn't show up till August? Now, whether I think that was injury related, but nonetheless, I mean, do you have those kinds of issues, or do you guys have guys that are wholeheartedly committed today through when training camp starts, and then you take off from the 8th or 9th floor instead of the basement kind of deal. So we'll see. I would imagine this team. I would imagine from a participation standpoint, I would imagine that it's on the higher end of all teams in the NFL.
Absolutely, it seems to appear to be that way. As we know the top guys. We know CJ's here. We know Will's here. We know Sting.
Will was walking in the rain this morning. I saw his entrance walking in the rain, baby. Ain't no big deal.
Been here. They said, hell, he's been here during the offseason. Obviously, Jalen Petries, a lot of their top guys are here already.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this one is not a surprise, but he tried to hold out hope like he was thinking about it. Duke's Cooper Flagg confirms he will enter the NBA and forego the rest of his years of eligibility in college, Clint. And there was talk where they tried to sell seriously that he may think about coming to Duke one more year. But, Clint, you just can't do it now. Even if you want to, you're not just going to and stay for 4 years. I just don't think you could afford to and potentially put yourself at risk for injury or whatever. It's just a different time that guys, even like Tim Duncan knew he was going to be the number one pick for multiple years, and yet he stayed at Wake Forest for 4 years. I don't think that's going to happen ever again. I don't even know the last player that was maybe a top 10 pick that said, "Nah, man, I'm going to stay and come back."
Yeah, it's been a minute, right? But especially as the guy that's going to be thought to be the number one overall pick.
Now, it may change a little bit because of NIL.
Well, that's where I was going with it, man. You start throwing $7, $8, $9 million at these guys a year, which I don't know exactly where basketball is at in terms of how high they've gone. But, you start throwing big money, and if anybody can demand that, it would be Cooper Flagg. There's a decision to make. Just buy a big ass insurance policy and then roll with it. So
especially but they don't know. I guess they'll know what the draft order will be. That's the thing is, all right, man, am I stuck going to Washington or do I go to Duke to pay for $7-8 million? Which one makes sense? By the way, real quick, do you think Cooper Flagg's going to be more of a star, or more of a superstar type player when he gets to the next level?
Ooh, wow. You're asking the wrong guy on that one. If I just based on what I've seen, I would say a star.
Yeah.
I see like just above the rim superstar, just go up there and immediately light them up. But again, take it for what it's worth. I didn't watch a ton of Cooper Flagg, but when I did watch him, I didn't see what I typically see with some of these guys that are just surefire superstars.
When I think of like superstars, I think of guys that are the number one players on their teams that you can see being the number one player on a championship level team, like Anthony Edwards or Jokic or Luka or guys like that. I don't think he gets to that. I think he could be a top 2 or 3 player on a great team, on a really good team. But I don't know that he is ever going to be the Luka of a team, the main part of a team. Now he may be the best player on the team in Washington, but a team that's really going somewhere. All right, coming up as we continue, the tough one last night. The Rockets, they lose game 1 to the Warriors at home. They will play coming up on Wednesday. And after watching that game, scoring 85 points, losing 95-85, losing the way they did, would you say the Rockets are in trouble or this was just one game in a long series? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. It's every day I tell you about them cold Coors Light. Let me tell you.
with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. It's draft week, and we've got you covered. From start to finish, pick by pick, the best breakdown happens right here. Joe Harris, Andre Ware, Sean Pendergast, and more on the Texans Draft Show. No matter who's on the clock, we're on the air all draft long on your home of the Houston Texans. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My man texted in and said, Champs Light said, I feel like we need to stop and cuss and discuss real quick. Am I the only one who don't like Jordan in the 2 spot? I wouldn't say you're the only one that don't like him in the 2 spot. I just wonder what's the reasoning. Like, it's just like, it wasn't like a move, like he just switched him and Paredes. Like maybe he wants them to hit directly behind Altuve, like he's the one who is swinging the bat. Well, I don't know if maybe Altuve sees more pitches. I don't think it helps Paredes. Like, I think Paredes was seeing good pitches. You know,
this is it's the wildest thing, and I look. I don't cover other Major League Baseball teams, and so maybe they all do this. But as I've said before, we talked about it in depth last week. I just don't understand the end game. Like, I don't move guys around just to show Christian Walker. See, we move everybody around. Hey, don't worry about it, man. We moved you from 4 to 5. We move everybody. Look, everybody's moved except Altuve, and he's our leadoff, man. It doesn't make sense to move our leadoff. Like it just the Jordan move is one I agree with. Like I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I understand Pena climbing the list because he's swinging the bat better.
You need some protection, somebody in the middle of the order.
Sure, I understand. You know, Jake Myers. Everybody else is swinging it so poorly. Get Jake Myers up there. He's swinging. Take advantage of the hot streak that he's on or the corner that he's turned. Cool, I'm good with that. Jordan to 2, Paredes to, 3?
Yep.
I mean, what are we doing? He's been your 2-hole hitter all year long. I mean, we've ranted and raved about how many pitches he's taken. I don't know if that's still a thing, but it seems like it is.
Well, and it was probably the best he was going to be between those two.
Yeah, so I just like.
I mean, if it's a thought to get Jordan going, I wonder, does that
the thought,
accomplish?
Yeah, the thought to me, like I don't know. I mean, Jordan moving Jordan to the 2-hole to get him going seems. That's where we're at.
And now, unless he came to and said, "I want to hit there," which I don't know that he would do that, but I don't know. It's you're not alone. So Toby said you don't have to have your best hitter second. 0 cents. Well, I mean you can, but I don't know that Jordan struggles comes because he's not hitting second. Hit behind Altuve. I think you just gotta hope and make sure that he starts to pick it up. But yeah, no, you're not the only one who's looking at that thing. All right, speaking of other things, it's still early with the Astros, but right now it's early in the series, yes, but that can turn really quick, Clint, and that is the Rockets. The Rockets, they dropped last night's Game 1 at home, 95-85. And look, there was some good there, right? They held the Warriors to 95 points. And as Ime Udoka said, you hold a team to 95 points, you expect to win, even if you just had a good a decent offensive effort. Obviously, they did not, right? They only hit 12 threes in this game. They out-rebounded them and crushed them on the glass and in the paint. 22 offensive rebounds to Golden State 6 in this game, and they just crushed them over 20 points more in the paint. Obviously, there was some bad. They couldn't hit a damn thing especially the guys in the backcourt, shooting under 39%, 6 of 29 from 3 as well, and missed 9 free throws. So there were some struggles in that game, Clint. But how do you see that? You can answer this as well on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Toby, Daniel, Jonas, Champ Slice, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think the Rockets are in trouble? One bad game in a long series.
Well, I think it's one bad game in a long series. And I mean, look, it's unfortunate you let this game get away from you because you did enough in your identity ultimately to give yourself a chance to get game one and get a significant advantage in the series. But you let that one slide away. But when everything you just mentioned, Ron, the good, you held them to 95 points, under 50% shooting, 12 threes with a team that I don't know what their average typically is, but I know Steph could do that by his damn self. You dominated the boards. I think all of that travels to game two. I don't think that Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, their struggles from game one, I don't think it was a result of some wild, crazy, amazing defense that Golden State was playing. It was real struggles. I don't think that transitions to game two and into the rest of the series. I think that gets better. In fact, I think it gets significantly better. And so I think the Rockets will be fine longer term in this series. Now, I don't know how letting one slip away from you is going to impact. I don't know how some of the other problems that we saw the Rockets, put on tape. I don't know how those are going to age and how that's going to transition into the future games in this series. But I'm not worried about game one. I hate they let it slip. I was frustrated as hell watching your two predominant ball handlers. Both have awful nights at the same time. That was frustrating, but I'm not worried about the Rockets as it pertains to the series. Other than the game already, you lost a home court advantage.
Yeah, I don't think it's one. You get to say to yourself, can't shoot it worse than this.
Absolutely can't.
Good
God.
That's what you got to say to yourself. 6 for 29 from 3. Fred goes 2 for 13 himself. Like, you can't shoot it. I mean, they were in the fourth quarter, Clint, deep into the third. But I believe in the fourth quarter where Şengün was the only person in double figures. Right? And they only got to 11 and 10. Where other people, like, they struggled and fought. And it was a tight game until the end where the Warriors kind of spread it out. So I can't say that they're in trouble yet. There are some signs that concern you that they could be, because, listen, they're not this bad in terms of shooting. They're not 39% for the game and missing almost 10 free throws and 6 for 29 from 3. But they ain't great shooters, right? Like it's not like you like, all right, yeah, they get open shots, they'll make them. They're not great shooters. So there is a thought of like, hey, man, they could shoot a bit better. The thing that I really cling to in this series for the Rockets is they get to play, and they've been able to force this game into the way that they want to play this. This is not when they play.
That's a good catch.
This isn't a small sample size anymore. This is the 6th time they play. They played 5 games because they had a game in that tournament, not the play-in tournament, but the NBA Cup tournament. So they played an extra game against each other, and the games are all mucked up, rough, more rugged, not free-flowing and up and down pace. Where you know the Warriors, even this crew, they can get on a run where they can punch you in the mouth for, I know they went on an 18-3 run, but it took some time. The Warriors are capable of going. I've seen them go 9-10-0 runs in a minute and a half, where they just have gone off and Steph has gotten hot and somebody's making threes. So the pace of these games are games that are in the 90s, low hundreds is what they've been. So right. I do think that bodes well for the Rockets, that they keep these games at pace. It's just, if you're going to keep these games down here like this, somebody's got to score offensively. You just got to shoot the ball much better than you.
Well, the at the end of the day, Ron, the story that's going to be written in the playoffs is the future of this young core and is it enough moving forward, or do we leave the playoffs proud of the season, proud of the progress that they've made, how they've all developed, and thankful that they've all developed because now Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone have pieces to trade and go get upgrade in terms of guys that can go get buckets, because that's just where you're at right now. I mean, the only guy that was created for, that was planned for, that plays were called for was
the obvious mismatch in the game
with Şengün. Yeah, just get it to him, and hell, at times at the top of the key, just get it to him and let him just barrel down the lane, kind of thing. I mean, hell, there was a couple times he brought the ball up the floor. Yeah. So yeah, I mean that can't be the case. And I like Şengün. I love the mismatch. I liked what they were doing with that, but it can't be the only thing you bring to the table. They got to have more than that. Do they have it? And was game one a fluke, or do we end this thing in 4 or 5 games and look up and go, okay, it's time to go get KD?
That's the crazy thing is they're getting so many more extra possessions with the offensive rebounds they get and everything. Yeah. But yeah, you can't shoot it 39%, 21% on 29 attempts from 3, miss 9 free throws, and turn it over 17 times against the Warriors and think like you're going to win that series. So I don't think they're in trouble right now. I don't think they're in trouble right now. There are signs. Now, obviously, if they lose on Wednesday night, they're in some trouble. If they go down 0-2 and heading back to San Francisco, they're damn sure in some trouble. But right now, I think they're good, and they should still be confident. And hopefully they got that first one out of the way and they feel much more comfortable in there. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud addressed multiple issues today that we've been wanting to hear and wondering how he felt about them, including one major one where you don't want to miss what he had to say. That's coming up.
Outdoors front, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors is your new home for Jordan, right? Gear up today and take flight. On the court, off the court, and above the court. Make your play in the latest head-to-toe Jordan gear for the entire family. Available in-store and at academy.com as we speak. This is big news for me. I like to shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors, and I love wearing Jordans. There ain't no doubt about it. Also, Academy Sports and Outdoors, when you ain't getting your Jordan gear, know this. If you're getting outside with your family and making memories, you can
SportsRadio.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Real solutions for real people.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As Tyler reminded me in my ear just now, congratulations to John Cena on winning his 17th championship, something that Tyler was really buzzed about this weekend. We were going back and forth about how that match was coming to an end. But yeah, thanks for the reminder, Tyler. That's why
I always got your back, bro.
Great producer in
number one
in Afternoon Drive. Yeah. Definitely.
Numero uno.
There it is. All right. Coming up behind us, Henry To'oTo'o, the linebacker for the Houston Texans, the guy that Clint repeatedly said last year he felt was arguably the most improved player on the team from the previous year. Henry To'oTo'o will be on Texans All Access.
Rock and roll, meow.
Joining Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, as he will have fun with those guys. So be listening to that as soon as we get done. And then, of course, Area 45, Chris Santiago, 7 to 11 live and local. They will, I'm sure, discuss that Rockets game, but also have that post-game action for you as soon as the Astros hopefully finish up beating the Toronto Blue Jays. And then, he's back. He's back. When he left, the last time he left, 4 for 5. The last time he left, Tyler made good money. See if he can start the week off right, as he will do T-Mill's Best Bets coming up a little bit after us. All right, Clint. C.J. Stroud addressed a couple of times the offensive line changes in the offseason. Obviously, that is directed to him. Obviously, we knew they were going to make some major moves. We were hoping they were going to make some major moves, and they definitely did that. A different-looking offensive line. Here was C.J. Stroud first talking about that.
Yeah, it's exciting, It's something that I've learned in this league. You don't ever get comfortable, you got to be able to adapt and change and upgrade, like every year the iPhone upgrades, you got to be able to upgrade like that. So that's something that I think that we'll do. Personally, for me, myself, that's a goal of mine, is to get better in things that I need to get better in, also, polish those things that I'm good at. But yeah, it's exciting having new guys, different. Everybody's different. So new personalities, new mindsets, and just really having one common goal and the same goals. I think at the end of the day is what creates that winning tenacity that we're all looking for. So,
well, that was one part, and I'm glad there was a follow up there. And it was more, were you surprised by some of the major moves? As we know, Laramie Tunsil, the big one. Here's C.J. Stroud answering that.
That's something I feel, is not my pay grade. It's just I'm just a quarterback, but at the same time, it's, you build relationships with guys, and your LT, of course, who I know you're talking about, and Shaq. Those are two of my best friends. So. That I've come into the league with. So, yeah, it hurts, you know what I mean? Our front office knows that, and they know how I felt about it. And but I totally understand, and I'm not against it at all. I totally think that we're heading to the right side of things. And, I think something I learned about Nick is that he has a plan. No matter what happens, he always has something up his sleeve. So, of course, sometimes we don't know what that is, and but you just have that trust, and that's something that we actually talked about today, having blind trust and, having earned trust. And for Nick, he's gained my trust in both areas. So I'm excited, but, I'm always going to be best friends with those guys and rooting them on, and, I still talk to them daily. So.
All right, there's C.J. Stroud making his first comments about the offensive line changes in the room there. And Clint, it seems like, maybe he wasn't all the way on board with maybe some of these moves, just judging by what he said. Could be wrong, but it does seem like, hey, as he sit there, in particular, Tunzel, like, I heard him say those were his best friends, but he said they know how I felt about those guys rolling in. So it is very much like I think we've been saying, let's see what this looks like type of thing, and it seems like he's in that same space.
Well, look, he doesn't seem real fired up about the moves that were made to address the protection issues on the O-line, whether he's good buddies with a couple of guys and they left, or the fact that he didn't mention any of the guys that they've brought in to any degree whatsoever. And I just look, having been a quarterback and you struggle with protection, you're fighting to find, just not because you don't want to get hit, but really because you just don't, you can't win like that. So you're fighting to figure out how can we fix this, and I just don't think there's any way that C.J. Stroud feels real positive about what the Texans have done with the offensive line to date. And look, anytime when your quarterback's asked about the offensive line, the additions, the subtractions, the moves, whatever, if he starts talking about blind trust and he starts talking about, Nick Caserio working his magic and all this kind of deal, clearly he's not the most comfortable, the most confident in what they have already done, and he expects some things to be done moving forward. Now, we'll see what comes of it, but that wasn't, to be honest with you, that is exactly what I expected to hear from C.J. Stroud about the offensive line.
It's not what I expected to hear, but I expected that to be the real case. Like, I for sure he would, Laken Tomlinson's a really good football player we got here. Cam Robinson, yeah. I've loved watching Cam Robinson when he was at Jacksonville. Like, I would have thought
got a lot of confidence in these guys. They played a lot of football.
They're going to be good. I know that. We still got. I thought I wouldn't have guessed that he would have been kind of that frank about it. Yeah, about the
that's fair. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a good point.
Especially the point of, I told them how I felt about that. They got like. Just judging by the first time we've talked, hearing from CJ, when he earlier, if you missed it, as he talked about the new offensive coordinator and the new responsibility that he now has added to him that he wants and you hear it there, like it is he is sounding a little bit more comfortable and more transparent, straight up.
So far, he's been away from the.
Oh yeah. They're gonna lock him back in like riding the bike.
The rules and regulations. They'll get him and Will locked back in after this.
They got Will locked. They got Will's ass locked back in, baby. Hey, get in here now.
Tighten up, Will.
I really want to know. What he was gonna say about EJ Speed.
Well, I just want to know what they thought he was gonna say.
Yeah. Yes. Sounded like it was coming positive. I don't know.
And then,
next question.
He's a good player.
Good player. All right,
CJ Gardner Johnson got a full 50-second answer, but poor EJ Speed Will got 4 seconds.
Somebody earlier texted in and said, well, maybe they wanted him to speed up. I said, hell, he took 6 more questions after it. that wasn't at the end.
It's weird, yeah.
It was
weird, but not surprising.
No, it's not. All right. Let's see the people win a little cash tonight. Tyler, T-Mill, he is back. It's T-Mill's Best Bets is back. And let's see if we can get this thing started. I promise you, if you would have had bets Friday, I think you really would have pulled it above 50%. I believe.
We ended above 50.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
After Monday and Tuesday was Santiago.
Monday and Tuesday was a struggle.
Wednesday and Thursday were successful, and we were moving in the right direction, but I think we finished at 53, 54% or something last week.
All right, so what you got tonight? What's your odds?
Yes. NBA playoffs for tonight's Best Bets. No Rockets. Game 2 between the Rockets and Warriors. That'll be tomorrow. But there are 2 NBA playoff games going on, and these are your 5 best bets. I say them fast, so if you miss anything, you want to look it up, go to my Twitter, @TMillRealDeal. Post it there every day. Just did a few minutes ago. Here are your 5 NBA playoff action bets for tonight. First, Nuggets with some points. A little bit amount of points. Nuggets plus 1.5 tonight. as they host the Clippers.
Love it.
Thank you. Pistons, more points, plus 7.5 for Detroit tonight as they travel to New York to take on the Knicks. Then I'm on both in the same game. First, I got Clippers Nuggets over in the first half, 106.5. And then for the entire game, I'm on over 218.5 for Clippers Nuggets. And then one player prop for you. He shows up here.